Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders, we handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We Communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Check. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur and I will be your host for this fine day and for the evening to follow on behalf of Exchange for Media Group. An absolute delight for me to welcome each and every one of you to the 5th edition of PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2025. An absolute delight to welcome each and every one of you. Now, I like to begin events, summits, these gatherings on a very positive note. Might I encourage everyone to bring their palms together and offer a big round of applause to everyone present here with us. 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2025 will be followed by the felicitation ceremony of Exchange for Media Watchlist 2026 Agencies and Brands. Prepare yourself for a day filled with power-packed lineup of keynote sessions, standalone addresses, and panel discussions featuring top industry leaders who will dive into the most relevant and truly timely topics that are shaping the communications landscape. Could I please request everybody's undivided attention towards the big screen on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly take a look at what to expect from this summit. Let's take a look.
The 5th edition of the e4m PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Summit 2025 will spotlight the future of new age communication strategy, bringing together the industry's most respected leaders and influential voices under one roof. This year's theme, Looking Ahead 2026, learnings, challenges and opportunities set the tone for the day of sharp insights and forward-thinking conversations. The summit will feature a dynamic lineup of keynotes, fireside chats and panel discussions led by distinguished communication experts throughout the day. Sessions will explore how communications, technology, human intelligence and mentorship are reshaping the communications landscape. The power-packed day will have sessions focusing on the subject of artificial intelligence, elephant in the room, communications for a purpose, building meaning, trust and impact, crisis communications playbook in an AI environment. Leaders as talent builders. How mentorship shapes the next generation of professionals. Women leaders in communications. Has India broken the glass ceiling? Talent is a challenge. Upskilling, retention, younger workforce expectations are emerging issues.
How about a quick round of applause? At any given moment, if you find your hands rather occupied with your mobile phones or maybe a glass of water, you can use the free one to bang on the table, but do congratulate all the speakers joining us on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we spent the day trying to understand the bottomless layers of complexity that follow the profession. But before that, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Powered by Kaizen, PR Professional Group, Gold Partners, Fusion PR, Avian V. Let's quickly take a look at the partner visual presentations.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We Communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Once again, a big thank you to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Also, expressing our gratitude to our speakers for accepting the invitation and participating in the conference, and our delegates, of course. Now, there's a slight possibility that I might be an unfamiliar face up here trying to talk your ears off, but it's time for a renowned personality to set the context for the day to follow and to deliver the inaugural address. Join me as I welcome the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for the chairman and editor-in-chief at BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Thank you, Sahibji. First of all, my congratulations. You hosted our News Broadcast Awards on Saturday with aplomb, with a lot of high energy. So gratitude for that. Trying to talk about the future of PR and predictions for 2026 and where the COPCOM domain business and the business of communication, business of PR and corporate communication is headed to people like Mr. Cherian and all the other practitioners in the room is to be able to tell people who in some way started this domain and industry in India about where they're headed. I think you know it better than me, you are practitioners, but just to contextualize, the future of PR is definitely bright. The role for communication will stay, the role for listening will stay, but no conversation on media communication content is complete without the mention of the impact of technology on what we do, the impact of artificial intelligence on what we do, the fact that singularities may happen much earlier than it was anticipated. Earlier we believed singularity would happen by 2034. Singularity may happen in the next 12, 15, 18 months, who knows. But the future of COPCOM and PR is defined by merging human creativity with AI precision, focusing on hyper-personalization, authentic storytelling and data-driven strategies across multiple platforms, including digital platforms. Now, we live in an era, about 10 months back, we had the, couple of months back, we had the Bihar elections, 2 months back, 1.5 months back, almost a year back, 13 months back, we had the US elections, and we saw how the leading candidates leveraged the power of podcasts or digital platforms of independent news outlets to be able to reach out to the subscribers, also use the power of social media in a way it was not used before in election campaigns. As we talk of AI, quick commerce, we are also talking parallelly of how the average life of a human being is growing in India. The life expectancy is growing, the quality of life is growing. Also, there is health tech to be able to enable us to live more. There is also increased focus on ESG, on sustainability, and moving beyond, just profitability. Today, the success of a brand, business, and an entrepreneur is about the contribution he or she makes to the social milieu and the social impact the venture has on the environment. Having said that, if you look at the reports in the last 3 years, you look at any industry report, if you look at the numbers of large PR agencies across the world, they have been soft, especially last 3 years. If you take the last 5 years, the first 2 years after COVID, the numbers grew sharply, but the growth has plateaued. How will the growth of the Corpcom and PR domain come back? I believe it will come back by 6 trends. First, the future of Corpcom and PR in India is, as I said, human collaboration and usage of AI tools. Clearly, the basic, press release is morphed into a video release, and AI tools are helping professionals write press releases, be able to do more and more things. So the future is about human collaboration and AI tools. In a world which there is so much cacophony, there is so much data, there is so much past information, the value of authenticity and trust is more because it's in scarcity. Post-greenwashing era demands genuine action, transparent reporting, and measurable impact. Hence, organizations that are able to guide businesses and founders on how to achieve authenticity and trust, and then be able to communicate that better to the stakeholders will do well. There is a digital and platform shift. Focus moves to podcasts, newsletters, YouTube, and micro moments requiring cross-platform storytelling and micro-influencer engagement. Now, PR always had an execution angle and a strategic integration and the role for strategy. Mr. Charian is here. Today, the fees in the Corpcom and PR domain are under pressure because there are new entrepreneurs, new companies, new individuals starting PR agencies. However, the role of a strategic guide, of a strategic advisor, of a person who is able to give you honest advice, and the execution may be done by others, is much more than it was 10 years back. The ability to choose what to do and what not to do, and to be able to go to basics is even more than ever. And hence, a lot of senior PR and Corpcom professionals have moved into building strategy for communication and not focusing on execution. The role of public affairs and public relations have some overlaps. I won't say too many overlaps, but they have some overlaps. And a lot of communication and PR agencies are also including strategy as a core service. They're also including public affairs, at least the interface with public affairs as a core service. As I talked about, the data-driven personalization that comes through AI tools in a real-time manner to be able to track real-time sentiment, to be able to do analysis and dynamic content that adapts to audience needs on an hourly basis. PR has always been about thought leadership. Brands will build authenticity by sharing valuable research-based insights rather than just changing a fleeting viral trends. Mr. T.S. Madan is here. He's a life coach and a communicator par excellence. He'll talk to the winners in the evening. He's now helped many entrepreneurs build their personal brands through podcasts. So what does a Corpcom and PR professional need to do? And we'll have the 30 under 30 winners in the evening. First is to embrace AI. Second, to recognize that the business model of a PR agency of the past needs to be changed. Also, the average age in PR agencies is coming down. That doesn't mean there is no role for professionals who understand the domain for 2 to 3 decades. The art of storytelling, the art of digital storytelling will need to be mastered more. The focus on impact was always there, but demonstrating measurable results, especially in an ESG-led environment, are key. But the most important is developing new skills. Adapting to predictive analytics, public affairs, and empathetic communication has to be done with adopting new skills. The fees are under pressure. The Indian business environment has been good, but there are sectors that have seen policy change. For example, gaming. Suddenly the gaming regulation gave to a new challenge for all gaming players. And India is the most dynamic business environment you can have anywhere. But also there is progressive regulation which makes sure the role of communication in such times is accentuated. The future for the Indian and PR and COPCOM industry is bright, and it will continue to be a crucial driver of business powered by technology, especially in an era where there are more and more founders and businesses doing IPOs, whether SME IPOs or on the main board. There is more value creation, and the PR and COPCOM professionals will always be part of creating those value for businesses, brands, and entrepreneurs in a new era. I wish all the winners success and in the continued quest for knowledge, because knowledge drives impact. So I am sure as Exchange for Media, we'll be able to give you some data insights as we pivot. We hope we started this domain 18 plus years back. We hope in 2026 we are able to refresh it. Ms. Parul Batra is now leads the domain. Karan did a fab job, but we need to move with the times. Hopefully you will see us with new data, insights, and also making our events larger and more deep. I want to say that this year we also lost a master storyteller, Piyush Pandey. At Exchange for Media, over the last 25 years, we had a close relationship with him. And of course, he impacted our industry in a manner that nobody did. We have a small audio-visual presentation that we made as a dedication to him. We'd like that to be played. Can we have that?
Before algorithms ruled attention spans, one man ruled hearts with a dab of glue, a bar of chocolate, and a dash of wit. Piyush Pandey didn't chase virality. He invented it long before hashtags existed. With his passing at 70, an era in Indian advertising comes to an end. A man whose mustache, warmth, and booming voice became as iconic as his ideas. Born in Jaipur, a Ranji Trophy cricketer turned tea taster, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to redefine Indian advertising. He gave us Cadbury's Kuch Khas Hai, Asian Paints Har Khushi Mein Rang Laye, and Fevicol's timeless charm. Ads that spoke our language, our idioms, our heart. He led Ogilvy India to global acclaim, mentored generations, and with his brother Prasood, became the first Asian to win the Cannes Lion of St. Mark. He was a cultural craftsman who could read India's heartbeat like few others. Among his many creations was one of the country's most iconic political slogans, Ab ki baar Modi Sarkar, a phrase that went beyond campaigns to become part of everyday conversation. Yet, for Piyush Pandey, advertising was never just about politics or profit. It was about people, about forging a connection, about making every viewer seem seen and understood. And though his voice has fallen silent, his presence endures in every Fevicol holding that draws a smile, in every Cadbury moment that reminds us of love and togetherness, in every clever line that still makes us chuckle. That is Piyush Pandey, still speaking to us, still touching hearts. Piyush Pandey didn't just make ads, he made memories. His laughter, his stories, his India will live on in every line that makes us smile, in every ad that feels like hope. A legend who never signed off, only signed on forever. We will always miss you, Piyush.
हमारे जाने के बाद हमारा नाम ना सही लेकिन हमारा काम हमारी पहचान को बरकरार रखता है. With this, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the first speaker of the day to deliver the first keynote address, to talk about leading in the age of acceleration, building trust, culture and clarity in a fast-moving world. Joining us on stage is the communications consultant, campaign advisor, political and policy professional. Please put your hands together for the man of the hour, Mr. Dilip Cherian.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here at this awkward hour. Mr. Anurag Batra, thank you for your generous comments, and Parul, thank you for your not so gentle bullying. I'm happy to be here, and I am also delighted that we have many young professionals who are going to win awards this evening. I guess some of you have been able to escape the treadmill and be here to listen. For a change, I decided that this time I should not just shoot off the hip and try and actually live up to the idea of a keynote address and write down some stuff that I wanted to share. So I'm going to make an exception from my usual approach of just sharing a few random thoughts, and I hope that my organized thoughts are as palatable as my random ones. So I had two fascinating experiences at work this last week which I wanted to share. They're fascinating because of the tremendous mental distance between one and the other. This is a little routine now for the escapade that I am now involved in, having joyously sold my company some time ago. And I think it's one of the smartest decisions I took was to exit when I did, because as all the senior professionals in the room will tell you, that we have been at an inflection point as far as the industry is concerned for the last 5 years at least, and it's very visible today to those working at it on a daily basis. But this lack of routine in my new escapade is what makes me rise with a smile in the morning, and I joyously head out to either the coffee shop of the moment, or you might find me, doing a Zoom from some hotel or the other, but it's all the same. The first experience that I held was with a global giant, a West Coast-based private equity powerhouse, and the task was to put together a very closed-door one-day session for global leaders, and their calling list for this one-day session was the head of Perplexity, the head of NVIDIA, so you name it. So clearly they knew the people they were trying to get. And having signed them into going into this one-day retreat, the goal was to try and figure out with me how a global south positioning would give AI some more space. And could they sort of push the idea of a global south positioning for AI to make it obvious to the world, which is rapidly attempting to regulate them, that their attempt to transform the global south based on global south data was transformation for good. So the assignment included putting together a draft working paper. I suggested that they use AI to draft it. And this paper would then be presented to these very smart leaders to start their deliberations. So when I am working on this assignment, I am trying to figure out whether the process would work, whether these kinds of people locked up inside a room would tear each other up, or whether they would actually participate in this process, and how to make sure that it comes together. I can't say anything more, unfortunately, on this wonderful assignment, because if I speak anything more, I will inevitably end up violating client secrecy. The second exercise was equally fascinating. So someone called me in for a cloud kitchen-like unlisted company and asked me that, can you help us figure out questions on what the current aviation crisis in India means? Could this lead to a new phase of investments into additional airline capacity? We were required to do blue skies, pardon the pun, thinking as to whether policymakers' minds can be figured out on this issue of aviation, whether they'll give extra allowances to new investors, what's the pushback likely from the legacy players, and is there an opportunity for a massive takeover? So, while looking at this project prospect, I thought that actually only a tiny part of this involves communications, and a lot of it involves actually figuring out the minds of policymakers who are not supposed to reveal what they are about to do. Is somebody else speaking? Or is it the next room? Wonderful. Are you guys okay, or do you want to send Parul to beat them up? Okay. Shall we continue? Yes. Okay. So on this matter also, I won't say too much, because especially on this one, if I say too much, I might actually be silenced, knowing some of the people involved. But the assignments were made easy because in both of these, I had top quality partners. Some of them are from agencies which may actually be in the room, and some of them emanate from very quiet boutique agencies working either out of India or globally. And they often bring me their grand ambitions to fire up future growth or problems to solve. Some say they are confused by the inflection points either in the marketplace or in their operating environment. And certainly, none of them have any experience of the future, as they can't. But all of this, only one part of the solution is my key offering, communications. But the other part that I craft with multiple agencies is to make either founders or CEOs feel involved. And for them to feel involved, they have to sense integrity, innovation, and intuitive intelligence. This intelligence is often disguised as just years of experience, but it also involves being able to pick up the phone and speak to one of the people in the room and say, there is some communications involved in this, can you handle this piece? And I find that having a large number of former colleagues at any point of time on my speed dial helps me achieve some of the basic requirements that are expected in some of these complex assignments. The only reason I shared these two examples of work that I'm currently doing is to show you the 30-year-olds who are in this room and the 40-year-olds, and hopefully some 50-year-olds, the future. Anurag spoke in a speech about the singularity, but communications tomorrow is going to be dominated by some of the stuff that I'm actually doing today in terms of the way you put the work picture together and the way you deliver results to the client. There's a unicorn being built out there somewhere in stealth mode. There are giant legacy players who need to cope with the future. But it does involve communications, not in the way that many of us practiced it just 2 weeks ago, but in the way it's got to be practiced 2 years hence. And that is the real point where the rubber hits the road, as long as rubber hits the road for a few more years. The consulting practice that I gave you a glimpse of is no longer therefore communications or PR or public affairs or lobbying. It's not that media relations does not matter. You still need to be able to put, as I said, place the stories that you must. You must do it without having to pay for it in some kind of crass paid for transactional scheme. And can you do that? Do you have what it takes to make that happen? I feel today, looking at all of us, and I include myself, a quiet confusion. Is it the silence of the lambs as we hurtle into 2026? Are we like marionettes in a puppet show, or like lambs herded by deaf shepherds? The show you're partying in now has a demented set of masters. They hold the threads in their ever so shaky hands. We should all be very nervous. In fact, we should not be huddled in a room. We should not be listening passively to a speech or even to a keynote address. This is the time to stand and shout that into the void, because you don't know what you will hear back. You need to seek answers. You need to raise your own voice. You need to rebel against puppets who play with AI. And I recognize that I have 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So I will say that we often called the current phase of existence VUCA. But VUCA is a happy phrase that I think is already somehow behind the curve. VUCA was coined by the War College, but to my mind, that war is changing direction very rapidly. Some of us also think that besides communications, that the fundamentals of leadership have not changed. Just like you believe that the fundamentals of communications haven't changed, the fundamentals of leadership, you think, hasn't changed. But I think it has changed. It has changed because today we are dealing with Gen Zs and millennials, and some of you will also inevitably have to deal with Gen Alphas. So I don't recommend you do. I don't recommend that you try and work with the rules of leadership that you are used to working with, because I think that many of them have expectations that can't be contained by mere designations or pay packets. Also, let me tell you that the clients today and the clients tomorrow have a problem with many of the services that we are currently able to provide, because there isn't enough experience, there isn't enough access, there isn't enough resourcefulness. People are so limited in what they are able to conjure up for you. They're still sticking to the old templates, and that is dangerous. And today's clients' needs are not going to be met by that. The only way you can actually acquire some of this is, unfortunately, not just by gray hair, but also by experience. It correlates with the numbers of hours you've put into the business, the dedication and devotion, the ability to ignore all aspects of work-life balance. Sorry, millennials, it doesn't exist. And if it does, you're not actually getting a job doing any of the stuff that I'm talking about. Remember that if you are not on the menu today, then it's unlikely that you're going to be at the high table tomorrow. If you're not called in today for advice, then there's no chance that you're going to be a respected professional in the way things are evolving tomorrow. You may yet get to shape the future when it's still soft clay. Some of you may turn into entrepreneurs who think that it's time now that they turn to work with clear skies and clients who have either misplaced faith in their skills or a misbegotten belief that cheap is cheerful. But you will drop the clay on the floor. And the client will then need to call for help. It's a high probability. It is a probability unless you listen to the wisdom of those who have gone before. I'm not saying listen to this speech, but I'm saying listen to the wisdom of those who have gone before. That wisdom makes attempts at any solution likely to be listened to by your client. Those partnerships that I talked about earlier are the secret ingredient to making success in these post-VUCA times. On AI, since Anurag referred to it many times, AI may conceivably become your closest collaborator. Don't fear it, but please don't romanticize it either. Partner with it in parts. Let it amplify your thinking, but you've got to start with your thinking. Let it not replace your judgment. Let it try and do some research for you. And even as the singularity approaches, watch out for when AI hallucinates or becomes a hoarse whisperer. Don't trust everything that you listen to. When machine intelligence meets human sensitivity, that's when breakthroughs actually happen. But at best, at least for the next few months, and I'm not saying few years, AI is still a blunt instrument. It helps you make decisions, but the basis has to be stuff I've told you about already. Talent. Since we are talking about tomorrow's talent in this industry, it questions everything and settles for nothing. Talent today does not stay, as I said already, for a job description, but sadly, inexperience often makes them opt for money as a measure. They do this far too early in the game, and those who play that game, you must let them carry on, because there's no point trying to keep them with more money. Wrong move if you're a leader. As a result, there is also this extreme rapid rise of the lack of loyalty. So if you're in your job today and below 40, remember your manager must have learned a bitter lesson in the past, especially during the trauma years of COVID, and it's probably traumatized permanently their ability to actually function as managers. But one thing they don't expect from you anymore is loyalty. But resilience is what will make you survive in this VUCA world. Have the resilience and make sure that that resilience is visible when you deal with a client. There are rumors that I am a practitioner in crisis management. But today, crisis has also changed. Crisis is no longer about just saving face. It is about the very survival of your business. The policy framework today moves at a pace that most companies have never experienced before. While professing recognition of the way business and markets function, governments today face immense pressure. This pressure is from citizens who are not just consumers, but also so-called commentators. So governments have to move quickly for their fragile popularity and for their eventual survival. So policies get altered in new time frames which we never expected before. These time frames were previously measured in years, no longer. Today, a crisis can alter an entire industry faster than you can change, or even Piyush could change, the punchline of an ad. And some of you here will know what I'm talking about in the context of today's crisis. So, as you take on bigger roles, please understand that influence no longer comes just from media. It forms in the corridors. It does not form in the blocks and bhavans. It happens sometimes on social media. The war rooms matter a lot more. Boardrooms still matter a lot, but conference rooms don't matter at all. So get real life experience, read the energy, the hesitation, and also the hope. So let me just say one line in conclusion, since it says in red, time's up. Step into your journey with a clear conviction and a steady hand. Lead like the world is listening to hear you fall, because that's what the world is listening for. But somewhere in the future, the people you inspire will already be grateful. They are grateful for the choices that you make today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cherian. Could I please request you to kindly join me in the center stage, in the center of the stage for the next few seconds? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe a bigger, better, bolder round of applause is in order to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your time and your valuable insights. Joining us on stage is the founder at Van Vivaha Exportainment. Please put your hands together for Mr. Tej Lamba. The procedure to clap is super simple. All we need to do is bring both of our palms together, just like that, right? Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you. Time for special session. Join me as I welcome the founder and president, Center for Digital Economy Policy Research on redefining the Artificial Intelligence Playbook. Please put your hands together for Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much, Srimanjit, and thanks for inviting me over. It's wonderful to be in the company of giants like Dilip and Anurag and everybody else. So let me start with, it's a topic which can take hours, and as my former students at IIT would say, I'm an automatic talking machine. So trying to get such a complex issue in 16 minutes will be a bit of a challenge, and I'll try to live up to that challenge. Starting with, what Dilip said, don't trust AI. Absolutely correct. It's a hallucination, right? But the question also arises, can we trust humans? At the end of the day, we have seen the kind of stories that have been spun. In fact, this morning we see a lovely chill outside mixed with a deep amount of pollution. What's the narration? That the agricultural pollution is contributing to only 16% of the annualized pollution. What's wrong with that statement? Because the pollution happens in only 4 months. Why are we dividing it by 12 months? Right? And with that context, the nuclear bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was almost like a Diwali pataka if you divide it by 75, 80 years, right? Did AI think it through? No, as of now, it's human intelligence. Do you think AI can figure that out? In today's capability of AI, I doubt that. And therefore, there is a lot of role that humans continue to have in PR, in communication, and so on and so forth. If Anurag, you mentioned about singularity. What does singularity look like? What does singularity mean? All of you are wearing these smart rings, watches, this and that. Now, I want to sell Pepsi to you or some other nice cola drink to you. And I would like to figure out what really excites you, right? Now you get excited by bright light and your smartwatch tells me your heart rate has gone up because you like bright light or you like nice music. I can actually give you a personalized nice music along with the Coke or whatever drink to have an associative cognition which is positive for you, customized, personalized at a mass scale. That's where singularity is moving towards. I can capture you in a 360-degree environment on a continuous basis. You like something in the morning, I will associate that liking in the morning. You like something else in the evening, I'll switch. As AI, I can do that, right? And therefore, the possibilities that we're talking about are humongous, multidimensional, and extremely challenging for us to fathom how we take things forward. Keeping in mind that humans can't be taken out. Humans are important in this whole equation, and therefore, what is the journey we are talking about? How did we really evolve in terms of communication? You would have seen those cave paintings, right? That was communication. A few 100,000 years later, somebody invented writing, and the great king Ashoka went around putting stone edicts all over the country, right? That was communication, right? Then came out paper. Stone you can't move around, right? Paper came in and you could move the papers around, and therefore there was a larger communication. Then obviously we know what happened post that, computing, internet, and now there is AI. So it's a continuum. But having said that, have you noticed that outside of this hotel, it's still written on stone, what's the name of this hotel? What that basically means is that nothing has been left. We're using new tools, it's getting added up to the previous tools. We're still writing on paper. I have these notes that I've written on a piece of paper. So we'll continue to use stone, and we'll continue to use AI as we move forward. All of these channels will continue in tandem. And therefore what will happen is a technology such as AI will start using all these medium in parallel. Technology will reach out to you through obviously the internet, through the smartphones. A lot of you are deep into the smartphones, through the internet, through your phones, through your watches, through your rings, through your smart glasses, through everything that's smart out there, it'll try and reach out to you. Through the way the traffic light is communicating to you, through how this lighting is being done. Again, same issue. If you have something in your hand, which is what I want to promote, I'll make the light brighter. If I want to demarcate something, I'll make the light dimmer. Whenever the light is brighter, you will like it. And I can do it because AI can do it. So I'll go through a few more examples. I had a long set of things put in, but I'll just stop once the time is over. So let me take another example of what AI can and can't do. We had a client which needed to help auto rickshaw drivers in carrying more cargo. Essentially what happened was that because of e-commerce, the auto rickshaw drivers were missing out on travel because you wouldn't go to Lajpat Nagar and buy your stuff. You would go to online and you will order stuff, and therefore what was happening, the auto rickshaw drivers were losing out in terms of rides, and at a mass scale, because just people moved into Blinkit, into Zepto, and obviously Amazon and Flipkart. And therefore we figured out that the corporates are missing out, and therefore there was a problem with corporates and there was a problem from the auto rickshaw drivers. What we essentially did was take the example of the auto rickshaw drivers and push that. And that helped in, as we speak, a transition happening wherein you can take the auto rickshaws and you can actually supply your e-commerce packages through the auto rickshaws. Because we said if e-commerce is damaging auto rickshaws, their rides, can we convert e-commerce into a mechanism for providing the last mile? And therefore, auto rickshaws can get more rides from e-commerce. That meant a lot of regulatory changes and so on. The summary of the story is that, would AI have figured that out? No, I doubt. Not at least in today's technology, right? It's complex. There are multiple issues. If I go into details, the Honorable Minister said the design of the retrofit of the auto rickshaw has to be such that the state governments cannot intervene, because if they can intervene, they will start pushing these auto rickshaw drivers and extracting disproportionate money out of them. And so the design philosophy was driven by state center power. And those are the challenges which I doubt whether an AI will be able to figure out. So human intelligence will be needed. And as you have all seen, once you have analyzed, then you feed it to the AI or ChatGPT or whatever, and you start getting the inputs from these systems, which then gives you the idea of what needs to be done. In fact, the other day I was with one of these major news channels, and the debate and the counter acquisition, which was essentially bantering going on, not really serious stuff, that, hey, your copies are all completely from AI. And the other person was saying that, no, I give it to AI, they come out with something, I take the advice from that and I write on my own. So it's not an AI-generated solution. And that's another challenge. There is faster and faster communication coming out from AI, and senior folks in the companies are using that, but also needs to have a human touch. So that's a paradox. And all of us have seen that if you just take the text and most of what's coming out in today's news, if you feed it back into AI checker, 80-90% is AI generated, right? And all of us are aware of it. Any of you know who is Sama? No? Sama? Qatar Airways? Sama is the brand ambassador of Qatar Airways. And she's a very, very sharp person. She's able to speak to 100,000 of the passengers at the same time. She's also a cabin crew. She also goes for vacations and talks about how those vacations were because of Qatar Airways. And she's got over 1 million followers. And if you look at today's Economic Times, and I made sure it is today's Economic Times because I would be outdated by tomorrow, it says that 73% of consumers for travel are driven by the online influencers. And if you are under 40, then 84% of you are being influenced by the online influencers. Now imagine if these online influencers are AI bots, which is what's happening very, very, very rapidly. And they're able to personalize the communication to you based on who you are, right? And we are all aware of how you're being mapped in a 360-degree manner. Now the bots are reaching out to you, and your travel and your decisions are being driven by these bots. So let me break it down in a little more structured manner. So AI is not just a channel, it's an intermediary between the sender and receiver, between the brand and the consumer, between the government and citizen, and also what Dilip said, between truth and perception, right? So most of communication is, at the end of the day, perception. Now you have to have that fine balance between truth and perception. You break that trust once, and then you are in deep trouble. So how many of you think that in future, most of the PR will be driven by machines and interpreted by machines? It will be machines talking to machines. And I'll give you the context, because when you look at, let's say, Google, you're getting a summary at the top, right? Hundreds of bots are generating content out there, and what you're doing, I don't care what they've written at the bottom, give me the gist, and the gist comes out. So there are bots speaking in this side, there's bots speaking at your side, and then you're getting the summary. So back to my question, how many of you do you think in future that all communication will be between bots and bots? And I saw one hand going up, yeah? So only 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah? So yes, that's going to happen. And therefore, one of the reasons why that's also going to happen is because the cost of PR is coming down to zero, right? Coming down to zero. Those who have done calculus understands that what that means is not zero. It's coming sharply down in an exponential manner. And therefore, you can generate an enormous amount of content. Can the human mind process that? Let's say I'm interested in, I don't know, heels, right? And the moment I say heels, there'll be 1 million stuff coming out, and anything and everything that I want will be coming out. Not only that, it'll then go back into production also, because I'll start having personalized production. I'll have the one heel that I like. Well, I don't wear heels, but whoever likes heels, they will get that one single heel. So it is from the PR side, from the communication side, back to the production side. That's the kind of linkage that will start happening. And it's obviously not happening now. It was being forecasted. In fact, I used to write about these articles called Extreme Communication. Subir over here has helped me publish some of those articles way back, 8, 9, 10 years back, where we said, look, extreme communication, extreme automation, this is going to change many of the aspects of industry, of how we live, interact, work, and how our jobs are getting transformed. Then we come to the issue of how AI is rewiring the communication stack. There are now multiple AI agents from the draft content. So, you've heard of agentic AI, all of us have heard of that. From drafting the content to the personalization of the tone based on which age group you're looking at, down to which person you're looking at, right? So if you're looking at teenagers, we always would have this problem that who is our target group, because our communication has to be to that target group and we can only have 1 or 2 target groups. Well, no, with AI you can have more, because now everybody has their own device, everybody is being touched in a different way, and therefore you will have multiple draft contents, you'll have multiple personalization. What timing, right? If you send messages at 9 in the morning, which is what we have been saying for social media, that's not going to touch the kids because they're in school. So you can actually release these messages based on different timings which are optimal for different target groups that you're looking at. You can start predicting reactions, and based on the reactions, you can create the feedback loop. Did the person like it? They didn't like it. In fact, one of the examples that Simranjit was talking about right in the beginning was how to communicate that you appreciate whatever is being said. Is you take a hand and you put it on the table and you clap, because you are in a handicapped situation, your other hand is looking at the phone or holding a glass of water. Now the same thing, if you use AI, look at the possibilities. You can actually clap in the phone itself and you can hear the clapping sound in the system, or based on your facial expression, the system can figure out how many of you are appreciating it, and therefore the clap can come out automatically. Right? So you don't need to really spend your hand clapping and so on and so forth. So every single thing will be disrupted, will become highly accelerated, and can happen at different levels. Why do we need the clapping in this room? Because we are physically meeting. How do we clap in Facebook? The like button, right? So there will be this whole spectrum of just the aspect of appreciation, the clapping part of it. And then capturing that feedback, which is the clapping, and then figuring out how do I need to give back the next messaging that I need to give to this target group. And that's where AI starts coming in, because you do it at huge scale at a mass personalization level. And therefore the auto respond and the goof ups, right? Somebody says, great Indigo, I spent 10 hours in the airport thanks to you, right? And you have all seen the responses to that, right? Welcome, we strive to provide you the best services possible. Those are the minefields that AI has to traverse through. Now that is as of 2025 December. Every 2-3 months, the leaps and bounds that AI is having, leading to what Anurag was mentioning, the singularity, where all of these issues will be taken care of. And it says time's up, so I will not take more time than that, because we can continue taking these examples and go on for a few more hours. But essentially, AI will accelerate communication. It will amplify narratives. In fact, imagine using AI for politics, right? And therefore, the issues of ethics will be coming in. I'm able to change your view using algorithms. Is that correct or not correct? How is that different from a politician standing on a chowraha in a village and changing your views? How is that different from blue whale sitting 10,000 miles away and forcing you to harm yourself? So these are ethical issues that will start coming up. It'll automate execution, right? Automate execution. Look at the words that I'm choosing, because thinking will still be yours. You may use AI to give you ideas. At the end of the day, it will be your decision, your wisdom, which will be coming in. But it cannot replace moral courage. Should I? Shouldn't I? Empathy, wisdom, and the purpose. So in an AI-saturated world, the scariest resource, in my view, will not be data or content, but it will be trust. And trust is built by humans. It's not between machines. Thank you. Thanks, and I hope you got a great...
Thank you. Rightly said, Dr. Bhattacharya. In a world, can I please request you to stay back with us on the stage? In a world where even humans need to become a little bit more human, why are we so obsessed with humanizing artificial intelligence? Thank you for your take on that. Quickly, requesting to join us on stage, techno-regulatory strategist, corporate governance leader, and certified independent director to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf. Please put your hands together for Ms. Ritu Mathur. And I'm certain, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day you'll be taking multiple pictures, videos. In case you are planning on posting these pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mathur. How about a round of applause? Come on. Time for us to address the elephant in the room with the first panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about artificial intelligence, join me as I welcome our esteemed panel. Please put your hands together for the Executive Director at AdFactors PR, Mr. Nikhil Dey. Joining us on stage is the founder at Comirati. Please put your hands together for Arathi Mukherjee. Hi, good morning. Very good morning, everyone over here. The procedure to clap is super simple, right? We can participate. Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mukherjee, for joining us. Up next, the Executive Vice President and Head Corporate Brand and Communications at Jindal Steel Limited. Please welcome Arpana Kumar Ahuja. Up next, the PR and Strategic Communications Advisor. Please welcome Mr. Anup Sharma. Our final panelist, the Communications Specialist at Syngenta Group IT Digital. Please welcome Tehseen Zaidi. Ms. Zaidi, after we are done with the panel discussion, I'm going to need the contact information of your designer because you look absolutely stunning. Completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the founder at Compass Communications. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rafi Q. Khan. और जैसा सदी के महानायक कहते हैं, घड़ियाल जी बिल्कुल आपके सामने हैं, तो kindly be mindful. Thank you.
Good morning. We've started late, and today I'm very happy because of the panel composition that I have. It is 50-50. There are 50% of us who are beautiful ladies and 50% of us are gents. So that's a good thing. And I think anybody sitting here doesn't need any introduction, so I'll go right into it, and since we have less time. So, Aarti, you need no introduction. You've handled crisis communication, reputation management, brand sustainability, and crisis resilience as well. And you've done it from the age where we used to be on typewriters to today where we are discussing AI and the fact that it's the elephant in the room. So in your experience particularly, with crisis communication and reputation turnaround management across sectors, what shifts have you seen in the recent past with the advent of AI in this entire mix?
Thanks for that, Rafi, and pleasure to be here and good to see such a huge crowd here. So I think from crisis point of view, let's take a step back and see where the world is today. And I think the previous sessions we've heard a lot about it. I call it contextual unification, coming from the fact that we all as humans are exposed to so much of information across different channels on a daily basis. All that is coming together with technology, whether that's AI, whether that's Web3, whether that's going to be in the future quantum. And coming back to crisis, right now as we speak, I think if you look at how data will shift the game for even management or communications for crisis, whether that's predictive analytics, whether that's looking at how you can build scenarios for yourself to see how you want to address those situations, I think that's going to be a big thing, and that's already happening. We already have a lot of monitoring tools, sentiment analysis, and AI is making that even much bigger and better and faster. Speed is going to be of the essence, so that takes me to the next point of real time, not just analytics, but also real-time communications. Personalization when it comes to crisis and how you can actually address different people with different situations in the crisis environment. If you also look at risk management, we do have a lot of dashboards today which evaluates and assesses what's the situation on the ground across different stakeholders in a live scenario when you're actually going through a crisis situation. Which influencer is talking more, which influencer is getting divorced or getting influenced by somebody else, whether that's policy, regulatory, or actual situation on the ground. So you can actually personalize your communication to that specific individual to address their specific needs. So that's the benefit that AI brings to the table. But having said that, yes, I don't think it's an elephant in the room, it's an enabler. It empowers all of us to do things differently, reimagine ourselves in a much, much more predictive, proactive way. And at the same time, I think we have to keep in mind, and I think Jayjeet mentioned that as well, we have to have human in the loop for everything. Because that's where the wisdom of our brain comes in, that's one, our intellect. But having said that, it's also this whole aspect of ethics. There's a lot of bias today, for instance, even on AI channels, because it's more skewed towards male commentary, because of the nature of what the engine is getting fed in. So as a result, there are now tools that are being developed across the world where biases will also be removed. But having said that, it's still early days. Yes, we have an evolution process to take it to the next level, and those are learnings that will go along the way. And so influence and trust and reputation, I think those are the three pillars on which every brand will need to operate on. Managing yourselves with character and influence, even in a crisis. We've seen that how brands actually evolve and come out of that with flying colors. I know it was mentioned about other crises that have happened more recently, but I'm not going to mention brands. I'm going to stay away from that part. But I think that's the way the shift of crisis with the advent of AI is happening. It's going to be helping all of us to move to the next level. And yes, we have to reimagine ourselves, reimagine the discipline, reimagine everything that we are trying to do. In fact, at CSNA, that's one of my partners internationally, we're a Belgium-based firm. We are in the process of actually trying to see how we can look at building predictive analytics into actual response creation. Today, we do have ChatGPT Perplexity for regular information craft. But how do you do that for a crisis situation? Because what you put in will be what you will get out, but with a lot more analytics behind it. So if in a live situation, imagine you have a dashboard of the entire ecosystem, and you're feeding in what each person is actually talking about, what is the kind of response you should give in that situation so that it gives some level of influence creation and management of the situation on the ground? Those are aspects that we're actually trying to see how it can be addressed. So I'll stop here. There's a lot more I can say, but I think there are more panelists here. We have to hear them as well. Thank you.
Nikhil, let me come to you after what Aarti has said, and as someone who's been shaping council, strategic changes, what do you think should be some of the priority items that we as communicators need to integrate, which is built on AI, so that we remain indispensable rather than being viewed as content creators?
Yeah, thanks, Rafi, and good morning, folks. Or is it good afternoon now? Lovely to see all of you. You ended your question on the note of public relations and our discipline being rooted in content creation. And I think that if we look at our role as content creators only, it would be very limiting. And I would say that that's the opportunity that AI gives us, because content always plays in a context. And the ability to use AI smartly to understand that context is where I think the opportunity lies for our profession, the public relations profession, because the speed at which content can be created, and we're all using it right now, we're having fun with it, a lot of the tools are free, is resulting in what I call the fast foodization of the content game. And when fast food first came, we loved it. We gorged on it, and it was cheap, and it was easy, and it was tasty, and that's what's happening right now with content. It is easy, it is fun, there's so many tools, and more are going to come. And that's going to create this problem of plenty where we are going to start bulging in the midriff, like all those who gorged on the fast food. And if we don't be careful over there, we are going to get into this trap where we are suddenly going to find ourselves saying, oh, this is not healthy for me, this is not good for me, I need to find a healthier way to operate. So this parallel, when I look at it from the PR lens, I would say there are two pieces. One is, as enterprise leaders, all of us in some way will have a span of control. What can we do to enable the reputation business to flourish? And the other is as individuals. How are we as individuals going to use this opportunity and this tool? And I will give you an example to bring this home. I would say I'll give you a personal example because I think that's more important today, because any of you can put into any tool right now what is the threat and danger of AI and get much more wisdom than I could offer you. But what you can't get is the personal narrative that I can offer. So very recently, my son got married last week. And I was invited to be the officiant. And the first thing I was like, oh shit, this sounds scary, this sounds tough, but no worries. ChatGPT is there, Perplexity is there, and all the AI tools are there. So I can use that to help craft the narrative, the content. And then I suddenly said, you know what, is that what the couple want from me? I may get the best words, but are they my words? At the same time, I did use AI very, very effectively, which was to understand in the state that I was getting them married in US, was it legal for me to be an officiant? So I did a lot of research using AI to understand what was okay, what was not okay. And this is where I talk about delegation. I delegated that work to my AI partner, but what I didn't delegate was the actual writing of the content. I used my own experiences of the couple to make it meaningful to them. So there's delegation, and then there is abdication. And I think that the line between these two, we have to be very, very careful. The temptation to abdicate so much of work outside of what we should be is high, and currently it's possible to do. So maybe I'll end on that note saying that as we start embracing the opportunity, we must figure out where to delegate and where not to abdicate, because if we abdicate, we are letting go of that humanness that we all talked about. The humanness that I brought to that event was my own anecdotes of that couple. So this is a very personal example, but there are work examples that relate in the same way, but I'll probably come back to that later. So I'll leave you with that thought. Let's not abdicate our responsibility, but let's smartly delegate and use AI to enhance the public relations profession. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Arpana, let me come to you because this is quite relevant in what both of them have spoken, and realizing that you've been leading corporate communications at a large scale in various organizations. What, in your opinions, are the structures and skills that us as communicators must have within our teams or within the function so that AI actually becomes a strategic co-pilot rather than, as we talked about, content creator or be a soulless provider of content?
Thanks, Rafi, and a very good afternoon to everybody. Couldn't think of a better Monday morning than to be here and not in office. A room full of, and a stage full of friends, a room full of so many familiar faces and new people to be met. But to bringing back to your question, Rafi, you know, I was just taking notes from the first few sessions and listening to what Nikhil said, Aarti said. Some of the words: experience, access, resourcefulness, empathy, wisdom, moral courage, purpose, right? What does this all get red-threaded to in an organization and as somebody who heads communications? Essentially, I think any organization, it's all about how do we protect that human capital. It's all about the human judgment and how do we protect that. I will speak from my example, my own organization. We have a cross-functional team where I, along with my chief AI officer, the head of my IT and legal, we have a cross-functional team where we've come together and are looking at what are the guardrails, whether it's even from a crisis and risk management perspective, what are the early, warning signals that we can preempt, how do we use that? Our crisis playbook has a very updated AI-defined crisis rule book, deep fakes, etc. How do we tackle that? Those are living realities for each one of us. And I think from my team perspective, I think it's hygiene to know the tool and prompt management. What I'm looking for them and I'm training them, and the new talent that I'm looking at is how do you interpret not just say content, but the data that's coming out. So I think it's a combination of both of those elements that's very important. And I think we've been hearing and we're talking about co-pilot, right? You have to learn how to fly to have a co-pilot. Otherwise, it's autopilot, and that's where the crashes happen. So the elephant in the room is not our ability to use AI. It's actually our inability to reimagine ourselves. So as long as we can reimagine and understand that technology is only going to amplify, human intelligence, and we still have the courage, like the narrative courage and the moral compass, I think that's where you have a win-win.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aparna. Very interestingly, now I'm switching the question to something that we are known to do and do every day, because we have Anup with us, who has the experience of designing communication that resonates across various cultures, local to national to international. And therefore, the question that I have for you, Anup, is what do you see as imperatives in storytelling, and what is it that AI can make us do better? And some pitfalls that may be there, especially if you look at from the context of, making your messages out on the same subject to different kinds of audiences whose sensibilities are different.
Thanks, Rafi, and good afternoon, everybody. Before I answer, I'll take you back to roughly like 28 years back. Two of my esteemed panelists were there in a different capacity. I used to work for a company, we were doing the marketing services for solutions, was doing that for CNBC. And the agency side was Nikhil Day, who spoke about truth trust in a different capacity right now. So that time, internet was something new which has come. And I think we would be one of the first ones to try an internet quiz. When anything on digital was not, word is not there, so internet quiz. So there, we said, okay, it's very easy, we'll do the quiz, questions will come, and people will do. We tried to work on the solution. So Nikhil, that time he was heading a PR firm, and they were partners. He said that all is fine. What happens if the internet, this connection breaks? Now, honestly, we didn't have a clue, the technology team. So he said, but okay, there is a solution. We can manage the media in a different format. So instead of inviting all the media, like a press briefing where things are live, he said there is something called wire service, which is PTI, Reuters, etc. We'll try and work on it. So that was the first time I learned, okay, narratives can be managed. You don't have to cheat, you don't have to say wrong. But how you portray it, how you put it. So that was the time when I first learned there. And good that, Rafi, that you are using a notepad, because on the screen, if you see, there is something which says, there's something called fax machine. I think some of the seniors like us would know, the gray hairs. Okay? But, okay, basically, it says that, does anybody know how to operate a fax machine? Now, that is something which is there. From there, now, if you see, today, if you open today's newspaper, Hindustan Times, which you see, now how things have changed. Things have changed today, the newspaper, you don't have to open the newspaper. What does the newspaper say? It says, breaking news. So on the screen says, I will tell you how to break news. So basically, the newspaper saying, you don't have to open the news, you scan it, I will make a synopsis with something. Apna said that today they have the newsroom, she sits with the AI team and they do that. So my friends, the problem is if we don't evolve from what Nikhil taught me that time, from a fax stroke internet to what we call digital and social, you really need to do. So the two things which are very, very important we're seeing is that today news or any information, they don't come in the manner which we want. It goes from search has become now there's a term which has started coming in the communication side, it's zero click. So they don't want you to click. They will make the synopsis. And if they make the synopsis, are we doing right? I'm sure we will. I mean, there's an elephant in the room. That time also it was there. From what we heard earlier, that in the stone, it was written, the name of the hotel to Rafi and few of us using paper sheets. It will be there. What is important is that, are we prompting right? I mean, again, on the screen, you will say, what we want from AI, but is it coming? So Rafi, on the storytelling side, it is, you really need to know the face which you want to decipher. Use it. Like Nikhil used that he wanted his son's wedding to happen in a particular format when he was, sorry, what was the word, Nikhil, you were saying? Officiating. So he was officiating. He used the data or the information which was right for the occasion from an AI, but it cannot be there. Right, from Dilip, everybody said. So you today, if you don't use AI in the regular format, you are dead. Trust me, you are dead. Because even your tomb, that stone will now be a digital screen. It will say that here lies in priest. So I rest my peace for this right now.
Thank you, Anup. Tehseen, now this leads me to the question that I wanted to ask you, because I believe that you've done strategic communication across various industries and across functions of public policy and things like that. And I remember the discussion that I had with you where you said AI is something that is already being part of this entire process. So what I wanted to ask you is, in the communications workflow, should one comfortably use AI today? What are some of the things that we can do to enhance authenticity, accuracy, and trust within this AI world? Because there is information coming from everywhere. We talked about bots and things like that. So what can a communicator who's running this department do as far as this is concerned?
Thank you, Rafi sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have heard views from all the experts. What I will say that we should use AI as an enabler, as a co-pilot with authenticity, credibility. So we can't fully bank on AI. In our organization, like I was discussing earlier, we do give AI trainings. We do, of course, use AI as our extended team member, as an enabler, but we never rely on AI, because in this era of deepfakes, and I'll give you a live example, that while we were taking a session on AI for our employees in a global town hall, and we were talking about deepfakes, agentic AI, all those, all of us got a mail in our mailbox, and it was a deep fake in the group CEO's voice. And that is when we had to pause and think that where are we heading towards. So as the topic says that AI is an enabler, a co-pilot, but not the elephant in the room. AI, yes, can do wonders if we use it ethically, authentically, and we use it as our assistant, as an extended team member. And to add to that, in our organization, we don't use ChatGPT. It's not allowed on our systems. What we have is our own Syngenta app, which is called SynGPT. That is to protect our data. We have a full AI team who keeps giving us updates, but then we screen it very carefully. We, of course, do cross-check, verify everything, because in this digital era, you can't solely bank on a machine. So what I'm trying to say is that, AI will never be able to replace communicators, but those who don't evolve with AI would get replaced, because each day the trends are changing. Every day is a new learning day. Every day you get up in the morning and you see one new app coming, one new technology taking over. So as communicators being into the business, if you don't update yourself, you don't upgrade yourselves, you will not even realize when you will be out of the business. And I say it with great responsibility, because yes, AI is taking center stage, but I will never call it the elephant in the room. I will always maintain that it's the enabler, it's the co-pilot, and we are the masters. In a complex business system where we work, where as communicators, as public policy experts, we are the ones who are responsible for the narrative of the organization, who are responsible for all the crisis communications. We can't really bank on AI. Yes, something which you have to do as a human, as a communicator, is verify all the facts, get all your facts right, get all the information collected, write your own story. And I'm a former journalist. I will still say that I never take help of AI in writing my original story, because my original words, my thoughts will never come up through AI. Yes, what I will do is I will use it ethically, morally, for some grammar corrections, to add some value to it, to polish it, because once it's available, why not use it? But again, if we do any AI-driven work, it's a machine. It will not be able to give the kind of trust, the kind of authenticity, and the kind of value which is really required. As communicators, one of our job is aligning communication goal with business objectives. How an AI will be able to understand your business goals until and unless you do a market research. AI can be your best friend in mapping the data for you, in giving you all the information, but then it's our skill how we are using it, how as a master we are using AI, I will say that word. What are the prompts we are giving? And if I come to anecdotes, I have seen many of my team members who don't know how to give the right prompt. And when the end result is there, one can easily make out this is not done by a human, this is not done by a communicator, this is purely AI work. And that is where we all have to draw a line basically on how to keep pace with this digital world, with AI, upgrade ourselves, update ourselves every day, use it to the best of our work and for the betterment of our organization, as an assistant, as a co-pilot, as an enabler, but don't give charge to AI for everything. The day you give charge to AI for everything, you will end up having a disaster for yourself, for the organization. So if when we talk about crisis communications, I deal with a lot of crisis day in, day out. So if you give that job to AI, how will an AI understand what the sentiments of the stakeholders on ground is? What is the online sentiment? What is the government point of view? That only a seasoned communicator will be able to tell. What AI can do is give you research, pull the data, give you the sentiments online, but how you use it, how you create your narrative, and in our terminology as a communicator, how you prepare that holding statement, how you prepare that brief, that depends upon how you humanize it, how you do the market research yourself, the on-ground research yourself. Another aspect of it is leadership training, which is very important these days, because what you speak and what goes on public platforms is the message from the organization. So AI can't train your leaders. It's you who understand each leader's potential, what the business requirements are, what that particular leader needs to speak, to be authentic, to be truthful, and of course, to be representing the work the company is doing. So all that involves human intervention, and that only a seasoned communicator will do. So with this, I will again say that AI will not replace communicators, but the communicators who will not evolve, upskill themselves, and use AI ethically, morally, will be replaced soon. With this, I end my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I just have a sort of a thing to throw here, and I want all of you to answer it in 1 or 2 minutes. There are 2 points that come up always when we are discussing AI. One is the fear that are we automating the things that we used to do manually earlier, which is, and is that impacting the way we are thinking? That's part 1. And part 2 is that if we are using AI to predict, to analyze, to give us dashboards, are we going to come to a stage where most of us will start reacting to that dashboard and leave the other instincts apart? Or in the future, those instincts, as you spoke about, Arpana, experience, courage, purpose, which comes through age as well, will continue to dominate, and AI will just be a tool and not something to fear as we all are today?
Rafi, if I may just, in fact, Anup and I were at a conference earlier last week where Harit Nagpal, who heads Startup Play, had a very interesting analogy to draw here, which I'd like to repeat for this audience. Technology has, earlier we used to have dates, used to go to friends who had friends or your elder siblings or somebody where you could meet more people, and that's how you would date. Now comes your, then came the websites and the matrimonial sites, and then the dating apps, swipe left, swipe right. So you meet people through that, things get serious, and you want to commit. That's when the families come into play. No AI, no dating app is going to come, convince, right? That's where the human element of convincing your parents and the extended families, because it's not two people getting married, it's always families getting married. That element will always remain. There is absolutely no technology that can take over that.
You mentioned that very nicely, and in fact, if you see on the screen, like what's happening today, is the audience is flirting between reels and entertainment. I mean, that's something which is there. So this is the thing where AI is being pushed a lot by, how the narratives are being pushed. I mean, we know one thing starts and then it just leads. So it is all the prompts which are doing. So the question for communicators is that, are you as an audience going from entertainment to reels and missing out on the main agenda? So, because these things keep happening, I mean, like they say that, whatever is happening on the social media, people will keep talking about it, but ultimately, it is what is the fact which will only come when, there is certain stuff which are there written. And like Aarti said that, I mean, the bias part, like if you do like a search on king, chances are very high that you will get somebody wearing a big crown and a white person. And similarly, if you do a beautiful girl, it is almost always right now a white girl. I mean, Barbie, they did a whole series around it. So these are certain stuff which is there, which are very, very important, that for a storytelling, you really need to have the facts written, and what, like you said, that you have to keep seeding those things. Otherwise, it will keep going. I mean, it will not be there, because let's be honest, truth is something which will only come after some time, and that gets embedded. Yeah.
If I may just add also, I think in this world of acceleration, speed is becoming so much faster for everything across all disciplines. AI is actually helping you distill all of that in real time really quickly, so that for leaders or for any business to make decisions faster is becoming that much better. And in that spirit, I think AI is going to help us in that direction. So it's all about predictive, proactive, but at the same time, when you're talking about real time, that's where the human wisdom, or the whole aspect of us thinking and imagining, or creating the right kind of frameworks, or addressing it in the right manner so that ethics is maintained, trust is retained, and reputation is managed in the right spirit. And that's where the power of the brand, power of influence for any organization or individuals as brands themselves, as personal brands, will thrive in the world as we move along.
I'll build on the anecdote that RP gave about Harit and the family and how it comes together. But this time I said I will stay away from marriage. I will stick to a work environment. Last month, I was invited by a very large client of ours to submit a proposal for a crisis management workshop. And it was a very, very detailed brief, beautifully articulated. So I did what all of us do. I took the brief, I put it into AI, and I said, can you create a proposal? And I now know how to remove the M dashes and to try and add a few words to make it sound human appropriate. And it was a beautiful looking proposal. I mean, better than I could have created, honestly. And before I was going to press the send button to the client, and this was your question, right? Are we outsourcing everything, and what about the friction of work? I said, shit, if they buy this proposal, I'm going to be standing in a room with 30 leaders, and I'm going to have to deliver this damn workshop which AI has created. Because AI is not going to deliver it. Nikhil Day has to deliver it. I said, okay, pause. Now let me look at it. It was really interesting to see all the new ideas. So I'm glad that I looked at the new ideas, but I'm equally glad that I just didn't press send. So I literally started from scratch again, using all my own experience of structuring workshops, of knowing what works, of which exercises will work, and knowing the client, and knowing what would work for them, which that context the AI didn't have. And then I used the AI only to figure out new case examples, because my case examples were dated. So I said, can you give me new, interesting case examples that I can then take into the room, which are sector specific to that client. So I'm so glad that I didn't abdicate, that I delegated. But that friction and that smartness to say that, look, I got to put in some hard work. I can't just take the easy route, I think is a reminder to myself through this example and to all of us that, and the workshop went really well. So, that's it.
So yeah, just quickly on that, AI will write the lines, the humans will make meaning out of it.
Well said.
I just wanted to add that, also keep in mind that there's a future that we're moving towards. And that's where the world of agentic AI will come in. And yes, outsourcing will become that much more, which means that once the engines have that much more of data, imagine the power that it can give you as individuals as well. And yes, the human element will stay, and you will have to do the checks and balances for yourself to see what you can deliver, what you can't. But I think you should prepare yourself, skill yourself for the world of agentic AI as well, even in communications as a function.
Desi?
Yeah, so very quickly, as my mentor Dilip Cherian said, don't romanticize AI. So why he said, I'll give a very funny example, an anecdote from last week. I received an invitation from a very, very senior person from ministry saying, please be there at this time, at this venue and all. So because I respect him, I called him, I said, sir, I'm waiting. You said it will be a gathering of around 28 leaders. Where are we? He said, oh, I was sitting in that corner of the world and I took AI's help to refine the message, and because of the time zone, instead of Monday, it took Tuesday. So it has already happened. So this is the harm AI is going to do to all of us. With this, I will end that the future belongs to communicators who evolve with AI without losing the authenticity that only humans can deliver. So be human. Use your wisdom, use AI as a co-pilot, as an enabler, is what I will say. Thank you.
Well, time is up, and I'll end with just one line for all of us who are sitting here. I think the elephant is in the room. So either the elephant is going to squeeze you and you won't be able to breathe, or you utilize the advantages that that elephant offers you to increase your capabilities, then there is no job threat that you'll ever have from AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward for a quick group picture? Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedules, gracing the occasion, and sharing your valuable insights. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the opportunity to add to your pool of knowledge, each and every one of you stands a chance to win some exciting Amazon vouchers. I am talking about a lucky draw that is to be conducted post-lunch, जिसके results आपको मिलेंगे आज शाम 4 बजे. Thank you very much. Thank you. So stay tuned with us for the lucky draw. Stay back with us. My sincerest apologies. Picture के बाद एक बहुत important segment है. Can I please request everyone to join us back on the stage? Joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf is the Corporate Governance Leader and Certified Independent Director. Please welcome Ms. Ritu Mathur. तालियों के साथ, of course. Requesting the moderator and the remaining panelists to kindly join us back on the stage. Mr. Khan, apart from a verbal thank you, we also believe in materials and we have a materialistic thank you as well. There's absolutely no denying in the craze and the importance of social media. So I'm certain through the course of the day, you'll take multiple pictures, videos. In case you are planning on posting these pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag 30under30. Thanks a lot then. Thank you. You all may kindly be seated. Thank you. As I said, we love to take pictures. Now, my role, apart from conducting the flow of event, is also to ensure that the audience is in the best of the spirits. तो मैं अगले जो शब्द कहने वाली हूँ हो सकता है थोड़े से अटपटे लगे लेकिन उन्हें मान लीजिएगा फटाफट से बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप और अब दूसरी तरफ बैठे इंसान से हाथ मिलाइए और उनसे पूछिए कैसे हैं आप Lovely. Or up with a round of applause, let me know, register your excitement that you are ready and set for the next session. On the count of 3, 2, 1, come on. Quite the energy. With this, we head towards the next session, that is the fireside chat to talk about communications on purpose, building meaning, trust, and impact. Joining us on stage is the founder at On Purpose. Please welcome Girish Balachandran. With a big round of applause. Come on. In conversation with the Assistant Vice President Corporate Communications at TS Group, please put your hands together for Ms. Jyotsna Dash Nanda.
interesting. When Parul called me today in the morning to say that I should come and moderate the fireside chat with Girish, and it was about 8:30 in the morning, I said, no, I don't think I can do that. But when she said, Girish, then I said, okay, fine. I think Girish does some adorable work, and I love the work that he does. So I said, okay, and I think I know him reasonably well to be able to do this. By the way, how many of you understand what purpose or communication or purposeful communication is? What is it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Does anybody know what work Girish does? Okay, so Girish came into the country. He was there in London, if I'm correct. And he came into the country at a time when the 2% earmarked allocation for budget for CSR came into being. And how many of you know that he not only does amplification of the work that a lot of our clients do, but with his wife, Pinky, also does implementation. So it's a powerful combination. One does implementation and the other does amplification. But together, I think they bring about a lot of impact. They are actually the change makers that are there. So he would have seen the entire journey that India has gone through since we started purposeful communication. So over to you, Girish, to tell us how has it evolved over the last 10, 12 years? 11 years, actually.
Thank you, Jyotsna. So, firstly, for people who don't know, Jyotsna and I actually worked together at Perfect Relations almost 200 years ago, and it's a delight to be on stage with her after. And I also wanted to clarify that my wife, Pinky, does some amazing work, but we do not work together. We often find ourselves at the opposite ends of the spectrum, where she may be protesting against some of the majors on plastic waste, and I might be actually driving the PR to protect them. So those make for interesting conversations at home. But coming to how purpose has evolved, I think, you know, in the last 10 years, purpose, which started as a sort of buzzword, today has become a lot more nuanced. I think there's also become, we've also witnessed a sort of backlash against purpose, which is again primarily being driven out of the US. A few years ago, you know, investors from BlackRock, which is one of the largest equity investors in the US, actually said that they were pulling back on companies investing in purpose because they were not seeing adequate shareholder returns. So, you know, pulling back on ESG, and of course, you know, in the current year with the current administration in the US, there has been, again, a pullback on everything that is purpose-oriented, whether it's diversity and inclusion, whether it's gender equity, and all the things that purpose stands for. So I think we're at a very interesting time in the industry where the macroeconomic sort of environment in which purpose was nurtured, inculcated, and brought into the ecosystem, those factors have sort of dissipated, but the need for purpose has never been stronger. So we find ourselves at this intersection of, you know, a place where the funding for purpose, the funding for social impact seems to be drying up, but the inequality, the need for it seems to be growing at an alarming pace. So I guess at this stage, Jyotsna, I think we have to sort of also evaluate, how do corporates look at purpose? Do they look at purpose as something that will help them make more profit? Or is it something that comes at the cost of profit?
Yeah, so cost of profit and for profit, I think, is a conversation we have at a later stage. But do you actually do PR for work which you're doing, which is for a purpose? I think that's a much larger question. A lot of us in communication particularly have to do PR for a lot of CSR activities, donations, etc. That, you know, you have companies that have contributed a lot for PM cares during the COVID times, but the amount of money probably somebody would have contributed to the PM care fund would have been far less than the amount of money they put in to amplify that information. So I think a lot depends on how you want to go about this whole communication around purpose. But I would want to ask you, from your experience, can you share an example or a campaign that led to a change that you would have gone in, probably a higher or a more allocation for funds, etc.?
So, you know, the thing about purpose is the kind of change that we're trying to drive is really systemic. It's multi-generational. It's not something that you can run in a year's campaign and, you know, put in an award entry and say, you know, we achieved this change. The kind of change that we're trying to drive, whether it's in climate, whether it's in health, education or gender, is really sort of changing mindsets of people that have been hardened over years and years of sort of hardwiring.
So it's more to do with culture than transformation.
100%. And I'll give you an example. I think some of the work that we're very proud of at On Purpose is the work that we've done against, to sort of curb and address violence against women. And I'll give you the example of a client that we worked with called Breakthrough. And they really sort of stand for ending discrimination against women in the workplace, women in transport, in sort of commuting, and of course, domestic violence at home. And one of the campaigns that we sort of helped them run was on introducing a caveat in films that would say that gender violence is unacceptable, pretty much the same way in which you see smoking and alcohol abuse being sort of called out at the start of the film. And the way we did this was, I think this was coinciding with the time in which the film Thappad had just come out. And it's at that time that we ran a sort of influencer campaign where we were able to get celebrities to come out and actually speak about domestic violence and violence against women not being acceptable even in cinema. And of course, you know, while we could say that today there is still a lot of it. I mean, if you look at, what's that film, Kabir Reddy? Is it Kabir Reddy? Is it Kabir Singh, that one, and Animal and all of this. You see that there's still a lot of work to be done. But today, if you look at the Kerala has been the first state to actually adopt it. So today in films that come out of the Malayalam cinema, you will see this caveat. And this was introduced by driving a signature campaign to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, where they accepted that they were going to introduce this caveat in films before they started. So a small step with a long way to go.
That's great. But have you had any opportunity where you worked with one of the most challenging assignments that you would have dealt with, which also was very impactful at the end of the day?
Very hard to call out impact. Like I said, a lot of the work we're doing, we do a lot of work in climate action, for example, and that's not something that we can claim to have addressed. I think the entire world is trying to address it and failing miserably. And all we can do is sort of, you know, try and move that conversation further. So in terms of impact, I think where we're not able to say that we've addressed climate change, I think if we're able to say that we've been...
Drive conversation at least around it. A lot of awareness.
Absolutely. I mean, we can never do less on that. So I think if we're able to tell stories of change in how lives of people are being changed as a result of some of the work our clients are doing, I think we can call that success in the short term.
And how would you measure, or what would be the KPIs for a successful campaign? Especially, I mean, considering that you service a lot of clients, how do you tell them what the deliverables will be, and how do you measure those deliverables?
So,
a lot of you would also be actually doing communication, considering corporate houses have, you know, a mandate to do CSR. You also do PR around the CSR activities. So how do you guys, or all of us, how do we measure? I mean, peer learning, I think, is one of the best things we can learn from each other.
So Asim's in the audience, so I'm going to call him out first.
If you can pass this to Asim.
So we were helping Girish and his team recently on a project wherein we were looking at how people in the global north look at issues of global south, and how people in the global south discuss issues relating to global north, and especially around climate, etc. I think he may want to share some insights from that report. So we conducted a detailed analysis of how media talks about global south and global north. So we picked up media from global north, we picked up media from global south, and looked at how they are talking about issues from the different regions. Message analysis is something that we conducted for this project.
And then did you develop the messages accordingly? To be able
That's what he's working on right now. We conducted the research, helped him identify the issues, and I think he took that report to Cannes earlier this year.
So thank you, Asim, and thank you to you and your team. You've been fabulous partners, and people, if you ever need you know, help with very intelligent measurement metrics, please do speak to Impact. They're great. On measurement, different types of measurement, so I can tell you with our clients, now typically, you know, if the work is limited to media engagement, then the ways in which you can measure impact is looking at share of voice against your peers and competitors. That would be one way. But again, if you're really looking, if the objective is to drive change, then you have to look at metrics that are more outcome oriented, and I'll give you an example. Our first client was Sesame Street. So anybody here familiar with Sesame Street? No, you know the Muppets? The Cookie Monster, Elmo. They look at early childhood education, and they focus on inculcating good habits in children before the age of 6, because that's when 80% of the brain formation really happens. So with them, the challenge that they gave us was, how would you address childhood obesity in India? Now, the impact metric to address childhood obesity in India is not going to be media related. It's not going to be share of voice related. It's going to be, how do you measure if there is a drop
behavioral change.
If there is a drop in the BMI index of children between the ages of 3 to 5, but that kind of change would take at least a generation to achieve. So the kind of funding that is also required to drive behavior change in the development sector has to be patient capital, has to be long-term, has to be looking at systemic change, not something that you can put into an award entry and submit at the end of the year.
Anybody else has any question? Okay, so if I was to give 30 seconds to you to tell us as to how you would describe the work that you do and the challenges you face. All of us who are into communication and would have done a communication around purposeful work that you do, or the development sector, would understand the pressures that are there, the challenges that are there, which is huge. And it's not, while he mentioned, media related and column centimeters, it's not necessarily column centimeters. If there's a behavioral change, if you're able to get somebody, to get more women onto, diversity that he was talking about, more women leaders in the board, etc. Those are the changes, and not all of it can be column centimeters that you can measure through. So how do you think you would describe that?
So firstly, Jyotsna, you sound very on purpose. Thank you. We face two challenges as an organization that's focused on purpose communications. One is, how do you identify what is true purpose? What is authentic purpose? Because a lot of times we get briefs from organizations that says, we're doing so much good work out there, can you help us raise awareness? Now, our challenge is we rarely have insight into how authentic that work really is. If you're a large mining and extraction firm and, 100% of your business comes from one area, but you want to use PR to only highlight 5% of what you're doing, that is more sort of energy efficiency and renewable energy related, then how do we as a firm not become ignorant participants in purpose washing? So that's one challenge we face. The second is, at the same time, we are a service provider. Our clients pay our bills. And there's only so much that purposeful work can pay because it's usually not funded as well as it should be. So the other challenge we have as an organization is on a daily basis, getting that balance right between purpose and profit. And sometimes we have to take work that could be more profitable, even if it comes at the cost of purpose, because we have to get salaries paid on time.
That's very interesting, and it's a very, that's actually the truth of life. Unfortunately, that's what we have to do. But just a quick question on, while you mentioned about if somebody is into mining, at the end of the day, you realize that you will be depleting natural resources, and there's no shortcut to that. And even if you build as many schools or temples or hospitals, there is no solution to the depletion of natural resources. But just to understand, where do we draw the line when we are doing PR, when we are doing amplification for the work? And like you said, how do you distinguish between actual work and what is it that they're doing only for the amplification purpose or PR purpose?
So I'm going to come back to how we started out, which is it depends on how you define purpose. If you're using purpose to make more profit, that's just purpose marketing, it's purpose washing. But if your purpose comes at the cost of profit, and that's where the real magic lies, that's when it's more likely to be authentic and real. I've got a quick, before we end up, we've got 19 seconds. How many people here are actually 30, under 30, or under 30? Forget about winning. How many people here are actually under 30? Hands up at the back. Okay. Right, so I have a request for you. I was once at this conference where they asked the question, can PR be a force for good? And my reaction to that is, that should not even be a question. When people hear that we work in PR, they should naturally believe that we're using the power of our craft to make things better. And all of us have that responsibility, and that's a huge responsibility that we're passing on. I don't think we've done a very good job of it ourselves so far. But for all of you who are under the age of 30 and who are going to shape the future of this industry, we would love for a more responsible view of PR.
Thank you, Girish, and I think time's up. Thanks, audience, for being such a patient listener. Thanks.
Thank you, Jyotsna.
Thank you very much. Time for a quick picture in the center, please. Thanks a lot. And to present a token of appreciation on our behalf, once again requesting Ms. Ritu Mathur to kindly join us on stage amidst your applause. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause. Come on, everybody. Thank you very much. And on that celebratory note, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, each and every one of you stands an opportunity, stands a chance to win an exciting, not one, but two exciting Amazon vouchers. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you, Ms. Mathur. Thank you for joining us. In order to participate, all you need to do is write your name and your contact information down on a piece of paper. Our team of volunteers will help you with the same post-lunch. Sharp at 4 p.m. today, we will find out the name of that one or two lucky winners. Ladies and gentlemen, with the same, Hindi में एक बहुत famous कहावत है कि पहले पेट पूजा फिर काम दूजा. Requesting everyone to kindly join us for a celebratory lunch. Please join us back in the hall in next half an hour so that we can resume with the sessions. Thank you very much. Requesting everyone to kindly proceed towards the buffet area. Hoping to see you all back in the hall in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital Communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions, craving change, yet fearing the unknown, dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. With the monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. With monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. With monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, EMBA are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward that good stuff. communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We Communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Communications. Humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. With monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW engaged client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward that stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting all event attendees to kindly find their nearest way to the hall. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. With monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity to participate in the lucky draw is live now. Simply jot down your name, your company's name, along with your contact information on these bright neon post-its. As you can see, they are placed on your tabletops. Simply add your name, your contact information, and your company's name to participate in the lucky draw. Someone from the team will shortly get in touch with you with a bowl so that you can quickly drop in your entries.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to inform you that post the next session, we will be announcing the name of the first lucky winner from the lucky draw, would be getting their hands on an exclusive Amazon voucher. But for that to happen, you need to quickly jot down your name, your company's name, and your contact information on that bright neon post-it that you just received. Drop it in the... Okay, I'll get someone to get in touch with you to provide you with the said item. And also kindly ensure one entry per person is the way we move forward. Simply jot down your name, your contact information, and your company's name. Through the course of this event, we will be announcing 3 lucky winners who will be getting their hands on an exclusive Amazon voucher each. One of them will be announced after this session in particular. For that to happen, once again requesting everyone to quickly drop in their entries. Our volunteer is now going to take a quick stroll about the room to collect the said chits. We're more than happy. You are the most resourceful people on the face of earth, and I don't think that we should wait any longer. Right? Perfect. Just jot down your name, your contact information, and of course, your company's name. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Also, on a lighter note, I am expecting that our mobile phones are on silent or vibration mode. If not, then I'd let you take quickly 10 seconds to do so. Now that we are all ready and set, how about आप बाजू वाले से फटाफट हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? Right, बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? अब दूसरी तरफ वालों से हाथ मिलाइए और उनसे पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? And now that it's evident from the handshakes that we are surrounded by acquaintances and not just fellow event attendees, let's quickly begin with the second fireside chat for today's summit. Every crisis is an opportunity in communications. Joining us on stage is the techno-regulatory strategist, corporate governance leader, and a certified independent director. Please put your hands together for Ms. Ritu Mathur. In conversation with founder and director at Grey Matters Communication, Dr. Navneet Anand.
Good afternoon. Some friends are there, they know that Rituji, I have been going for taking some classes for students at media schools. And I often dread the post-lunch session. So when Parul messaged this morning that your session is immediately after the lunch, I got very scared, because this is the time to catch a wink or two, and but I know there are some vibrant people like my friend Tehseen around in the hall, so she will make sure that. All right, thank you Exchange for Media for giving this opportunity to talk to a legend. And there couldn't have been a more opportune time to talk about crisis than what we witness around us for last 15 days or so. I think there has been two especially very significant developments that have saddened us all, that have perhaps potentially affected each one of us. The first is, of course, the Indigo crisis, and the second is the tragic fire in Goa, Birch Romeo by Lane Club. And these are two typical very sad crises that have, and who better person to speak to us on that than Rituji, whom you all know is a veteran and whom we all look up to. So I'll begin by asking you something very academic but very pertinent. And I recall some of the case studies that we have read as communication professionals over the years. Is every crisis also an opportunity? In your experiments, Ritu, what differentiates communication strategies that succeed in a crisis from those that do not? And I'm sure we have a mix of agency and corporate people. So hope they find some, leaf out of your experience, vast experience of having worked in this field.
Thank you, Navneet, and thank you, e4m, for having me here. So I'll start the conversation by citing a word from Japanese. I have had some stint of education in Japan, so it's very obvious that I will, use those. So Japanese have a word for crisis as kiki. It's a word called kiki, and there are two kanjis in that. But although the word is kiki, which is similar, same word, but the two kanjis are very different. So the first kanji says danger, and the second one says opportunity. So that's the beauty of a crisis. If you can find opportunity in it, you can. Otherwise, you can succumb to it. So that's the beginning, note that I want to start with. So I would say that crisis is not always an opportunity. It depends on how you handle the crisis that it becomes an opportunity. So it depends on your communication. If it is a successful communication, definitely your brand gets a boost. You stand to gain, momentum in the with the public. So, for example, I would also say that some of the great examples are from Tata, again, one of my organizations where I have spent more than 1.5 decades, is that, they always, owned up the crisis. We have seen Taj, they did not hide behind the corporate statements. They actually went on the ground and, were there to help the victims, own up their responsibility. So that's a very successful kind of a communication. You have to be human. You have to own your, if there is a crisis, you have to be accountable for it. So that is one thing which I feel. Again, another one is that when Cyrus Mistry was ousted by the board of directors, that time also, although Ratan Tata had retired, he again stepped in as an interim chairman to support the group for stability. So these are the examples where we see that, it does become an opportunity. That crisis does become an opportunity for brand building, for, being the brand for the public, for the people, for the country, for the government. But then we also have the crisis, which we, as you rightly said, recently, which definitely is a failure. So there, I would not say that it can be an opportunity. So it depends how you handle a crisis. It becomes an opportunity or it becomes a failure.
Right. At least for so the takeaways, each one of us contribute to corporate and communication sector in some ways, So what you're implying is that if handled well, I think there could be potential that it becomes an opportunity. I'm reminded of two distinct cases. The first, I am reminded of the Deepwater Horizon spill by the BP, where the CEO, I think Tony Hayward, went on going some rampaging kind of statements, and that cost him very, very dearly. So implying thereby that not all crises is that you should jump, start jumping and trying to contain you do further damage. There was this another similar crisis where Samsung Galaxy Note 7 batteries exploded mid-year. And then what did Samsung do? No big splash, no big statement. I think they grounded, planes and refunded globally in 24 hours. And as a result, I think there was a lot of positive traction about Samsung. So I think each one of us has a lesson to learn. Indigo certainly is a big case in front of each one of us. Still we find that there is a tentativeness in the way it is being handled. That is my perception, I may be wrong. Coming to the next question, Ritu, I think you talked about how decisive transparency shape successful crisis communication. I'll get a little personal because I'm aware in your own journey, whether navigating a complex workplace challenge or facing profound personal loss during the COVID, what leadership lessons did you carry into your professional life as to the nature of the crisis that you faced personally?
So Navneet, my leadership was not tested in the boardrooms or in the war rooms. It was actually tested by my life, my journey. So at my workplace, I faced a very bad case of harassment, and that too at a time when there was no law for that. So I did not know how to handle. There was nobody to tell me, how to take it forward. But something in me told me that I have to stand up and, voice it. I cannot be, silence, quiet about it. My silence will be taken as norm. And that is what is very important, actually. So I actually did stand. I was totally isolated in my system. I was fighting a system, but I was still standing my ground because I knew how to document the facts, how to, navigate those, complicated situations in the investigations. And this all built my resilience, actually. So what I say is that crisis is not necessary. I mean, these lessons you can translate into your organization, and these are the lessons which you learn every day. And then I also lost my life partner of 35 years to COVID. So that was another crisis that I faced personally. And that grief, that took me to make it as a purposeful direction, in a purposeful direction. So I decided to take this forward as a purpose and not just get drown in grief and just not go anywhere. So that's what I'm saying. When you face a challenge, a crisis, you have to navigate it in such a way that you understand the pros and cons, and you understand you have to be human at the end of the day. Actually, that is most important. You have to be human and true to your own voice. That I feel has helped me all my life in my professional and personal journey.
Yeah, my father, who is going to be 90 very soon, is very fond of saying one thing that yesterday night also he was telling me that he knows the kind of trajectory that we deal in. I run an agency called Grey Matters Communications. Naturally, there are ups and downs. And he keeps saying that failures are the pillars of success, and or challenges or like yours are the pillars of success. So give us the solid foundation, give us the resilience, and he recalls Amitabh Bachchan, Harvansh Rai Bachchan's jo man ka ho wo acha, jo na ho aur bhi acha.
I just add one more thing, profound saying from our scriptures is aham brahmasmi. So you have to look within and believe in yourself. And that is what works in every situation, be it corporate, be it personal, it always works.
Often, Ritu, we see that crisis is, while it is very common, it is becoming very common, especially the kind of milieu that we live in, social media, digital media, influencers of all kinds, and the speed with which an issue can, catch fire, go viral, and so on and so forth. But still, I find that the ability of organizations to integrate as one of the key strategic imperative is not becoming a habit of sorts, How do you look like at crisis now? We are going to go into 2026. What, according to you, what is your prescription for how organizations should prepare to become more receptive to crisis and also more ready to deal with crisis of any kind?
I feel crisis is the best test for leadership. So, it makes and breaks leaders. So I feel that the basic culture of humanity has to be built in the culture of the organization, the DNA of the organization, number one. And it has to be, ethics have to be a part of the system, processes. A leader cannot drive ethics in the organization. It has to be process driven. So all processes have to be weaved into ethical processes, and then only we can have, a complete structure or framework of, handling such issues when it happens in the future. And definitely, transparency and integrity goes without saying. I mean, if an organization is driven by transparency and integrity, I don't think we have any challenges in the future also to handle the crisis.
Correct. I think there is a lot of talk of AI and various other tools and technologies when it comes to dealing with crisis. In our agency at Grey Matters Communications, we have a crisis almost every other day because we specialize in policy advocacy, public affairs, and there is a crisis, so at times it could be to do with, a negative reportage, unsubstantiated reports on violent gas sector or some farmers making issue in agriculture sector, in industrial gases sector. So these are the kind of, or in education. And then now it has become, of course, part of our DNA to respond. And each crisis requires a different set of responses. Many organizations, I think, make the mistake of perhaps following the same template to negotiate with any crisis. What are some of your prescriptions, threadbare as to how an organization should deal with crisis? And what are the technology you would have experienced, you think, or tools? I will come to the AI bit also, but minus the AI, what if you can recall some experiences where, you saw people using tools, specialized tools or technologies to deal with some crisis?
So I come from a space when we had raw data and we did analysis ourselves. Now in the morning as we were discussing, it's all AI driven. So we have to connect the dots now. So I cannot just talk about data because we did data analytics by humans. So that is a very different phase. Now it is a very different time. We get all, things done, but as rightly said in the morning also, that human wisdom has to be attached to it. We cannot use AI you have to just treat it as one of your employees, one of your team members, delegate the work, but then use your own wisdom to, finally decide the way forward. So you cannot, for example, in telecom, today when there are outages, we have chatbots, we have IVRs, automated IVRs, to handle customer crisis. In those days, we had people. We had to train those people how to handle the outages, and there were many, absolutely many, not anymore. So these things have evolved over the time. So we have to use, with wisdom, the AI tools, but we have to also remain human at the end of the day.
Yeah, to which I say that BI should always precede AI. BI stands for Basic Intelligence and Human Intelligence. I think while people of our age, certainly don't buy AI too much, the youngsters, my colleague Divyan sitting there, they would be very gung-ho about some of the AI tools. I think it has to be a blend of both. Any other experience you would like to share from your vast career, which you think would be helpful for the audience, for our audience here and those who will be watching you on the YouTube and other platforms?
So if I go back, I have spent a lot of time in telecom, and telecom, had been a industry full of crisis initially. So how we handled the crisis between the customer, the regulator, the government, and public at large was basically to listen to everybody. So you have to first listen carefully. You have to gather data, and then you have to take decisions. For example, in telemarketing, we had a lot of challenges because telemarketers industry was all riding on telecom. But at the same time, it was also, unsolicited. So those kind of challenges, then you have to, put together the thoughts of how to balance the industry and the, being incorrect or incompliant and, take out a policy. So these are the, lessons that we learn on, on the ground, hands-on, while you are in the situation and gather from that situation. So there is no one size fits all. Sadly, AI has made that, thing very common for us, that one size fits all. You feed the question and then you get the answer, and probably all of us will get the similar answers unless we are very smart at prompting. So I feel that things have changed, and we have to still use our human wisdom. We have to still have ethics and humanness while taking any decisions to manage crisis, even if we are using AI tools to handle it.
Absolutely. Nothing to beat human intelligence. And just to recall a recent example without quoting the name of the client, there was this in one of the northeastern states. I think there was a misreporting of an incident. And as is the habit these days, my young colleagues hopped onto the Grok and ChatGPT and wanted to find out. I told them that please identify which are the villages around, that oil drilling site that are, claiming to be affected. That this activist is claiming to be affected in, as I said, one of the northeastern states. And they went to Grok, they went to ChatGPT and some other tools I am not even aware. And then I told them that comes it, there is, flaunting my PhD from JNU, I said, nothing can beat human intelligence. And I did manage to give them some amount of information that they wouldn't have got otherwise. But not to dismiss that what they found was entirely useless. So I think at the end of the day, Anup bhai, we need to blend these two in crisis management. I am not too sure he's a veteran. Anup, is it okay if I allow some questions in a fireside chat? Do you also allow questions depending on? We have 6 minutes or so. We are ahead of time. Is it?
6 minutes is a lot of time to ask a few questions and to answer them.
All right. So
Simply raise your hands and we shall pass on a mic to you if you have any relevant questions.
It could be.
Is that a hand raise?
Yes. It could be a comment also. We would like to learn from the wealth of experience that this room has.
It's actually a comment or a remark that I'm going to make. This is Sensei Raj from Vision India 2032. I was actually putting together.
I can't.
Sorry?
Thoda sa nazdeek mic.
Yeah, can you hear me better now? All right, thank you. Sensei Raj, founder Vision India 2032, which is a capacity development nation building movement. What I noticed was this. Yes, of course, I'm probably with you, Ritu, is that the key does say danger and the opportunity, but then of course the opportunity also comes with the responsibility in quotes. The civilization is the micro expression of individual consciousness. And it is this individual consciousness, and as a civilization that we are, that the whole world's eyes are upon us at this time of the evolution of human species, it makes us ask 1,000 times more deeper as to what is it that we speak, that we express, and what we represent. In each of those incidents, there are much more deeper undermining factors and also governing factors as well. So I'll stop at that, but that is the question actually to ask ourselves rhetorically. Thank you. Remarks?
Anup is a veteran. I would like to hear his views also on crisis management. He has managed quite a few.
Hi, my name is Anup. I'm a friend of Navneet sir. I'll just add to the perspective we had. So there are two things which we had. Like, I mean, I was unfortunate enough to be in the crisis of Indigo. I spent some time and the two things which came out very, very strongly there, and ma'am, I will just take from the opportunity perspective. One was that, see, in any crisis, depending on the stakeholders, here most of us were the consumer, we were suffering. The two things which were we were not getting the right information at that time. Now, if I see the other side, every crisis is an opportunity. What was worst was like, the second day, again I booked, I mean, I had to go travel somewhere. I saw the same flight actually making the booking at a very exorbitant price. So whether it was a technical glitch in terms of the opening still the OT, the OTA, on-time travel, whatever app. But the people, they just felt that, why didn't you inform us? Because crises can happen. So the question, if I take some part of you, is that in today's time when you have a Devansh who uses AI and do that, is it so difficult for an organization to take data and the heat maps, what they call, and not make a plan? I mean, don't they have a crisis playbook?
Yeah, I think very essential for everyone to have a crisis playbook. I was referring to this earlier on. For instance, if you're bringing a global star to a city of where every other person breathes football, you better have a plan in place for a potential crisis. We call it scenario building, you know. Why don't you have some of these things? I was reading in the Times of India today as to how every time there is a VIP in Delhi and there is movement around Rajghat because it is, you know, ritualistic, ceremonial for each visiting head of state to go and offer their, you know, obeisance to Bapu, how it becomes a travel nightmare for thousands of people. And why is not there has been a system devised? Perhaps they did an experiment during Vladimir Putin's visit, and that they are saying is going to become the template, you know, how now to not to disrupt. Absolutely, each one of us, you know, an agency, last 1 minute, I would want Divyansh to also reflect. He has dealt with many crises, you know, in the agriculture sector, and without, of course, naming anyone, if you can share some of your experience and how, because speed is of essence also in the crisis. I think speed is of, and clarity and, you know, yeah.
Just want to add what Anup just said.
Yeah.
Can I just
Yeah,
add?
yeah.
Like, yes, rightly so that we do have AI data, but that wisdom has to come from humans, and that analysis, that framework is still to be done. Because as in the morning also somebody was talking that prompting a AI is not enough. You can prompt, but the moment you get the answer, you know that the person who has prompted it did not have that foresight of asking the right questions. So, you know, you have, data is fine, but you have to put it into a narrative, into a story, into how to handle that situation. So AI can be our, you know, teammate or maybe a partner in crime or something, but we still have to have a playbook around it, a framework to handle that data that we get from
and
AI.
like you rightly said, so Delhi police has said that, I mean, at times, not said, at least that report says that at times the Delhi police has informed well in advance about an impending visit, upcoming visit, and those days have seen less on social media platform. Today they have done, yeah. So, Divyansh.
Even e4m, because we realized a lot of good people it's a plan.
Divyansh.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Divyansh. I work at Grey Matters. I'm a colleague of Dr. Anand. I'll just take the last 10 seconds to say we see multiple kind of crisis, particularly in the agriculture sector. And what we have experimented and seen quite successful is to address the elephant in the room, but also have a distinction and also see where there is wisdom in being silent. So I think that is something we must look at. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Parul, for giving this opportunity. Ideally, this can go on for a full day session. The crisis is a very fascinating subject, interesting as well. And thank you, the MC, as always, good to see you.
Thank you for trying to explore how we go about it. Thank you very much for setting, also not just informing the audience about all the information that you just did, but also for setting the context for the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for both of these fine speakers. Thank you for joining us. How about a quick picture up front, both of you together? And to present a token of appreciation on our behalf for their time and valuable insights, joining us on stage is Tehseen Zaidi from Syngenta. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Come on. And right over here in my hand, I have the first exclusive Amazon voucher. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anand. Thank you, Rituji, for joining us. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Ms. Zedi. Thank you. Did you by any chance drop your name in the fishbowl? If not, let's quickly bring out the fishbowl. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we pick out the name of the first Amazon voucher winner. हम फटाफट से fishbowl ला सकते हैं? Fantastic, fantastic. Now we usually pick a kid from the audience, but I highly doubt. So someone who's a kid at heart can take a crack at it. You'd like to go about it? But let me, because I wouldn't want to be branded as someone who's biased. So I'm quickly going to shuffle this. All right, pick one. Would you like to call out the name as well?
It's Siddhartha Sen from Shehnaz Hussain Group.
Fantastic. Mr. Siddhartha, could I please welcome you on the stage? इसे हम यहाँ पर रखेंगे. बाकी सबके लिए बाकी points. यहाँ आ जाइए, please, please. Right over here. And a big shout out to your team. I'm certain that they'll be clicking a picture of this moment. In case you're planning on posting this, please do not forget to use the hashtag. Congratulations. And there goes the first one. Thank you. Yes, thanks a lot. Congratulations. We just witnessed a productive session about every crisis is an opportunity in communications. Let's quickly move forward to the next discussion. Crisis Communications Playbook in an Artificial Intelligence Environment. Join me as I welcome our panelists. First and foremost, the director and founder at Wisage 11 Advisors. Please put your hands together for Mr. Venkatesh Soumyaji. Vice President Brand and Communications at Ashoka University. Please welcome Jasrita Dheer. Jasrita ji, वहीं रुक जाइए एक second. दोबारा try करते हैं. All of you, our delegates, our speakers, everyone has taken out time from their very busy schedule to grace the occasion, be a part of today's event, and that calls out for an applause when they join us on stage. Might I encourage everyone to offer a loud round of applause to our panelist, Jasrita Dheer. Expecting the energy to pertain. Quickly on to the next panelist, the Director Corporate Communications India and PR Lead for SaaS Oracle. Please put your hands together for Deba Ali. The founder at Comms Credible. Please put your hands together for Mr. Aman Dhal. Head PR Head and Media Engagement and Partnerships, India and APEC, Ipsos in India. Please welcome Ms. Madhurima Bhatia. Time to complete the panel. Joining us on stage is the moderator, founder at Authenticity. Please put your hands together for Garima Sharma Nijavan.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful day since morning. We've been listening to a lot of discussions on AI coming in, the communication space evolving. And one thing we were discussing as a panel before we came in here is that a lot has already been spoken about crisis communications already since morning. So what we've got to be very mindful of as a panelist, we'll be sticking to specific nuances which are fresh and new. And before we do that, I'll do a little bit of housekeeping and set the context here. One thing that's for sure that we've been listening so far since morning is crisis is essentially a time when the true test of a leader happens. A true communicator comes through, and there's so much that you need to do on the go. Time is the biggest casualty in times of a crisis situation. Essentially, with AI and technology coming in, the virality aspect has completely replaced the validation and the verification, which is very, very important before we start acting in a crisis situation. And therefore, the need for changing the playbook, the nuances of, the checkpoints and the guardrails which were around crisis management, that evolution needs to happen. But before we get into the solution and what and how and why of it, one thing that all of us agrees, it's all very, very new. So essentially, there are three things that I, as a moderator, would like to achieve with this panel is, first, let's just redefine and understand what has essentially changed in the crisis situations that we face today or the environment that we operate in. Number two, what will be important for us to address as a panel is, therefore, in this situation, what is it that we want to automate and what is it that we want to fiercely still protect and use human intelligence for. And with this context set, maybe we'll come to, the playbook that needs to be rewritten, redefined. I would like to open this conversation maybe with you, Deepa, where we would love to hear from you, from your perspective, what's evolved in the crisis situation and in the environment in which we operate today.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's a very pertinent question because, crisis has really, I think the definition has changed drastically from the times I think most of us started out as, comms and agency people. And I think I would classify it into 2-3 key buckets when I talk about, how it has changed. So one of the things is, the broader scope of crisis has, kind of changed. Earlier it used to be, product recalls or an accident or things like that. Today, I mean, when you look at it, crisis can be triggered by a lot of non-physical, events, data breach, data privacy issues, social media backlash. There could be algorithmic failures. A lot of these things are happening today. So from what it used to be and what it is now, I think the definition has changed drastically. Other than that, I think one of the key things which I think other people have also kind of touched upon is, faster escalation. So I think we have this borderless world now thanks to the proliferation of the internet and social media. And there's this 24/7 into 365 news cycle. I think that has led to, this epidemic in a way, I would say, where, crisis can just within seconds escalate. In any part of the world it would happen, but it would reach the other part of the world. So I think those two things are key. Other than that, I think stakeholder diversity is another thing that has changed. Earlier we would look at a crisis more, from a customer standpoint or, media standpoint. But today, I mean, if you look at it, there are the AI watchdogs. You look at it, there are influencers, investors, regulators, so that whole scope and, that whole stakeholder diversity has kind of changed hugely, I would say. Also, I think lastly, external and internal factors. External factors, of course, are always there, but I think today, because of the social media bit, I think employees have become so important in any crisis. I mean, we've always said this, that they are brand ambassadors, but they have to be mapped separately today. That was not the case earlier. Now there has to be an equal focus on employees. So I think I would classify it in these,
Great, that's very interesting. The nature of crisis in itself is changing, and who we are talking to and what we are talking therefore is changing. You want to build on that, Jasrita?
Yeah,
I'd like to frame the big shifts that are happening, so I see it as 4 shifts in building on what Deepa just said. Earlier you had concrete events. There's a service failure, there's a regulatory issue, there is an executive misconduct. But now there is reputational risk even if there is synthetic content. And the algorithm plays on that. So there could be a viral deep fake, or there could be a misrepresentation which never happened. So your brand could be at risk even if the underlying event did not happen. That's the first shift for me. The second is the algorithm rewards outrage and novelty. So therefore, a brand can move from obscurity to global backlash in hours, right? And that's the point of speed that she was making. The third is who shaped the crises? The crises was shaped by consumers, activists, that set of stakeholders. But today, again, you have AI curating what we will see. You have AI working on, so there is manufactured outrage on top of the actual outrage. And without AI reaching to that level of evolution, which we're yet to see, it's very difficult to decipher how much of that is real and how much of that is manufactured. Lastly, I think the loss of narrative control. Earlier, you could manage a crisis through spokespersons and media statements, but now misinformation can outpace the verifiable information that comes out. And sadly, this information doesn't travel as well as misinformation does. Certain times the crisis has peaked before the verifiable information is in and before the takedowns, legal takedowns can happen. So these are the 4 clear shifts that I see.
Very interesting, Jasrata. I think what I can make sense of here is it's becoming more faceless, more nameless, far more challenging to understand where the inception was from, and therefore where do I run and solve it for. So maybe that's a great COPCOM perspective of how a client views in a situation like this. Coming in from an agency lens, Venkatesh, and then maybe Aman, how do you see the new vulnerabilities? And therefore, once we've established the vulnerabilities, how do we move towards solving for it? Because right now, as we are hearing, it's seeming that AI is more of a part of the challenge than the solution. So how do we pivot that and solve for it?
First of all, thank you. The agencies, typically, the way they are working. Hello, can you hear me? The agencies are, most of the times, involved in a crisis, especially after the break of the incident which happens, which is typically the mindset that we fare, okay? Having handled crisis for almost 20 years, I've seen one important change that has happened, that ever since, now AI is the new wave, but ever since the digital and social media has come up, the golden hour, which is the most critical part of any crisis management, has shrunk tremendously, okay? When the golden hour is shrunk, you anyway had so much more to deal with and so much to address. Add to this, another phenomena which is happening is that wherever the time taken for information to reach in terms of correct news or wrong news, which would be then handled through a statement, through a emotional angle, through a narrative. Now, even before you think of it, there are so many ways and means in which the narrative is being addressed, multiple narratives being set using possibly AI. But I would like to caution saying that though we are talking about AI in the crisis perspective, AI has not evolved to that extent where the communication industry has either completely understood it, has been able to use it, or even AI itself doesn't have all the answers what it can give us. Okay, today merely using a chat GPT or some memes is all that is being done. And I, for one, know that AI has been used more in mischief making, crisis creation than in crisis solution. Because in crisis solution, it is a completely different ball game. I can facelessly create videos and post it, etc. So everything is changing. And agencies now need to again relearn the art of what is the kind of team structure they have, where they come in to handle the crisis. So while the other parts will be covered, saying that, okay, what is the message, what is the narrative, this is the biggest challenge.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that perspective, Venkatesh. Coming to you, Aman, again, from an agency perspective, I think one thing that's clearly established is it is a challenge. It is genuinely an elephant in the room, which the earlier panel also discussed. We are still figuring out the head and tail of it. In an environment like this, how do we prepare and how do we, let's start coming to the mapping of it and coming to the playbook of it. Was there already a playbook that was actually applicable to all crises, first of all? And if there was one, then how are we seeing it evolve over a period of time?
I think I'll just put it like this. Playbooks, textbooks were always existing. I don't think they are well oiled. They are refreshed. Whenever there is a crisis that happens, it's a new crisis. That's why kind of those playbooks don't come to the picture. I think I'll give you an example again, like, it's a crisis turning into an opportunity. And also, I think as a consulting firm, as an agency, you are kind of an execution partner. Unless you have a very long legacy with the brand, you are actually executing on behalf of the communications head or the marketing head. So all you can do is actually douse some fire, nothing else, unless you have a large history with the brand. I recall one of the incidences, in Policy Bazaar, where a story came out next day that Yashish is joining a brand called Fitso. And was just, some journalist did a shoddy job and kind of misread the statement. Basically was joining the advisory board. And the next couple of days, we got a lot of press, good press actually. We used the momentum to build a lot of good publicity for us. But in today's day and age, how many agencies are actually integrated? It just can't be solved by a mere media statement or a PR statement. Are you good at actually doing AI narratives? Are you actually a true content marketing agency? So usually you come to a communications person in the age of AI today, a crisis, but actually the role is much more beyond, which can be solved by multiple agencies or a true integrated communications agency.
So need for understanding, unpacking, and adapting is way higher. Building on that, Madhurima, you are in a very interesting position where one thing for sure everybody in this room agrees is AI helps you speed up the process, AI helps you map and look at narratives well. It's said that you need to understand the problem first to be able to solve for it. I think one thing that AI definitely does in a crisis situation is helps you get different perspectives on the table to be able to make sense of it. What do you think is the role of that mapping, research? What insights are you seeing in the global and the Indian scenario that may come in here?
So I work with a global company which is not listed on the Indian Stock Exchange, but on the French Stock Exchange. And, for a company of the scale of Ipsos, which is in 90 markets, universally across our markets, we have a crisis playbook. Yes, we do have that. And, we all had to take this very, very tough test where we had to get at least 9 out of 10 marks to, to do that. And where we were taught about, what actions we should take in case there is a crisis. Now, who should escalate to, what will be our narrative, what will be the job that we do. But beyond that, what I want to say that I myself do so much firefighting on my own without even anyone knowing it. Like sometimes the journalist writes a completely different headline, which is, and the quote misquotes the person's quote completely, and then I have to go and get it changed. And there was, recently there was and most of the work that we do, it's all global surveys which cover every market. So where India's image is at stake and where the government, can take action against us. There was a story where we said that, India is among the most optimistic markets, etc. And there was something about how people are very, stoked about getting good increments next year. I was just browsing through because I have access to the social listening tools which my company has provided me, where in real time I can see what kind of narrative is being said. I suddenly saw somewhere in Nepal, some godforsaken publication called Arthik or someone. They have written a completely different story. India is the most pessimistic market. Oh my God, and their number did not work. Then I had to quickly write to them and tell them, please pull down this story. This is the press release. So, we do that all the time. But when it comes to, also we have very good guardrails in terms of our IT systems. We have, when the mails come in, very few reach us. All the, no links come to us, etc. And the policies, not everyone can, even the social media, people, what they write on social media, that also there is a guideline on that, what they should be writing and how they should not engage with anything which is, in fact, there was someone who wrote something which I don't want to say about, but then I spotted it and then I told this person who does my social media work what action she should be taking. So, we have to be, our job is 24/7.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Madhurima, that being prepared for it, preparedness and having something to go by is...
And we also have a social media listening tool called Synthesio, where we do this work for clients. All the clients, we tell them what is being said about their brands and then our researchers go through that data and actually tell them what they should be doing with that data.
Thank you. I'll have to come in here being mindful of just the timelines because we've got a certain amount of time in hand. Coming back to you, Deepa, definitely one thing that we've established is preparedness is necessary. But how far do we trade automation for, authenticity and accountability in a crisis situation like this? Definitely, I think one thing everybody's bringing in is human intelligence is not getting replaced. AI is just setting the tone for you. It's such an opportune time that we are also going to be celebrating 30 under 30, right? And this human intelligence that maybe compositely is there in this room is built on decades of rolling your sleeves up and getting into the muck, clearing it and fighting it head on in crisis situations. For the younger generation, for whom maybe we are talking about this playbook, who do not have the advantage of these number of experience, of yours, how do they navigate a situation like this? Because maybe, just again, that fast food example, they are eating into AI much faster and they are far more gung-ho about it. So we are at this interesting intersect. And what would you make of it?
Yeah, I would agree. In fact, I would say to everybody who's a youngster coming into this profession, I think common sense precedes everything else. And I think knowledge is another thing that precedes everything else. I mean, even with our agency friends, and I have a brilliant agency, but I keep telling the youngsters who come in that there is no substitute to understanding the business, client's business. Because if you don't understand that, then you're as good as that AI that you're trying to train. Frankly, it's about the intelligent questions that you ask AI.
Because machine is only going to learn as much as you're going to define and feed it.
Exactly. So it is learning from the patterns. It is learning from the LLMs, right? So I think those are two things that are very important. And for the youngsters, I think adaptability is key. See, every crisis is different. No two crises are the same. So, adaptability is key. Secondly, I think digital first approach. Given that today crisis skyrockets into just anything and everything and it is faceless, I think it's very important that, we have a digital first response. And I think the third thing would be definitely scenario planning. I think, simulation-based exercises is something I think all of us need to do, including people like us in communication. What kind of situation can come up tomorrow? None of us can predict, right? So I think these are the three key things I would
and I think AI can really help us there for sure. Scenario planning, giving you all that background information and all that nuance there, right? Jasita, I see you ready with some points already, right? I've taken a cue on that.
In the toss-up between automation and human, I look at it as an and not an either-or. We will need both. In a crisis, you have to sift through reams and reams of madness, and so that velocity will be brought to you by machines. but the credibility element will always be brought in by a human. And ironically, you talk about this fast food example analogy, it's a good one. But ironically, the more synthetic the world is becoming, the more we are craving for human attention and human trust. So having journalists who can speak on record, third-party validations, industry bodies speaking for you, when the crisis is beyond one, these are going to be very, very valuable going forward. And finally, I think AI still cannot read social nuance. AI cannot tell you when it is wiser to stay silent because the tide will turn. AI still can't tell you things like that. So the moral compass of a response is still going to be human.
Which is so wonderfully said. And I think one thing that I take away from that is context any day is going to be far more important than the content. If your context isn't tight enough, then content will leak out of it. And that in that context, I think one thing that we may want to touch upon, definitely one thing we know that technology is ahead of regulatory environment and policies and all of that. But Venkatesh, to the point that you were making earlier, that are we even deciphering AI well enough right now? And unless there is a push from maybe the industry bodies, maybe the way the world is moving, maybe there won't be a total adoption of AI in all aspects of communications. What do you have to say to that?
My personal view on that is that at no point in time there can be enough push, enough for us to adopt AI. Because in crisis management, while 75% of the business is about the message, the reach, etc., the 25% is more of the human involvement, the sentiment involvement, the choice to say something or not to say something, the choice to protect your stance despite the odds that happens, the nuances of the particular person you are referring to or you're reaching out to. There may be a history of it, okay? So many things are there are so many complexities which will always be part of it. So whatever technology push that we will have to, like the previous speaker had said, we'll have to learn to adapt it as one of our tools. And it is never going to be in this context of crisis management, be something which will drive what agencies should.
Very interesting there. One thing that we are all saying in different ways and packaging it is an and conversation. It is a co-pilot, it is a complementary conversation, and not something that we see as a challenge or really disregard or discredit, right? Having said that, Aman, one thing that I'd want to talk about as well is, in a crisis situation, whenever a leader is put in front of any challenging stakeholder, be it your consumers, be it your employees, be it the media, there is so much layering in the non-said aspect of it. And as we picked up the nuance of silence, or as we train ourselves in terms of non-verbal communication, is there somewhere AI that can come in from a training perspective as well, from an upskilling perspective as well, scenario drawing perspective as well? Let's now change the lens and see what is the advantage that we can ride on with AI. Any thoughts on that?
It has to be human, when there is a crisis. I think those statements, are you empathetic enough? Do you really understand your consumer and talking their language? That becomes very, very critical. Obviously, where you are making those statements, are you making them in a boardroom, or you are actually in the middle of a site? That makes a huge difference, that you are actually there, you are with them. So I think those little things make a difference. Obviously, you can use AI to kind of ask that, can I make it more human? And maybe, it can give you some brilliant responses. But then at the end of the day, you have to choose the best response. It can be AI. It can be an AI response. It can be, what you believe in. So that lies with you, that decision making. But I would say that it makes a lot of difference where you are making those statements, how you are making those statements, and yeah.
Great. So again, you reiterate the importance of the context and the environment in which you're operating, and therefore the sensitivities. The fact that I was talking about is the amount of hours you spend training versus the war room that you go to. from that panning out perspective. Deepa, you had a point to make to that?
I want to say something to what Aman said. You know, we have to help AI to help us. That is the key. Because if you're not going to help AI, and you can do that when it's a downtime at work. That's the time when you create those prompts, you keep things ready, you do those simulation exercises.
The more you sweat in peace, the
more
less you
time
bleed in war, right?
Exactly. And it will happen slowly. Because again, to my earlier point, we're learning from patterns, right? So that's what I wanted to
So definitely we need to make friends with AI for sure. Jasita, you, and then we'll come to Madhurima.
I think just to add to what Deepa said, see, we do need to monitor for manipulation now, right? So we have to train the AI and for it to evolve to a stage that it can pick up synthetic content, coordinated behavior, patterns, etc., etc. So I think that's one area that we really need help in. And the second I feel is that messages, therefore, have to be designed not just for people, which is what we've heard so far, but also for platforms. So the same content, how can it be made more shareable so that your verifiable information, the statement that you put out, is optimized for discovery, is optimized for repetition, is optimized for frequency building, because only then will it reach. So I think in all these areas, training is required. First of all, discovery is required, and then training is required.
What that also makes me realize, and maybe our closing comment could also be on that, is it's not a one man's job. It's not a solo space. It is a very interdepartmental, like cross-functional sort of, from legal to tech to comms to policy to all of them. It's a complex space, and all of us need to join hands together to be able to make the maximum out of it. So building on that, Madhurima, would you, and we'll come to Venkatesh for a point as well. So,
okay, so I think first of all, you need to build a very strong brand, which stands for all the right values of trust, transparency, because in case of headwinds, then, even your own customers think whether to believe it or not to believe it, in case there is some mischievous content floating, that is. Now, I will just give you one tiny example of what I did for a very large corporation. So they had a very huge crisis, and they came to me because I also have a crisis communication background. So within the company itself, where I work. So what we did, there was this crisis. We went to their key customers. Suppose XYZ are the customers. So we first of all found out from them if they heard of any negative news about them, and if yes, what have they heard? Okay. So we are not telling them that this is what the news is. Say, have you heard of anything? And then those who have heard, then you do a communication. The company did a communication trying to address those issues or whatever they were confronting. Then after that, we gave it a tiny gap, say, and then we did another survey among the same TG, a similar TG, not the same set, to see whether that had disappeared, those who had negative. So that had sort of calmed down because they had explained what went and like that. So I think you have to address it immediately. Then you also have to see the damage, what it has done, and what, through your communication, can you redeem it? Can you come back to your, regain their trust? So all that I have done.
So keeping an ears to the ground and making sure that you're mapping what's happening,
yes,
and you're adapting your strategy accordingly and solving for it.
Has now,
Subdued or not. Right. Venkatesh, you had a point to make.
Adding to the crisis room that you talked about, crisis management room. There's a new person you're going to be seeing in the crisis room. That's what has happened. You need that AI watchdog or a cyber expert or a cyber law expert, or even somebody who's actually a prompt engineer expert. I don't know what they would be calling. That one new person has entered the crisis room and is going to play a larger role than the comms person. So the comms person, in a way, becomes the idea giver, and the rest of it will be managed by them. That's one new thing.
Very interesting, very interesting.
And
point,
second thing I have noticed is that, and I'm just stretching my neck out to say that I heard a gentleman speaking at Bangalore, a Meta gentleman, talking about AI replacing jobs. He said one thing which stayed back with me, saying that AI's way of creating jobs is it
unbundles activities and then tries to provide solutions, okay? And the only way humans can continue to be relevant is by bundling their talents, okay? So if we draw that context to what will happen to AI, there are a lot of processes in which AI may come and still make better solution. Reading languages, reaching far and wide, speed, anything, fake news, identifying fake news, analysis. But at the end of the day, whether I had a previous experience, kind of a nuance, it cannot bring. So I would imagine that in the future, you will have somebody who's like a specific AI developer for each company. Every company will carry its own AI tool, which means it knows the nuances about the company, the history of the company.
Right, and that's already happening.
Yeah,
a
so
lot of,
that
lot,
will
lot,
be a very
yeah.
important development.
Very interesting that it'll slice, dice, solve for a part of the problem, and maybe the communicator is going to pack it all together and then serve the dish. We've got limited time, but I think we can definitely squeeze in a question or two. So,
some legal framework within the organization to protect ourselves.
definitely, definitely. So, if you could give me a raise of hands, and we'll have a mic travel to you in case you have a question. We've got a brilliant panel here, so. Great. I don't see a raise of hands, but if there is, oh, there is one. There are two, in fact, so.
I happen to come from a crisis management background, being such as mountaineer interventions around the world in different verticals. One thing what I would love to say and hear from the erudite panel is that, do we have a navigational flight plan before the contingencies happen? Because as the lady Madhurima said in our organization, that you have contingency plans for every single vertical. But when you use AI, I happen to be the national convener for AI and drones and technology. Do we have those navigational flight plans and the people who have the intuition and the sympathetic ecosystems within themselves and the teams as well, in order to navigate the AI and the teams as well? That's what Venkatesh, I think, he suggested now, is that the incoming teams, the crisis management teams, should have one expert or two rather in
So that's a question that you're asking, that
no,
is there a?
It's a remark, and also I expect the remarks from the panel as well. Thank you.
All right.
So I won't answer this directly, but I'll try and navigate around your question. See, the thing is today, no organization, earlier it used to be, when there would be a crisis, there would be a CEO who would become the face, or there would be one person or one department that would, kind of answer and be the face. Today, what AI has done is every organization, it's become a connected enterprise. Okay? Every department is connected. Everybody needs to have an expert in their department who understands the AI know-how. Because when the crisis strikes an organization, it is not going to be, and maybe I differ slightly, Venki here, that we need to have an expert in every department today. Because what AI has done is, AI has led to a single source of truth in every enterprise, which is the data. So every organization has data which is backing their business. Whether it's a CFO, whether it's a CIO, whether it is the CEO, it's the employees, it's that single source of truth which is the data. So everybody today needs to be, to some extent, a data engineer. Everyone needs to be a prompt engineer. Everyone needs to have that AI know-how. We cannot, sit on our laurels and say that, oh, this is what we are good at. Crisis is not going to be a one-man job or a one-department job, I feel. But
yeah,
that's my take.
And observing the both perspectives, both Venki's perspective and Deeba's perspective. In fact, what you're saying, Deeba, is fairly complementary to what Venki was saying. With that one expert, he's saying he needs that one expert in the comms room.
Use the word, it will be an addition to the board.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's a function, and what she's building on there is not just in the comms function. Every function today needs this person who has that lens. There was, yeah.
Sorry, I may be stretching again. I think data-backed crisis management is not all types of crises. When we are talking here, I think we should talk about holistic crisis. The number of crises I handle is with behavior, is with emotion, is with dissatisfaction, is with enmity, is with those kind of stuff, I think their data will always, I'm again not countering, but only complementing, saying that it's going to be a secondary stuff which is going to come in. We may or may not be able to evolve ourselves as those prompt engineers, technology persons, but bringing them along and making them important part of our team is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, so tangibility or non-tangibility is something that we'll still work with. There was one last, our time's up, so let's squeeze in one last question. Let's be mindful of the response timeline.
So thank you so much for this insightful kind of conversation on this. Like what you have said is very much true. I belong to bank. I work for India Post Payments Bank, and there we have a business continuity plans where we have this entire drill about communication in terms of an outages or a failure or any kind of service which is getting affected because of technology or any on-ground presence of staff. My question to you is that, like, I'm repeating it, you just said it. What is that we need to do before crisis? How should we not fret or burn out too much in handling a crisis? And what could be the kind of a groundwork which could already prepare in terms of building a trust that people can, even if we don't speak much, people understand what we say.
So like we have, sorry, can I go first? Okay, so like in Ipsos, we have this crisis playbook where we are about 20,000 employees around the world, not in India alone. So we've all undertaken this test, and we've undergone these 3-4 hours of training, workbook reading, and then a test on that. And we had to get 9 out of 10. So there, everyone is aligned on what it is to do in case a crisis should erupt. Like what is the first step, whether it should go to the CEO, then the legal. So everyone is aligned, and nobody is supposed to engage with anybody. It is just the key people who will speak. Otherwise, if 10 people start talking, then you can imagine how crazy it's going to get. So we have those guardrails, and we have those to understand, because we handle a lot of data, and we're also bound by all these ISO 27001s of the world, and ISO, another ISO. So all that we have that. So it's very, very protect. You have to first protect.
Yeah. So
protect yourself, and then and of course have a good, like I said, brand image. Once you have that strong brand image and you have all these guardrails, then that's the first step. And God forbid, if it happens, then you know what to do.
So on the cost of butting in and being a little slightly impolite, I think preparedness. Do you want to close that? I'll hand it over to you, Jasrita, and you respond and you close this.
I think what you're talking about is predictive analytics, and there are predictive analytics today that you can apply for external or internal. For instance, if there is internal, because she spoke about internal stakeholders, and so many of those are disgruntled employees and stuff like that. You can pick up signs with your social listening. You can pick up signs on your internal communication platforms, whether Slack or Yell or Glassdoor, etc., etc. Today, technology, AI, all is helping you to pick up the signs early, the signs which were obscure or were a little not so transparent earlier, and say, now we can see a crisis coming from a mile and be better prepared. On preparedness, then you can have some pre-approved formats or templates by legal, because largely the Pareto's principle applies. 70 to 80% of the crises, it's not a crisis that you haven't seen before. It's only once in a lifetime that you get a COVID. For those 20% of the crises, you have the time and the bandwidth to do it. I think that's it. We're really out of time, and we are all here and we can discuss
Absolutely.
offline.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you for bearing with us for the extra 3 minutes we took.
Thank you. Could I please request all of you to kindly stay back with us on stage for a little while longer? Primarily for a group picture, everyone. And joining us on stage to present a token of appreciation to the entire panel for their time and their insights is Miss Ritu Mathur. Let's welcome the lady of the hour with a big round of applause. Come on. Thank you. Thank you very much. This brings us to the third fireside chat for today's summit, Leaders as Talent Builders, how mentorship shapes the next generation of professionals. Joining us on stage is the CEO at redefining India, Head Middle East. Please put your hands together for Mr. Atul Sharma. In conversation with AVP PR and Comms at Swiggy, please welcome Ms. Akanksha Jain. How about a big round of applause for Ms. Jain? Aesthetics are very important. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Sharma, Ms. Jain.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this interesting fireside conversation with Atul. What we're trying to cover here is a very important and pertinent topic where we're talking about leaders and the role that they play in building talent, not only talent at a certain level in the organization, but from the scratch. And at the time that the times that we live in, the VUCA world, where the careers are not that linear, where it's about Gen Z being a part of the workforce, where AI is supposedly taking up our jobs. It's becoming even more important for leaders to invest a lot more in the communications industry to build talent for the future and ensure that the reputation of organizations are taken care of. So without much ado, Atul, I'll start with my first question. And just want to start just on the most important point here. In terms of, when we started out in our careers, mentorship concept was very different, we did not have social media, we did not have, we may have had Facebook, some of us, but otherwise social media was hardly non-existent, hardly existent, and it was difficult to reach out to people. You would meet people somewhere, at events, you would request them, sir, would you mentor me, ma'am, would you mentor me? Then you try to meet them one-off, and then, that's about it. And then you just lose track because everybody gets busy with work. But now with the digital world that we live in, what do you think? Do you think that the mentorship concept has changed? And especially how it has evolved over the years, considering Gen Z, considering a hybrid work culture that has come in?
Thank you so much, Akanksha. And without launching into a tirade of, हमारे ज़माने में ऐसा होता था, which I think we often end up saying when majority of at least people in my age bracket talk about how they look at work. I feel that time around, and this is my personal belief and opinion, that PR practitioners, which was a very young, nascent profession that time around, we were more interested in the craft of it. So I think every idea, every campaign that came across, we were super interested, super excited about a campaign, or super excited about attending a conference, or going for a media round, and so many more things. And I think today, if only one thing which probably for me, which has changed, is probably the pride that each one of us associates with the profession. But coming back to, I think, the mentoring question, I definitely feel that I was lucky enough to get a lot of leaders who were really great at their craft, and they spent a lot of time with me, understanding my strengths, weaknesses, my pain points, and what I wanted to do. And to date today, I think the challenge that we face is that we have paucity of time. PR, unfortunately, has become a 24/7 profession. There is no, press doesn't come to an halt now in our lives. There's constantly communication which is going on. There are crises which happens at 2 o'clock in the night. And by virtue of that, what has happened is our profession has become a lot more about let's get it done, rather than, probably where is the next leader for the profession is going to come from. And I think that somehow has evolved the way our leaders today, in today's day and age, are behaving. We are more focused on the outcomes rather than on the long-term outcome. We've become more myopic in our ways of operating. And wherever leaders don't have that myopia, you will see that they are mentoring great leaders. They are making sure that that Guru Shishya bond that we often speak about, that is continued and that has kept that organization alive. So I think that one piece has changed the way probably mentoring is being looked at in a very different light.
I think that's a very valid point, because now it's crisis can happen any minute, any second, and it can spiral into small little tweet can spiral into a big crisis.
Yeah. So, and I think just to we had a panel before this where we had 8 speakers speak about crisis. There are only 2 people here trying to talk about mentorship. So that very much tells you, what is the kind of focus that we have on the topic that we're discussing.
Yeah, I think that's pretty out there. So I think just coming back to say, I'm very curious to know this, because you would have a lot of Gen Z in your organization. So how does this mentor-mentee relationship vary when it comes to Gen Z versus, I'm sorry to go back to saying our times, but then how has it evolved? Does Gen Z have the same kind of vigor? Does Gen Z expect you to be, so Gen Z essentially is more purpose-driven. They want people to give quick feedback, is what I understand of them. And they also expect leaders to be very flexible. So what is your take there?
I feel every time, at least my leaders, when they tell me, this is a Gen Z problem, I think that's lazy leadership. To be very honest, I think we've always had a generational gap every time we were working with people. And as long as you make an attempt to understand what are the drivers for Gen Z and find them those drivers, I think that's more important. The problem is, like I said, because of paucity of time, what has happened is we've stopped listening. I think the first important thing for mentoring is you need to listen. You need to understand what is it that people want. What are the drivers for those people? What will help them to become better managers? What will help them to become better leaders? Majority of the times we just focus on getting the job done, that we tend to forget to listen. And I think as long as we go back to that, we understand what are the drivers, we understand what are the kind of probably leeway that they want, we are understanding. I think we have having a very animated conversation a while back, and I think the only one thing came out of it, that we have our own problems with Gen Z, but sometimes they do stellar work. That was one of the one of the people that we were having this discussion with said that they do stellar work. So I think the point is not lost. The fact is that whether it's Gen Z, whether it is Gen Alpha, or whether it is, there's another term which is coming up. So the fact is, whosoever it is, I think as long as we understand the drivers, as long as we find what motivates them, what gets them going, I think we can always find the answers. And that answer has to be found by the mentors or the leaders who are right now sitting in these chairs. And I think that's where we make the change.
Interesting. I don't see many Gen Z here. But yeah, I think I recently got a chance to work with a Gen Z who was supposedly not like the best to work with, is what I was told. But I must say she did a great job of it. Only thing you had to do was just tell her that, you know this best, you please do it. And you please be on ground, and I trust you, you please do this. And she did such a great job. I mean, I was totally surprised. So I think there are people who do a good job, and there are those sincere ones, and of course there are outliers. Just moving ahead on this, Atul, how do you think you'll institutionalize this? Because see, generally in organizations what we see is, mentorship is from the top to say a mid-management level. But how do you institutionalize it from a standpoint of a mid-manager in your organization trying to mentor some top performers that you see very early on?
So it's a slightly, I think we always find answers which are, when we talk about individuals, those answers are easy to find, because you need to speak to individuals, get that get that behavior going, and probably we don't need to drive an entire organization behind it. But when it comes to organizations, what tends to happen is whatever you incentivize, that's what gets going. So if you are going to focus on bringing in new business, that's something which the entire organization is going to go after. Unfortunately, right now, I don't think mentorship is something which majority of us are right now trying to incentivize, because it's one of those softer things, right? You need to do this because you need to be a better manager. You need to keep nice culture. As long as we are able to drive mentorship and find a connect between mentorship and your retention levels, find a connection between mentorship and your business retention levels on your acquiring business levels, I think that's when organizational will start putting the money where the mouth is. And I think right now the challenge is that we are not actually right now promoting that behavior. We are not getting people to find time to get to talk to people and mentor them. And that's where I think if you ask me, we at a PRCI level, we were trying to figure out, you know, this question. We were trying to find answers to this question at a more industry level, that how do we make PR more aspirational? And I think one of the things that we found out was that whenever there are young people joining our profession as interns, a large chunk of the times they don't come back. They go to, and we lose them to other professions like advertising, market research, consulting. And a large chunk of that is they feel that there's a lot of grunt work which needs to be done, but nobody's actually mentoring them. Nobody's speaking to them, trying to find out what is it that they need to do. And I think if we are able to find that connect, I feel we should have the right answers, even at an organizational level.
Yeah, interesting. So I think a lot of work cut out for leaders who run organizations to ensure that this is taken care of. Now, since we've spoken a lot about AI and tech, I just wanted to, pick your view on how does scalable mentorship look like in this world of tech AI, and also just to touch upon a little different topic, but is there something called like, for lack of a better word, reverse mentorship that we leaders like us can learn from the younger lot in terms of, AI and things like that?
No, definitely. I think if you ask me, I think one of the things that has changed between us and the people that we work with is that there's a lot that we can learn from them, whether it is to do with technology, whether it's to do with AI, whether it's to do with a lot of other things which probably they pick up way faster than us. So definitely, yes, a lot to learn there. As long as, and like every other sphere, AI is able to influence. So, one of the things that one of the platforms we are talking about is there's a interesting platform called Kronos on which you can actually mentor people. So I found it a little hard to believe. I haven't tried it yet, but there's an AI tool for that as well. So that's one part of it. But I feel definitely, making sure mentoring is a lot of also about continuity, making sure that we do it over and over and over again. Sit down, listen, talk, find out solutions, probably get to ask the right questions rather than getting to the solutions with people. Identify what is it that you can work with your team and help them move in the right direction. So there's a lot that technology can do in automating a lot of stuff which is required to keep the entire mentoring machinery going. So yes, definitely.
Interesting. This brings me to a question which I wanted to really ask, and considering that I worked with some of the very inspiring leaders in my career, some good, some bad, but they did influence me in the right way possible. And I always keep thinking, like at what point does a leader, a CEO or an MD of an organization, he stops thinking about being a manager of outcomes, like you've been saying, and start becoming a builder of people? Because I have worked with leaders who've been people leaders, like hands down, like, they will call you at 1 in the night and you will just do it because they called you and you have to do it. Not like you have to do it, because you have that respect for them. So how do you kind of transition from just getting outcomes because, somebody's, oh God, the CEOs also have to do, versus, yeah, I have so much respect and this is my team, this is what I owe to my organization, or it's my team, I really believe in it, so I have to do it.
See, I'll try and answer it in the best possible way that I can, but I think if I have to reflect back on my own journey, there are three points in my life wherein I felt that I made a major switch and my mentors helped me in that. So right from an associate to a manager, wherein you were completely focused on your individual contribution. It didn't matter what your teammate was doing. You were so focused on making sure that that WIP goes out, or that, or that media round update goes out, or those 3 pitches that were given to you, that gets done in the best possible manner, and you are completely focused on that. Then you move to a manager level wherein you realize that you need to be responsible for your own output, but you also need to be responsible for somebody else's output, and you could really focus on the short run and get the work done. But in the long run, if you want that person to continue working with you and maintain that stability, you need to give them a vision, a larger picture where you're going. I think if you ask me, that's where the rubber meets the road. When you start realizing what people's aspirations are, what their dreams are, you try to find answers for them, and you will see that people, and I think genuinely, if you ask me, a large chunk of the people that work with me I feel that I work for them and not the other way around. I work for them, and when I say that I work for them, I'm interested in what they want to do in their lives. Where will their growth come from? Where will their learning come from? And that's where I think mentoring kicks in, according to me, wherein you know what your people want, wherein you believe that this is the next challenge which will do this person really good, and you push them in the right direction. And for that, like I was saying, you need to listen actively, because if you're not listening to your people and you're gloating in that pride that, oh, I am responsible for your growth, it's not going to lead you much anywhere. So understand their aspirations, give them those opportunities, and you'll realize that majority of the time people just want to, have fun, get salary at the end of the month, and be happy. I think nobody wants more drama than that.
I agree. I agree. I think that's a very valid point. I just have one last question. So if there's there aren't many that I see as first-time leaders in the room, but just want to take your view in terms of what are the things that first-time leaders should do, some piece of advice for them to ensure that they can start building talent very early.
I think, I'm just going to repeat myself a lot to what I said a little while ago. One is listen actively. Listen actively, and you'll realize that, people believe in you. People believe that they are safe with you. People believe that you are working for them. You are helping them achieve their ambitions, their goals, and they will come along with you. Wherever you are. I think that's part one. Which, second, I think in this age of technology, AI, you'll realize that, if you don't keep up pace, chances are that, the teams who are working with you will feel that there's not much that we can learn from this person. Because, suddenly you'll feel out of depth in a lot of places. So whether, you know how to use it, you don't know how to use it, I'll completely not get into the specifics of it. But if you don't know what a particular tool is capable of, my recommendation is get a good hang of it. And I think I'll shamelessly put in a plug here. In January at Rudafin, we are doing something called the AI workshop. Our global CTO and global CEO, she's coming down and running a AI workshop for corporate communicators, where we will give people a flavor of how tools work. What is prompt engineering? How do you look at, when AIs hallucinate, how do you find that out? And different tools, right, from Sora to ChatGPT to Perplexities and all of the world. But I think the intent is keep on learning. What are the tools that you require in today's day and age? I think that's the second thing that I would want you to keep in mind. Third thing, which I feel has helped me a lot. So don't work for business. Don't look at client acquisition. Don't look at people. Look at tomorrow, how the world will want to remember you. And it's a very big question, from a legacy perspective. Do you want to be remembered as a boss with whom people had a lot of fun, or a leader with whom people enjoyed working? They just came along because they felt that it was a good person to work with. I think as long as you have that legacy clear in your head, and it's my favorite assignment which I give to a lot of people when they come for interviews, to write their own eulogy. And I get to know a lot about what people want to do in their lives. So a large chunk of them don't write about PR. A large chunk of them, they have very different aspirations in life. And I think if you find that out about people, chances are that, that's where we'll find most of the answers for your leadership style and what you could do from a mentoring perspective?
I think, thank you. That's pretty insightful. Before I close, if there are any questions, we can take a couple of them, although we're running out of time. Or any experiences anybody wants to share.
Thank you so much for this. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please request both of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Joining us on stage to do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation from DS Group, please put your hands together for Jyotsna Dash Nanda. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for taking our time, accepting our invitation, and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much, Akanksha ji. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Now, for our third panel, we have brought together leading women leaders. Perfect. Thank you very much. For our third panel discussion, we have brought together leading women leaders from the industry to talk about women leaders in communications. Has India broken the glass ceiling? Join me as I welcome our esteemed panel. CEO at PRCAI, please put your hands together for Deepti Sethi. Welcome, Deepti ji. Up next, joining us on stage is Senior Advisor and Independent Consultant. Please put your hands together for Paroma Roy Chaudhary. Welcome. Joining these two fine ladies on the stage is Director Corporate Communications at Meta. Please put your hands together for Bipasha Chakrabarti. Welcome. Time to welcome the AVP Corporate Communications at DS Group. Please put your hands together for Jyotsna Dash Nanda. And completing this panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, the founding managing partner at Astrum. Please welcome Mr. Ashwani Singla.
Hi. Well, thank you for this great privilege to moderate this very high-powered session. We're going to discuss women in leadership and why there's a challenge of women making it to the boardroom. Let's start with some stats. Indian public relations entry-level workforce, 70% is what I have, the data, which says 70% of entry-level workforce is women. But only 1 out of 3 at the top, in the executive leadership position or in the boardroom of the corporate communication world. Why? Bipasha, we'll take each one of you to have a view, and then let's sort of flow from that conversation.
Okay, thank you first. Lovely to be here. This is actually one of my first ones, so really excited. You know, I'm going to zoom out a bit, and the data that you talked about, I'm going to talk about women overall. According to McKinsey report, actually less than 20% women make it to the C-suite. Yep. And 1 in every 5, eventually, I mean, when they enter, there is parity. But as they grow up, the numbers keep dropping. If we really have to look at it, you know, there are 3 things. One is structural barriers, you know, in terms of whether the right opportunities, the level playing field is afforded to women. Are they given, you know, acknowledging that even when they enter the workforce and there could be parity with the gender, from a gender point of view, why is there progress or why is there a leakage in the talent pipe? The second part of it is cultural. Often women in life stages, caregiving becomes very important, and that's where caregiving becomes a personal choice rather than systemic reality. And the third, unfortunately, it is a reality. Of course, we're getting better, it's evolving, but more in terms of personal barriers. Interestingly, I'll tell you about this example that, it was one of those things that happened many years ago. When a job comes out, and when a man looks at it, and he knows 4 things in the job description out of 10, he says, I'm ready. Women, when they don't know 2 things out of that list of 10, they impose restriction. There is always this softer aspect where self-doubt or really putting out themselves. A lot of them, simple things, it sounds very cliched in 2025, but the reality is salary negotiation. There are a lot of self-imposed restrictions that women really look at, they kind of give themselves. So if we really have to zoom out, we have to look at it from these 3 things.
So let me sort of paraphrase this. 3 things. 1, you're saying disparity. 2, culture. And 3, self-imposed restrictions.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 sort of mitigating factors for you. Dipti, what's your view?
So I would say we rather zoom in and zoom into the panel here. I mean, if these people have made it to the boardroom or have done really senior leadership roles, I think that is the opportunity. And I feel the other opportunities, as you rightly said, while there is a younger generation, but also the skew of women in public relations. And I know now the definition of PR is gone, right, or different. So if we are able to be in that ecosystem of communication, I feel the opportunity is much higher than before. I'll quote one of the data from the global PR, women's PR, which said that the domination of males in the boardroom has reduced in the last 1 year from 61% to 51%. So I would see, let us take this opportunity to see where women can move forward. One of the things, what Pasha said, completely agree to those things, but I feel we give up too easily. And I don't want this to be a discussion about men or women. I think whoever is a high performer, there is no looking back for them. They have to go up the ladder, and that is the real opportunity. So why the discussion of women in the boardroom? I know it's important culturally. India will be moving forward. There is a narrative about the country, the culture, and those kind of things as well. But I feel it's more like a equal gender discussion of high performers, and they need to take forward.
Okay. Parma, you had an interesting take on this subject.
Yeah. Thanks very much for inviting me and us for this discussion. Always good to meet industry colleagues. I'm going to turn this argument on its head. Because in PR and CorpCom, or even public policy, though a little less in public policy, the argument is reverse. Because there are more women in leadership than men. I mean, there's a case for reverse diversity here. Though I'm not a fan of making either color or gender as a success or enabling factor. Look at most of the PR firms today, or the large PR jobs today, are headed by women. I mean, whether many more women can succeed, to your point, from entry level to the top, a lot of people fall off. And to Vipasha's point and Dipti's point, there are self-created barriers there, which I do a lot of mentoring of both men and women, and I see how still women pull themselves back. This is data again, and saying that, whether I can, what about my balancing home and work, etc., whereas men are not even bothered. The questions that I get from similar level male executives are, how do I manage diverse teams? How do I build my personal brand? How do I extend my sphere of influence? These are leadership questions. And I mean, fewer women ask those things, which is really a self-created barrier. I'm not saying it's an ideal world. There are many, many structural barriers. But I think in PR and CorpCon, we have a unique opportunity where women are actually in better and bigger roles sometimes. And some male colleagues, I mean, I can even name them, they don't get the jobs they deserve simply because they are men. So that is not the ideal thing.
So it's an interesting
yeah,
point.
I mean, it's a reverse argument, but it's actually, if you look at data, it's true.
Absolutely. So Dipti, you said merit and resilience to stay the course is something that you think is the opportunity area. So you're sort of looking at it on the other side. But Roma, the interesting point you're making, besides the fact that don't give up and don't have self-doubt, you're saying, hey, there are times when you think the men miss out because there's a diversity sort of pressure to do something more for women, and therefore merit sort of sometimes get compromised. Just now you had something to talk about some of the issues around gender.
We'll need one line. Resilience is the biggest virtue and the biggest gift you can give yourself, regardless of your gender.
Right.
Pick yourself up, dust, and move on. Yeah, so, I mean, this is the biggest enabling factor to
Yeah,
your
and I
Right.
think taking on from what Paroma has said, not only resilience, I mean, as mothers, when you're trying to balance home, when you're trying to balance work, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. But you choose your priorities and work accordingly. You work in an atmosphere which is giving, which is accommodating, and then I think you move on. So these are choices that one makes because you need to decide where you want to go and how you want to go. And there is no shortcut. Let me tell you, there is no shortcut to knowledge, to peer knowledge, to learning from each other. I mean, each of us have learned from each other. I mean, I don't think books have ever taught us how we should conduct ourselves actually in the market. And look at it from tier 2, tier 3 markets. We are very privileged. I mean, we are in the metros. We have a lot of mentors. We worked with a lot of people from whom we can learn. But look at tier 2, tier 3 guys. There's so much hunger in them. They don't have those opportunities. So it's an opportunity for us to get them into an inclusive, ecosystem where they can benefit from all of us.
Thank you. You all spoke about individual resilience and doubts. I want to just zoom out a little bit and talk about, because you also mentioned something about structural challenges. So I want you to sort of opine and just reflect on what are the structural challenges that disable the environment in such a way where you find women find it hard to then sort of not give up. Are there some disabling environments or issues as opposed to enabling issues where you see people falling off? I certainly refuse to believe that it's 100% because women don't want to do, right? And it may be 10%, but can we then think about a larger number of women who go up to the leadership position and not fall off the ladder, right? Where are the challenges today in organizations or structures where you feel it creates a more disabling environment as opposed to an enabling environment?
I'll just take the opportunity.
We'll reverse back and then go back to Vidisha and we'll come back. And
So
swing back
just
again.
to add to, I mean, we've all talked about resilience. But there's one thing which I'm not sure how many of you will agree, but there's something called microaggression.
Mhm.
How many of us would have faced that? And I'm sure at some point in time, each of us would have faced it. But to be resilient, to find a way out and move on is the way out of it. I mean, I'm sure each of us in our professions would have had issues with regard to that. But how do you get out of it is something that you need to work because you have your own goal. Each person has his or her own goal. Giving up is easy. I mean, I'm sure.
So Prabha, outside of the women, so Jyotsna talked about the fact, stay the course, be a little bit more aggressive about what you want. Where are the issues outside of your control which disable you to succeed?
I will give a
Do
personal...
organizations
I
need to
will
do
give
things differently?
Two personal examples. I have worked for 33 years, about 8 years in journalism and 25 years in corporate. So I can call myself a little qualified to speak on this. One of the biggest editors in the business told me that I should give you a card at your grade, but I won't because your husband works for a multinational, I can give you a Zen. You already drive a Santro. Hello, it was bought with my own money. My husband had nothing to do with it. So he didn't give me the car. If I name, you will know he's one of the most enlightened editors in the business, but no longer, but till very recently. So that's what happened. I got money. I didn't get the car, which I deserved.
Right.
So, one.
So it's the way
I mean,
the men
you
are seeing the world.
I mean, what has my husband got to do with me? I mean, it's like, it's totally incidental or accidental.
Right.
Worse is much later. I mean, Airtel. I'm going to name the company because, you know, a lot of people there knew about this. When I joined, there were only 2 women directors at that time. Me and somebody else who sat in a different building, and our Danish ombudsperson. There was no women's loo on that floor. There was a men's loo because Airtel board members used to go use that. There was no woman. So he said, like, you know, 1 floor down, mobility has a very nice women's loo. Why don't you go there? I said, nothing doing. We need a loo here. And you have to thank me for this because when I said, look, I mean, I even told Sunil, I mean, there was an opportunity to talk to him, and I'm like, you know, this is the situation. And one block of the men's loo got destroyed, and a woman's dismantled, and a woman's loo got made. So if these are not structural challenges, what will those be? But I think the multinational companies that I have worked in, Google, SoftBank, GE, HP, they were all fantastically enabling environments. No real discrimination, subtle discrimination, yes. Yeah, microaggression, but you have to.
So Deepthi, I want to throw, it's a very interesting take that Paroma has done, and I'll just pick up from that. The view multinational corporations have as opposed to local-owned enterprises. Now, you've worked forever for a large multinational corporation, both in the news, BBC, and then for Ford, and went to the global level. But also as the CEO of PRCI, you see a lot of the domestic agencies, right, the consulting firms, and you see a large, most of them that are of worth in the country. What's your view in terms of the deterrence that exists within the system besides this sort of skewed view of the male leaders or the male board members against women, or just ignorance, simply ignorance?
Well, I think it all boils down to processes to me. I think where multinationals really stand out is solid processes. So there is very little room for discrimination. You go by the rule book. I think that's the opportunity. But to that point, having served in the US, if we think that when you're moving continents, you're, you know, taking just new challenges, it's not that easy. So you have to, I think, be very strong yourself. I still remember when I made the decision to go to US, my husband was working for IBM. We both were serving big leadership roles. Right. And people came to my, you know, cabin and said, are you moving? This is a very, very bold decision, you know, moving around with the whole family and everything. That, of course, scared me. And when you get in there in an environment, you feel you are in such a different culture. So you have to adjust to the work. You have to adjust to the processes. You have to adjust to your personal lot of things and manage that. But I think it's the process of the organizations which help you come through. So I think that is the difference I see in the agencies. We still are in a, can I call it a nascent stage? It's good to see now we have a diversity. We have large, we have mid, we have small ones. But I think there is no compromises on this. One question I a lot of time ask the founders, like I got an opportunity being in the MNC to take a global role. How many of you are offering that? How many of you are taking, like is Edelman taking its people to Asia and Singapore, is Rudolphins, and you know, you have to create that, and that can only happen if you have succession plans, if you have things like that which allows personal growth in a real manner. So seeing at the PRCI level, I think we got to move from running businesses to running professional setups. So I think that's the big opportunity I feel, which can help change, lift the industry. And I feel really proud, again to my point, there are a lot of male founders who are doing a phenomenal job. There are a lot of female founders who are doing a phenomenal job. Just bring in processes as quickly. And one point I'm going to make is we don't have 25 next years for the change. If we have not done in the next 5, we have missed the boat. Our profession is at that point that professionalism is the word, and from P to the N, we have to accept every word of it.
How nice is that? Vidisha, I'm going to swing to Bipasha, sorry.
I think you know my sister. She's
Yes.
Vidisha. So, yeah,
Well, she probably worked with me for a long period of time. So, Bipasha, my apologies. You work for an American multinational organization, transnational organization, which cuts across boundaries, cultures, and your business is culture. As an organization, from a domestic, and I'm going to come back to Josna because she works for a domestic business as opposed to multinational. With this whole thing that's going on in the United States around diversity, inclusion, and sort of taking a little, dialing down on that, and then where is this view that you see? Will that have an impact on the ability of the women to take the charge, or do you think that merit eventually must shine without these sort of enabling systems?
I mean, there are two ways to look at it. One is, I completely agree with Paroma in terms of if there is a role, may the best person win, irrespective of the gender. But as we zoom out, there is a reason why historically the corporate, world over, globally, has talked about DEI, right? Because some of the stories that we are hearing today, not having a toilet on the same floor. I remember there was a movie about it where, there were no toilets and they had to go to another.
This is called Numbers.
Yeah.
It's Kevin Costner.
Yeah. Hidden Figures, yeah,
Hidden
thank
Figures,
you.
yes.
Yeah.
Hidden Figures. Yes.
I didn't, I would imagine that was a very different time period, but I'm really, really surprised to hear that story because it's really brutal.
That was at NASA, incidentally.
Yes, it was at NASA. So,
Women
and
of
women
color.
of color, and that
Interesting
happening, repeating itself, and hearing a version of that is absolutely brutal. Yeah, but I think there are a couple of things. One is, fundamentally, while yes, the glass ceiling is cracked, it's not yet shattered. It's far from that. And some of it seems very, very commonsensical, fundamental, but it happens. Example, hasn't happened with me, but I know of somebody in my team who was applying for a global role, a single mom. And one of the big advice that and it was a Europe-based MNC, and one of the advice she was told that, look at your life stage, you're a single mom, a single child, focus on bringing up your son. Think about it before you take that role. A man would never be given that advice that think about your daughter enrolling in kindergarten, but it happens. Second, when inclusion becomes a HR domain, it misses from core governance. Inclusion should be a CEO's job, not a HR rule book, not a box to be ticked. Third, when we talk about, I won't call it a boys' club, but when you talk about networking, a woman needs to go home, cook, feed mother-in-law, father-in-law, whoever. But and sometimes there are women who can't go out and network over a golf on a Sunday morning. Is that something that is actually creating a very subtle barrier? Nobody is going to talk about it. And the fourth, which I think women impose upon themselves. Most of the women, and I spent 25 years in the industry, I mentor a lot of young, mid-range, mid-level women. They only come and ask me, I need a mentor. I said, great, you need a mentor. Who is your sponsor? A mentor is going to teach you, it's a learning agility that they're going to show you. But who is going to champion you in rooms that you are not? So why don't you ask for a sponsor in the same breath as you ask for a mentor? A guy does it. I'm sorry, a man employee does it. Who's going to talk about me? Which role am I going to get next? A woman will only come and ask you to be, can I get mentorship? That is exactly what they need to demand.
Why don't you add to that?
So because that's because you have fewer sponsorships for women. And more importantly, I think, while you say that the organization I work in, we have very few women. She's talking about a time probably 10 years ago. I'm talking about now. Yeah, I'm talking about now. We still have about 3% women workforce. And senior leadership is very few, you know. So when we have opportunities that are there where we have to go and represent ourselves, or we need to talk about DEI, we shy away from talking because it doesn't make sense. Where are we? It's a cultural shift. It's not transformation. Like you've said, it cannot be a tick in the box. You have to have a cultural shift to be able to accept, and it has to be based on merit. It cannot be based on a DEI role that is there, which is specially created, which will obviously be the HR roles, the other, the ancillary roles that I would call it, but that's not how it should be. In a lot of companies, especially in the business we are into, most of the salespeople, you won't find a single woman sales person in our organization. So that's a huge distance we need to cover. So these are experiences that are there.
All right, so Prabha, before I ask the next question, your point.
My point is that don't wait for others to create opportunities for you. It doesn't happen. You step up, ask for something, you might get turned down. Quite often you are. But then, if you don't ask, who will? One of my male bosses told me that he wanted me to fill up 3 pages of appraisal or something. I'm like, I don't have time. So he said, if you don't write, who will? Why don't you understand? Step up, be authentic, build your personal brand. I can't, underline this more. I'm not saying you do LinkedIn updates. No.
So you're saying that you need to be an advocate and champion of your own self more than anybody else because nobody else is going to.
And women are
And that's
not,
the same point you're making about sponsorship.
Women are not good at it, Ashwin.
But here's I have like 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm going to ask something interesting. In public relations, 25 years, 20 years, 20, 30 years, 20 plus years, right? Public relations, Indian public relations. 70% women, only 30% leadership role. Are women enemies of women themselves? Bipasha, with you, and then I want to get views.
I think we can do a better job of sponsorship of women. We here say, pick as you rise. I think we really need to, we've talked about it. I think we really need to put that in practice much more aggressively.
I think it's all about support. You have to support your peer to grow and move forward.
So you don't have enough forums for women supporting. So to that extent.
No, it's about going and asking.
So
it's
women
about
in
making
PR is a
yourself
good
heard.
platform there.
Yeah.
Paroma?
Yeah.
I have had 4 fabulous bosses, 2 men, 2 women. So we are absolutely open. Having said that, I think we can do a better job of supporting each other. So if there was a forum, and I'm leaving this thought also with people, if there was a forum where we can come together as peers and discuss much more, rather than giving Gyan, it'll really help.
So Paroma, no, we have the forums, but the question is who's attending those forums? यही फोरम है. आज हम 30 under 30 की बात कर रहे हैं, पर इस रूम में कितने 30 under 30 हैं? That's the point. I think what women or whoever needs to do, we are having this conversation with the people who know where the issues are. We need to have the conversations with the people who don't know it. So I think while the forums are there, I feel women or whoever, your growth is in your own hands. I would just simply say that. If you are not asking, if you're not in the right places, if you're not making time to look at your own competency chart, if I'm lacking in something, if I don't know that, if I don't acknowledge and I'm not working on it, you yourself are shattering
that's a
roadmap.
gender agnostic view, right? Because whether you're a male or a female, you have to be meritorious. But you're saying women need to do a lot more because they get to be undervalued or underestimating themselves.
You need to have a lot of drive.
Can I add to that? Cheryl was very popular in saying this, that women fear likability. Women often face likability penalty. The moment a woman is assertive and she speaks her mind, I'm sorry for my
She's
language and
over-aggressive.
French, she is the B word.
Correct.
Whereas a man is supposed to be assertive.
Out there.
This is what, and by the way, the
Yes,
ones who
I
are
agree with
also
you.
doing that likability penalty are women in the room. So I think we need to be honest and acknowledge that there has to be a little bit that still
So,
needs to be done.
so in the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds, I want to spend a little bit time on your personal journey. And to make it crisp, one point that you think aided you the most in your journey, and the one point that you think you could have done differently in your journey of this ladder of success.
My journey hasn't been too exciting. I'm a communicator by accident. I was studying to be a chef. Because I studied something else and got into an area which I had no clue, I think I pushed myself out of comfort zone, and I continue doing it as I look through my 25
So push yourself
years.
out of the comfort zone.
My comfort zone
big
of
one.
knowing something, being in the domain that I studied, but I actually got into a space where I had
One thing that you would have done differently.
I think there are some lessons which I learned later in life, like advocating for myself. I wish I knew
earlier.
how to do it much earlier. In life.
Thank you. Dipti.
Well, for me, I would say there are, while it may seem that every of our careers are so illustrious, right, everybody has hardships. So we need to go through that. I remember once I used to write in my cabin, just do it. You know, the Nike mantra, every day I would come in, and especially when you're in a global environment, you have to do so differently that you would say, just do it. So just recognizing that that's the opportunity, you've got the chance, you have to prove it, that's what you
The
got
lights shine bright, but people don't see the school of hard knocks that you attended. Right, I get that. Paroma, what about you?
Exactly. I mean, I'm not, apologies, but I'm not a big fan of Sheryl Sandberg for a number of reasons. But I completely believe what she said, that when a man is assertive, you are aggressive. I'm sorry, a man is a stud and you're a slut. So, I mean, you know, so that's why.
So what made you successful, and what would you have done differently?
That is what. I mean, I have always been aggressive, assertive.
So that was your important.
Branded as aggressive like 80% of the time. But, so I have resilience. So assertiveness and resilience have been my success factors. What I could have done differently, maybe tone down the aggression a little. And I think I could have done better job of navigating uncertainty, not uncertainty. Yeah, last 6 months. I've been actually, not last 6 months, 5 months. I've been toying with the idea of what should I do? Should I go run a business? Should I become an entrepreneur? Should I take another job? Should I become an advisor? I'm in the fortunate position of having many choices. But I think this ambiguity, I could have navigated a little better.
Well, this year is 3 decades of you having met each other. So I know exactly what you're saying. So Joe, over to you. Your own personal journey, one big part of your, that contributed to your success that you did, and something that you would want to have done differently.
My first boss is Vandana Sandhi. She's sitting over here.
Oh, there you are,
And
Andy.
my first appraisal that I had was a...
Enterprise peer. Oh, wow.
So it was an abysmal appraisal that I had, and I went up to Vandana and I said, how can somebody give me an appraisal like this? So she said, that's because you didn't speak for yourself. And I thought at that point in time that my work will speak for itself. And that is the biggest learning I have had, and I tell this to everybody who comes to me, is that you have that one window, make use of it and speak for yourself.
Thank you.
That, even if it is 15 minutes, speak for yourself and make your point clear. I think that's the biggest lesson that I learned.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, Paroma, last word.
Be authentic and be yourself. And if you try to be someone else, you'll not succeed. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Bipasha, Deepti, Paroma, and Jyotsna, many, many thanks to you. Engaging conversation, but we could spend the whole evening having this conversation, so thank you very much.
Take that.
Big round of
glass
applause for the panel, please.
Thank you, ladies.
Great moderation. Great moderation.
Thank you very much. Could I please request the entire panel to kindly come up front for a quick picture? And joining us on stage to present a token of appreciation to this fantastic, fantastic panel is the Lady of the Hour. Please put your hands together one more time for Miss Ritu Mathur. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता दोस्तों, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं, जरा दिल खोलकर बजाएं. A quick picture of presenters and the entire panel together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we head towards the next session, which is a keynote address, can I please request everyone to empty out their hands and stand for the next 30 seconds? Can I please request everyone to empty out their hands and stand for the next 30 seconds? Everyone. Everyone who's present here. All right. Quickly, we are going to shake off the energy because we have to be in the best of our spirits. With both of your hands, let's shake off the energy. Come on, everyone. Let's shake off the energy. Shake it off. Whatever it is that you're feeling right now needs to go away super quickly. Let's shake the energy. बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? अब दूसरी तरफ वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और अब जरा जोरदार तालियों से tell everyone that we are in the best of the spirits. Come on. Perfect. Perfect. It's getting better. By the time we move over to the felicitation ceremony, I think we'll be in the best of our spirits. For now, thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Thank you. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. Now that we are refreshed and back on track, let's welcome our next speaker. For the keynote address, joining us on stage is the founder and CEO at PR Pandit. Have us read. Please put your hands together for Archana Jain. A bigger, better, bolder round of applause.
And I'm not very good at mics, holding them close back. This is better. Hello? भैया सुनना नहीं है तो चलें हमारे लिए भी छुट्टी सुनना है चलो फिर सुन लो बैठ जाओ everybody guys we are running late okay. Since we are 15 days to 2026, I think it is only befitting for us to look at what does 2026 in PR look like, right? That's what we need to think of. But obviously, it's based on the fact that what's in the rear view. So we've got to take cues from what we witnessed this year. And to be honest, as I can only speak from my own perspective, as CEO of a company, what was I? I was driving growth. And if I was driving growth, in what circumstances? In the circumstances, that was really, I would best define as uncertainty. Uncertainty from the word go. I mean, okay, Ukraine war was on, you've had Middle East tensions, while Trump decides to give visas, not to give visas, impose tariffs, not to impose tariffs, et cetera, inflation so high, et cetera. And that's resulting in AI, fair amount of unemployment, and we'll speak on that later. So in that perspective, yes, it's an era of uncertainty, and a lot of people are saying crisis is going to be pretty much, or issues are going to be pretty much business as usual in the years ahead. And so we've got to be prepared for that. What does it do to people? It pretty much stresses them out. There's a particular distrust that's come out of brands, out of governance, administration, all quarters. And therein lies an opportunity too. I mean, if brands can build a certain amount of trust and make them feel good, happy, feel like they're contributing, we may have an opportunity. And these are numbers really coming out of global surveys, which talk about the fact that yes, there is going to be a fair amount of unemployment, and that continues, and global platforms are talking about it. But even in India, if you look at it, I think we're not talking enough about it, but there are going to be disruptions thanks to AI in segments, whether it's business process outsourcing, manufacturing adopting a lot more mechanization. We're looking at retail and sales, some of their jobs. How many of you have experienced mechanized checkouts? What does it do to people? There are no jobs, right? You no longer have to stock at H&M or Uniqlo on the sort of tills. Yeah, so it is definitely going to happen. And that, in a way, is stressing people, which results in a lot of rage. We've seen it in our neighbor. What happened in Bangladesh, we don't want to repeat it here. So trust is really, it's an opportunity. Therefore, if I were to learn it, can we in a way turn this tension into trust? And that is what we should be thinking about this year. The other imperative is the fact that we have going to be a Gen Z-led economy. Gen Z, just to clarify for some people like me in the audience, are people born between 1997 and 2012. Half of them are already in the working population today. They are definitely, and the numbers are almost about 400 million Gen Zs, out of them half being in the work, or 25% being in the population, working population. They're digital natives. They think about climate ahead of anything else. They're definitely going to be the shoppers. They discover products, not in the stores, but on Instagram. That's what their e-commerce shopping habits, etc. So that's going to be a little bit of the change that we will see coming about. Definitely digitally savvy, so UPI payments, not cash, or credit cards. So again, credit card companies are going to be very worried at this point of time, saying, where is my future? I'm going to be switching to banking. I can no longer earn that 2 or 3% commission. So it's a real problem that between Gen Zs and millennials looking for experience economy, and all of them, this is happening parallelly. And if they're going to hold influence on the economy, what is it that we need to work towards? What does the market suggest? It sees that are brands acknowledging the distress? Is that something that they are talking about? A few brands, yes, talking about mental wellness. Are they demonstrating enough empathy? And some of you, we were discussing earlier, it's, the empathetic behavior of maybe Indigo would have made a difference to the way they responded in these stressful times for them. No. So what are the new rules of influence that we need to work towards? So I've put down 4 points. I'm sure there are more, but to my mind, it's about being relevant. Think Spotify. If they didn't think about the regional languages, if they didn't think of the sort of hyperlocal culture in the music listening or the podcast listening habits, they wouldn't be growing. So think like that. It has to be relevant for them. So what is it relevant for your customers? Because this audience or the larger audiences are looking at see me, hear me, understand me. And we need to solve for that. These 3 things, and yes, it requires us to be hyper. There is a human connection. People are looking at how is it that you can make your brand a little bit more real to them. Glossy models in campaigns or celebrities in campaigns are beginning to thin down. People are very happy for certain brands to really look at real people. I mean, Uniqlo features me, right? That's as real as they can get, right? If they feel that, okay, I'm a traveler, I wear their sort of heat tech, or they talk to people that, is probably your neighbor who loves it. So that's the human connection that increasingly brands will have to be. So it conveys a certain amount of authenticity and really makes that product, that proposition, that idea seem more connected, right? Control. People want to control they want that choice. The brand that comes to my mind is Canva. It says, okay, design, why should it be left for a few people to think about design and be experts at that? Let me democratize design. Let me allow people to use tools to sort of make a design-forward proposition. So design my communications, my presentations. And the last point that I think will continue to influence, purpose is not new, purpose is definitely will remain. Think Etsy. You build your proposition or your model of your business around purpose, about the real things that will make a difference. Craft doesn't have an opportunity to present itself commercially. How is it that they can actually enable a craft that probably lacks access and bring that to more and more people to make it commercially viable, to withstand. It's not about donations. Please understand, purpose is not in that respect. It's got to be self-sustaining, and that's what they are able to offer. And that's the kind of influence that brands need to think about. So what does it mean for a room full of communicators? For all of us, that the old playbook, where we thought only of awareness, of shouting on top of the rooftops to say, okay, yeah, let's go and amplify this news, is no longer about that. It is, in a way, crumbling because there's a wall of skepticism that we need to break through. So what kind of skepticism is what we've understood, right? So, how is it that we can do? So every communication that we think of, or every initiative that we do, we need to think of it, is it going to build trust? And if we can address that, we have a winning proposition. So all of us need to think about that for our clients, for the companies in which we are involved, is how is it that we make sure that the communication that we do is adding to the, and for that, I have a few cues. I think it's important to move hearts before headlines, right? So our communication can't be just about awareness. Let's make them connected, relevant, and we move hearts. And because if you look at this audience, is not saying that, okay, don't try and sell to me. Do you really stand? Do you really stand with them in times of their needs? Are you concerned about the environment? Are you really concerned about my well-being? Then that's what companies will, you'll be able to build trust, make them advocates, build a relationship with them. Make trust your cornerstone. That's the key takeaway, I would say. Now, that can be done by leading with transparency. What does that transparency mean? Two brothers organic farms, think them. Right from the beginning, they're talking about how their products are sourced. The QR code in there leads to what is the origin of their product. So they are building that trust, and they're trying to, it's a challenger brand. They're trying to disrupt the market and doing that very, very well at the moment. Second point, you could shift from brand-led messaging to stakeholder. Nobody wants to hear what the brand says. You want to hear what it means for me. Right? Nike. Personalize the athlete's personal journey. How does the brand fit in there? That's what brands expect from us. And be consistent in what you say. Daag achhe hain, daag achhe hain, daag achhe hain. Over years, Surf has done it. Share the load, share the load, share the load. Right? Those are the brands, that's why they grow. You cannot walk away from that. You cannot be one thing one year and another thing the other year. Your core proposition has to be consistent, and that's will build trust. And you will be forgiven if you're human, and nobody expects you to have synthetic voices. It's okay to say, we goofed up, we made a mistake. Blinkit has done it, right? During the winter season when they had, untimely, they couldn't meet their deadlines. They didn't take to press about it. They used Twitter and they made some sweet remarks, right, on that. Conversation that, we are embracing our flaws with flair. I think there's a UK sort of ad that comes to mind where I think KFC said this, that they reversed it. The FCK is what they called up when, when they messed up real bad. Chicken supply issues were there, so they couldn't serve the customers. So you've got to think of more innovative ways to communicate the fact that, yes, every organization in its lifetime will make a mistake. Every brand will trip. So be prepared that that is going to happen. So, and then you take it on the chin, admit it, and move on. So if you're looking at making trust your cornerstone, some of the things that we need to also be mindful of is mind what's out. If we are talking about influencers, right? A lot of us, I spoke about it myself right now and said, there is Gen Zs discovering influencers. They find it on Instagram, they don't find new products. anywhere else. But there is a fatigue. How are we going to overcome it? It's not that they're passé, but are we thinking of communities? Are we talking to niche creators, Substack influencers, etc., podcasters? Those become the new influencers that we need to deploy, influence. They become advocates for our brands. Adidas, running communities. All their latest drops, they only drop to something called sneakerheads. They don't talk to anybody else because it's the other audiences are influenced by the sneakerheads. So it's a chain effect that you've got to understand what is the source of influence and move there. Avoid transactional thinking. You know, we're not in the business. The product will sell. Tata Tea will sell. But if you remember the Jagore campaign, so think about issues, contextual issues, relevant issues of that times that you could possibly awaken or align your brands with. That is what will move the brand's reputation, equity, the pendulum in the right directions. I think Amul, for years, has done it. They don't sell butter out of that. Clearly not. If they put a square ad that size with just that butter, it would be a very different. And then purpose washing is pretty much out. You will be called out. Brands like Bare Necessities, No Nasties have again built a business. A fashion brand, No Nasties, out 100% organic cotton, and they've got to be real. And likewise, you know, No Nasties is B Corp. Then what's in if we can't align with what's out, right? Ya bhaiya, nikal jao. Nahin, piche chala gaya, haan. What's in? What can we possibly deploy? Definitely technology. So you've got to use it, you've got to deploy it. It's there for us. It's not just for ChatGPT. It's got to be used in every campaign that you do. How many of your campaigns actually sit up and listen and think that are thinking about AI or have an AI idea? Definitely be culturally fluent. And I've got an example for each of these, which I'm going to show to you. So hold your horses. And engagement over endorsement. Nothing is better that will seep in to your hearts if you engage with the brand. Because reading will only leave a fleeting impression, and then you will walk away to it. AI. This is
Traveling brings joy is a universal truth, but planning it, not so much. Finding a destination and planning the perfect itinerary was a big hurdle for our users. What the chatbots churned out felt mechanical, impersonal, and boring. Agoda set out to change that with a first of its kind AI-powered visual itinerary planner. So what does it do? It takes just 8 user preferences like name, travel wide, who you're traveling with, budget, trip duration, bucket list experience, destination type, and travel month. Then using AI, matches them with one perfect destination and offers an itinerary that is narrated to you. But narrated by who? None other than Ayushmann Khurrana, aka Mr. Bekewala.
Hi Priya. Hi Arnav. Hi Suresh.
Yes, you heard that right. He greets you by your name in real time. Okay, wait. Is that all? No. He not only gives you the destination but shows you the hidden gems in that city as well.
Best vibes के लिए you must check out Chatuchak Market. The best vibes के लिए you must check out Esplanade Theatre. You must check out Tibetan Flea Market.
Cool, right? So how does it work? Making it highly relevant is Google's Gemini 2.0 recommendation engine. It matches 8 user preferences across 80 destinations to give the perfect spot along with an itinerary. Secondly, to personalize it for each user, precise AI-based speech generation and lip-sync technology were used to generate thousands of personalized videos with real-time name generation, all with just 15 minutes of training data. And to make the experience visual and immersive,
You get the point, right? It's possible to engage and personalize with the use of AI, and brands need to deploy that. Context setting, right? When there are trends that are popular, it gets you more eyeballs, it gets you more relatability. Zepto did that.
Coming towards Shadi? Come, this is
With the fake Shadi trend. So they created an environment where they got all their brands together and saying, okay, come and experience a fake Shadi, guys. Come to the Zepto fake Shadi. All that you order on quick commerce is right here.
मैं चाहता हूँ आप लोगों की रियल शादी हो। मैं बिल्कुल रेडी।
Experiences. A brand like Hermes, what does it stand for? It gives a life to craft. How can you co-create craft together with them? So they actually created an event in every country where they exit, where they sort of sell, to get the consumers to co-create, because ultimately they believe that the drawings, or whatever their craft is, starts on paper with just a single line.
But I need these little things.
So it's not getting them to the store, come and look at my craft, how lovely my handbag is. This is getting the right audience to actually work with colors and draw, so that they know painstakingly what it takes to build a craft. That leaves a huge impression in the minds of. So what would success look like in 2026? Really, we have to become the most trusted communications partner. I'm just talking about from a PR lens, from an agency lens, but also from you yourself in corporate communication, the trusted department or the service that they cannot do without, right? That deliverables a certain measurable impact with authentic storytelling and data intelligence. So your winning manifesto is really going to be measurement, of course, impact and visibility, but more, has it moved the trust barometer? Have you deployed AI for insights maybe, or for innovated with certain intelligence there? And definitely, how authentic was your communication? How, does it sort of continue to tell the story that authentically the brand lives and the company really lives it every day? Participatory experiences, so that you co-build with your stakeholder what you're trying to do. Are you talking to your regional customers? Are you thinking about that? Where is it that you can actually take the communication to? How deeply into the markets? Let's not think, Northeast currently is drawing such a lot of investment. How many companies are really thinking about what they ought to do in that market or in any other market, hyperlocal? And yes, let's look at building the leadership more credibly. We've spoken about that. A brand that comes to mind that does that and has been doing it, building it beyond the rider fraternity, is this. Royal Enfield. So they have a community now. What do you do after beyond a community? How is it that you can get more and more people to understand? Where do you ride? You drive, you ride through the Himalayas on those, and the Himalayas stretch all the way from the northeast, all the way down to the northwest. And to get craft, to celebrate craft, cuisine, culture from that market is something that they've been now doing. This is season 3 for them. So that's what builds a certain relationship, a credibility with what the brand.
Is so rich in stories.
It's a journey across the Himalayas.
Traditional knowledge, gender, art, I think everything is connected to the other.
So I think in terms of the Himalayas, we know changes are happening so fast.
Culture is constantly evolving, it's growing, it's changing, it's moving and shaking together with its people. So it's alive, it's dynamic, it's not static.
Today was the last day of this in Delhi.
The whole idea is to
But
document intangible cultural
look out for it next year.
Is interactive. It invites participation.
The collaboration with Enfield.
We also need to hack into sort of definite cultural moments to elevate craft, culture, and global perception. And a brand that's done it very well is Jaipur Rugs. And this is what the founder has to say about it.
Director and owner at Jaipur Rugs. My father started Jaipur Rugs in 1978 because he loved weaving. He grew and started to make for other carpet manufacturers, and then eventually we started to export ourselves. And today we export in over 80 countries around the globe and make carpets for some of the best design companies in the world. One of the most interesting things that my father did early on was that he got rid of the middlemen. So in carpet industry, there's an exporter who exports the carpet, and then there are at least 2 middlemen between the weaver and the exporter. And from the first day, he went directly to the weavers, and because of that, he was first able to pay them a lot higher, because of which we got a lot of loyalty from them. So they were making better quality because we were paying them higher. Also, we deliver material to their doorsteps and collect the carpet back from their doorstep, meaning that a weaver working for us can be sitting at their homes, and we provide employment at their doorstep. So we give material, we check there, we collect it back from there and pay them there. But also what's very unique about Jaipur Rugs is our designs. We've won numerous international design awards.
They have something called the Manchaha, where older designs are given to artisans and they convert it into whatever. And this is a luxury product that they've created out of just giving. And obviously getting the communities together to sort of keep the craft of tradition alive in their villages. And some of you may have seen some of these ads, but how they pitch these ads very cleverly during sporting events. So on the left is the Wimbledon, and on the right there's the cricket, the women's cricket World Cup. So over to you all to move hearts, move culture, and therefore be able to move outcomes. That would be my playbook for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that session. Can I request you to join me in the center of the stage? For your valuable insights and your time, we'd like to present a small token of appreciation. Joining us on stage is the Senior Director at Exchange for Media. Please put your hands together for Ms. Parul Batra. And as evident through her role at this summit, she is right over here. Let's welcome the Lady of the Hour with a big round of applause. Come on, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I request you all to kindly proceed towards the buffet area to pick your poison, that could be a cup of joe or a cup of tea, along with some refreshments. How about we pick the second lucky winner of the exclusive Amazon voucher? Let's bring out the fishbowl. Perfect. So quickly, I'm just going to swirl this around, and from this table, that gentleman right in the center, please pick one.
And let me tell you, you have to be in the room to accept your Amazon voucher. अच्छा सर, आपको पक्का मालूम है ये आपकी है? Okay, what's the name?
This is Deva.
Why don't you do the honors?
Krishan Kumar, Axis Bank.
Mr. Krishan Kumar from Axis Bank, you're right over here. Congratulations. Are you? Oh. कभी-कभी भारी पड़ जाता है उल्टा MC पर ही. All right, quickly towards the third one. Sir, please do the honors. Okay, let's see. That would be quite the coincidence.
Tehseen Zodi.
Tehseen Zaidi. Oh, that cannot happen. I'm quickly. Okay, no. I'm not sure if this is superstition or the actual thing, but when we bring our palms together and clap, it changes the environment, it changes the vibe of the entire space. So, what I'm going to quickly do is pick one by myself. Super quickly. Chance chala gaya, my sincerest apologies. Let's hope that Rupali Soni from On Purpose is in the hall. Is she? Tehseen ji, you are here, I can see that. But अब वो आ ही गई हैं, तो अगला वाला यहाँ तो मैं ना निकाल दी. पर अगर निकाल दिया है, तो फिर गिफ्ट तो उन्हें ही जाना चाहिए. Okay. Sir, my sincerest apologies. I called out for your name, but you were not in the room, so I cannot. My apologies. Okay. From Root Statics, we have Anilesh Mukherjee. Is Mr. Anilesh Mukherjee around here? Congratulations. देखा क्या बात है? अब एक बात बताइए, आपने इतनी देर इंतजार किया so that you could win this voucher and then go grab yourself a nice cup of tea. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let's bring out the voucher. Quickly. With the same, requesting everyone to kindly move over to the buffet area for a quick 15-minute tea, coffee, refreshment break.
Platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attracts stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We communications humanize complexity to realize progress. Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere now. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closely. We are all complex bundles of contradictions, craving change, yet fearing the unknown, dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward that, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Patience. Humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital Communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. craving change, yet fearing the unknown, dreaming big, yet doubting themselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward that, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
PR Professionals Group, a global communications powerhouse operating from 16 offices across India and overseas. Mastering global communications for UN organizations and global leaders. We handle international conferences and investor summits. We manage 360-degree communication, crisis, and public affairs for government and corporate clients across industry. Our 90% client retention and rapid growth make us the fastest growing firm. We are not just about business, we are driving national progress. We played a major role in amending the Juvenile Justice, Motor Vehicle and Child Labour Acts. At PR Professionals, we believe in giving back to society. We fight for justice for women, support families of martyrs, and care for children who have lost their parents. We promote para-sports for the specially abled. Our CSR initiatives are driven by the belief that communication can change lives. Join us on our journey of growth, innovation, and impact. PR Professionals, where your success is our mission.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward that, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. We communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your refreshment break. Requesting everyone to kindly find their nearest way to the summit hall. Kindly ensure that your mobile phones are back on the silent or vibration mode. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your refreshment break. I'm certain through the course of this summit, you'll be taking multiple pictures, videos. In case you are planning on posting these pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag. Hashtag number 1, E4MPR30 under 30. Hashtag number 2, E4M PR and Corpcom Summit, and the final hashtag, E4M Corpcom Summit. That's all quite easy and understandable. With this, join me as I welcome our next panelists to talk about talent is a challenge, upskilling, retention. Younger workforce expectations are an emerging issue. To talk about these issues at hand, joining us on stage is the founder and CEO at the Mavericks. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chetan Mahajan. The Chief Client Strategy Officer at Burson India. Please put your hands together for Vandana Sandhir. Joining us on stage is the Senior Vice President and Head of Communications and Brand at Biocon Group. Please welcome Ms. Seema Ahuja. Let's welcome the founder and managing director at PR Professionals. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari. Senior Advisor, Market Ecosystem at Grant Thornton. Please put your hands together for Mr. Subir Moitra. And completing the panel, it's time to invite the moderator, the Senior Editor at Business Standard. Please put your hands together for Mr. Arindam Bhattacharjee.
Thank you. We have a really impressive panel over here in the last session of the day. Already the burnout is setting in, I think, which is the same with the talent and senior and junior folks. The last session, but I think we have one of the most pertinent sessions over here, and the most challenging session of talent. Getting talent, retaining talent, skilling and upskilling talent, and looking at talent for the future. Especially when we have the elephant in the room, which is AI. Every second, we are hearing about AI replacing humans. So, I would quickly want to go to, let's say we start from Chetan. He's sitting farthest from me. So talent is the biggest challenge over here. What are your thoughts on this? Like, how are we grappling this issue? Both in the PR industry, the corporate communication industry. How big do you think the challenge is?
The challenge, of course, is very, very real, because if you look at the two ends of spectrum, people who are very experienced, they are not willing to learn new things, definitely not AI. And people who don't have much experience, they don't want to work too hard and too much. So how do you find balance between these two is I would say, the biggest challenge. So getting people who are senior folks to both understand, how to deal with the new generation, how to deal with the changing times, not only in our industry, but generally, I think how businesses are done have changed dramatically in the last 5 years. And the kind of talent we need today is very different from what we needed 5 years ago. And I think that's a big gap in the ecosystem. If you look at from a fresher's point of view, it takes a lot of energy to train these people in the first couple of years, and the ones who stay back, they become, fortunately, the best talent we have in the agency. And most of them also go on the other side, and Seema should be really happy about that fact. So we train a lot of people who end up being on the other side of the table. But at the same time, I think today, if you look at purely from an AI point of view, the good thing is AI is very consistent. Talent is very inconsistent. So it gives us some balance.
Okay. To go to Seema, from the PR, from the external point of view, like, when you're dealing with clients, we can understand about the challenge that you talked about. Seema, you're very well placed because, you're looking from your own company, from the internal talent, how you get them, and you're very focused, like, it has to be very knowledge-based talent that you have to look for. So what do you have to say?
Correct, that's right. So talent certainly is a challenge today, but let me put a different perspective. I think challenge is not scarcity, but rather specificity. And I'll explain that. There was a time when we used to see that there are not enough PR professionals available for you to hire. But today, I think we've got about 150 institutes where we've got about 5,000 to 6,000 graduates who are joining the workforce every year. And when it comes to really hiring them, what needs to be seen is how many of them are really employable. And when I say employable, it doesn't mean that they do not have the subject knowledge, they're not good PR professionals. But I think what they really lack is a composite capability, knowledge. For instance, today you don't need PR professionals who are just good in writing or networking or good in communication, English as a language. You need much more beyond that, right? And some of these things are, for instance, we were talking about AI. So the digital literacy is very important. So besides digital literacy and AI knowledge and tech literacy, etc., what you actually need, especially for a sector like ours, is the subject matter expertise. So you need to have the business acumen and you need to have the industry understanding. Without that, it becomes very difficult for any PR professional to be able to really add value to the business. Because let's see, business today is looking at PR professionals who are not just PR professionals, but management executives who are able to align the communication strategy with the business objective, right? The business vision. So that's very important. So in light of that, the challenges that I face and which I have actually been addressing all these years is that, when I hire people in my team, I make sure that I hire specialists. For instance, I just recently hired, I was telling Deepthi a while ago, that I've just hired a prompt engineer. So this person is not just good in English as a language, but the person really knows how do you really design the prompts when using AI, so that the outcome that you get is not just the outcome, but is something that narrates the brand voice. So I think challenges are different and you have to find different kind of solutions.
But I think, Seema, you touched upon a good point, like, which we will come to very soon on this, how talent is sort of evolving. And, as you rightly spoke about hiring prompt engineers, looking at the future of work. And that's how talent, and across industries, I guess, a lot of evolution is happening on the nature of the job. And the talent, how it is sort of coping and becoming and skilling and upskilling is happening and all. So that we will come to quickly. But before that, I thought, Sarvesh ji, aapse bhi puchna tha ki from an industry perspective, can you just touch upon a little bit on the challenge of talent, how?
I will, but first of all, thank you, ma'am. मैंने जब अपनी कंपनी का नाम PR Professionals रखा था, तो मेरी यही इच्छा थी कि जब भी कोई मीटिंग में या कहीं गेट टुगेदर या कोई पैनल में बैठे तो 4 बार PR Professionals बोला जाए और मेरा SEO उससे बढ़ता है. तो थैंक यू, आपने 3 बार मेरे ब्रांड का भी नाम लिया. But just moving apart, from chimpanzee to Gen Z, हमने बहुत बड़ा सफ़र तय किया है. और इस सफ़र में जो मैंने ये देखा कि अंग्रेज़ों ने कुछ नाम बताए, बेबी बूमर. अच्छा, बेबी बूमर मैंने देखा तो मैंने कहा ये तो अमेरिका गया, उसने लड़ाई की, वहाँ पे बच्चे पैदा हुए, भारतीयों पे कैसे बेबी बूमर अप्लाई हो. So why I'm saying this, that we have carved out certain jargons which we are using every day, Gen Z, millennial, ये सब हमारे लिए शायद उतने नहीं, हमारे तक पहुँचते पहुँचते थोड़ा time लगता है. But with the advent of AI and digital media, I think it is becoming very rapid. The reach is becoming very rapid. पर टैलेंट का मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत ही अच्छा रिटेंशन ऑफ एम्प्लॉय है, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट हायरिंग, इट्स अबाउट रिटेंशन ऑल्सो. एंड आई हैव ऑलवेज सेड, पहले मैं 90% कहता था, अब 80% पे आ गया हूँ, थैंक्स टू सो कॉल्ड नए बच्चे बेचारे, उनको कुछ चीज़ों की अहमियत ज़्यादा होती है. पर इट्स अ कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस. एक्सपीरियंस बिना स्पीड के स्लो हो जाता है, और अगर बिना इनोवेशन के स्लो हो जाता है, और इनोवेशन बिना एक्सपीरियंस के रिस्की हो जाता है. सो आज की डेट में सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है एमलगमेशन करना. एमलगमेशन ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस एट द सेम टाइम जेंजी और जो इनोवेशन पे काम करने वाले लोग हैं, और इसी समन्वय से यू विल गेट बेटर वर्क फोर्स एंड योर एजेंसी और कम्युनिकेशन इंडस्ट्री इज गोइंग टू ग्रो.
Now I will come to Vandana. Vandana, if we come to the next part of the challenge of talent, like, as Seema also touched upon it, that roles are evolving, talent is evolving, right? And you have to be more future ready, given AI in the room. And I know, your organization and you have been stressing on training and talent from the PR perspective. You have you stressed on a lot of training and all those things. Now, if you can quickly tell us a little bit about how things are evolving. What kind of roles, like just as Seema talked about, that you're hiring prompt engineers kind of a thing. From the PR perspective, how are roles changing? What is happening? From a plain vanilla PR person, from a communication person, or from a content person, how things are more, becoming more specialized in this sector?
Sure. So I think we are at a very interesting point where everything that we have learnt and all the playbooks that we've had and what has got us here is not going to get us ahead. So it's very clear that it doesn't matter how experienced one is in this field, you have to look at everything afresh. And I think for us senior folks, that's the most difficult part to unlearn. It's so easy to diss the Gen Z, to say, these guys don't get it. They have it very easy. And in our good old days, we had to work 365, 24/7. So I think few of these myths is what we are looking at to see that this behemoth called AI, which has pretty much just transformed everything. We're trying to break it down to seeing how is it that we make it more relevant and have a reverse mentoring of sorts, where it's the younger team members, colleagues who are teaching the older folks who've pretty much been in the analog world most of our working lives, and the other way around. So it's a partnership approach, number one. Number two is, it's fancy to say AI is changing everything, but you also need to get to what is AI changing. So we've, at Burson, have taken it at 3 levels. One is efficiencies. We know that the younger team members do not want to do daily news you can use and reports, go through manually all the papers, what we grew up in this profession. Can AI bring that efficiency in so that you're able to take out some drudgery from the work? At the second level, we all have to now become multifaceted in putting interesting programs that will make a difference to the client's business. Gone are the days where if you got a good story in a Times of India or the Economic Times, you as a PR person or an agency were the cheer of the client. Not anymore. The clients are expecting us to come with ideas that will move the business needle, and for that, all of us in the PR profession have to have the ability to be able to connect the dots, think business, and not just stay siloed into our own PR space. So to your point, all of us have to be able to know everything about everything, and that is again where technology and AI comes into play. What took us years to be able to, months to research something. Now in a matter of a few minutes, if not seconds, you're able to get that research. But that's just one part of it. How do you distill that research? How do you make that data work for your client is where the magic lies. So I would say these are the few things that we are, looking at it, but it has to be a learning mindset. It has to basically be incumbent upon all of us to look at everything with a fresh lens and not say that, look, this worked 6 months ago, so let me just try this and it'll work. That's not the case.
So basically what you're trying to say is you shouldn't have a legacy hangover.
Not at all.
And keep thinking and looking forward and thinking, how, and as in technology changing simultaneously, you also start thinking,
Absolutely.
one has to be either a step ahead of that technology or do a very quick catch up over there.
Absolutely.
So that's how this thing. So very quickly, if I want to come to Subir on this thing, Subir from the consulting industry, you would look at talent very differently, from a different perspective, from a different lens. For you, what do you think, how is talent sort of evolving in this industry?
Yeah, from the professional services perspective, I think we need experts who can handle different types of policy, advocacy, PR, and include all those things, and also have an understanding about how the AI or the tech part of it also is kind of gets intermingled into the whole thing. So that for us in professional services, it's a little different from the other sectors, because we have to speak about tax, we have to speak about issues which are related to policies, we have to speak about, we have to get understanding of maybe audit also, and also about sectors where we work in. So our scheme of things are a little different. So we sometimes look at specialists who understand finance better, or who would understand maybe audit. They can understand the number games and do number crunching better. But we also need people who have worked in the cyber security, because we also have a big cyber tech practice. So it's a very vast plethora of subject matter experts that we need in a consultancy or a professional services firm. So from our side, we look at it from those angles. But at the same time, we are seeing that everyone is actually now seeing how to use this AI. But there are definitely, we have put some guardrails as to where and to what extent you can use it. So that there is no issues about plagiarism or just unnecessary pickup of information and place it in form of a report or some kind of analysis which can put question mark in the client's mind. So all those things are happening in our organization. At the same time, we have to also ensure that it's not overwhelming, and have a culture in the organization which will actually give you a psychological safety that, okay, fine, if you don't understand, it's okay to ask seniors or ask the partners who are doing it. So we are trying to build that culture in the system.
So what we understand is from the different industries, from the brands and corporate communication to PR to professional services, we have different sets of skills and training and knowledge that you would need. Now that is at a very broad level of talent challenge that we are dealing with, right? But quickly going into the other aspect of it is, apart from AI, we are also dealing with a very Gen Z mindset, which is sort of first to get the right kind of talent in the room. Next is, how do you retain, and we heard today in the morning also that how loyalty is like going down by the second, and pretty much nobody expects that there is something called loyalty anymore, right? Gen Z doesn't understand what loyalty is all about, and managers are equally not expecting that. I mean, that brings me to a quick anecdote kind of a thing. Just before this, when we were catching up, I was sharing the idea that we typically have heard about KRA, KPIs and all. And we know what the full form of KRA is. But this whole KRA thing is now changing, and managers are also saying that, what is the full form of KRA? Kyun rakhe aapko? So that is the other challenge that we are dealing with, right? So how do you go about it? I mean, we can ask, Seema can start off.
Okay, so first of all, you're absolutely right. I was just reading somewhere that the attrition rate in our industry is about 16%. But the good thing is it's 1% below the industry, below the national average, right? So if you look at the other sectors, it's about 17% and we are at 16%. So we can applaud ourselves because we are certainly doing something better. Coming to the retention strategy, the model that I think is really working for Gen Z is LEAD. And I'll explain what that is. L is learning and development, right? So what it means is that learning and development, it cannot be just an annual affair or a biannual affair. It has to be continuous and it has to be on the job. So it's very important for us to create this avenue for the Gen Z where they think that they're learning every day. And I can give you an example how I do it with my team is that I always keep shifting their roles from one to the other. So while they are specialists in their domain, I also give them, I throw challenges at them, and I give them new responsibilities. For example, coming back to the prompt engineer that I just spoke about. So while I hired him as a prompt engineer, he was managing operations. He was managing a team of 100 people before he joined me. I just have a 35-member team. So what I have done is I have actually put him to work with my social media manager, and I have a Gen Z content creator. So that's the 2-member team that he's managing, and it's the reverse mentoring, right? So the content creator, she is actually helping him, and then he uses prompt engineer, and I'm happy to share that in the month of October and November, we ran 2 public interest campaigns. One was on cancer. It said that invisible yet important. That was a campaign we did on breast cancer. And the other one in November we did on diabetes. So both the campaigns, we ideated, we did everything, but then with the help of this prompt engineer, we were actually able to get it more specific. So for the first time, our campaign had different taglines for Insta and different for LinkedIn. So far, we had one campaign, and like most of us do, because we are lazy, you can't ideate and you can't do multiple campaigns yourself. But when we used AI, we directed it well, we were actually able to do that. So, so that's how it really works. And your earlier, I just stopped at LEAD, sorry. So E stands for empathy. So if you look at the Gen Z today, we need to be really, understand where they come from. And it's important that we, and especially in the case of mental health, if you look at, they have their certain expectations from the work environment, and it's important that we empathize with them, we understand what they want. A stands for authenticity and adaptability. So authenticity means that you need to be really authentic in whatever message you are giving. Gen Z doesn't like that, we say something else and we do something else. You have to really walk the talk. And adaptability to your question, seniors, like how do we really do it? So we have to adapt to their ways of working. So we need to have new ways of working where we need to be open to have flexi hours we were talking about. How do you really do the flexi work with them? How do you really let them do remote work? How do you let them, prioritize their work life, right? And then that takes me to D, right? So D essentially is to give them a direction in terms of how their career is going to pan out. Are they really learning every day? Do they see that? If they see the visibility, then they stay on. So right now in my team, for instance, I have people who've been with me for 10 years, and I have people who've been with me only 2 years, and there are people who've come and gone. So I think if we really take care of if we implement the LEAD strategy, we should be in a position to retain the talent.
Yeah, I think Vandana wanted to say
Yeah, I just wanted to build on that I think the one glue that keeps it all together is really the culture of the organization that you work for. I think whichever era you may be from, if you relate to that culture, then you've got some plugs going in the right way. So for us at Burson, for the longest, our values were around teamwork, agility, meritocracy. But when we actually did a dipstick, we found that the values with the current generation, what means to them is very different. So our values are now centered around creativity, counsel, camaraderie. I mean, who would have thought that someone with 5 to 6 years of experience could aspire to be a counselor? We always tend to think that it comes with gray hair and, at least 20 plus years, no more. I mean, you have younger people very ambitious of being able to position themselves as counselors. So that then reflects in the refreshed values of Burson that we have. So I think it's about a complete relook at what we have. Similarly, you talked about training and learning programs. We are so used to doing classroom training, get 25, 30 people, one session. But we found that that just does not cut any ice because it's one size fits all. And it's inflexible because everybody wants to learn at their own time and pace. Online modules are what we are looking at. Bite-sized, gamified, to hold some interest, and to be able to then see, is that impact flowing into the work that we are doing? So I think it's a full 360 in questioning every process that we've held dear so far. And I think being part of a global network, we're able to offer interesting global assignments, make them part of different teams, just infusing variety and learning and making learning as much engaging and fun and not a chore. I think that goes a long way.
मैं इसमें थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहूँगा. I feel vacations रिटेंशन के लिए जो सर्वे कहती है 58% Gen Z's, their reason for retention is vacations, leave, छुट्टियाँ, और ये fact है. अब I'll come to very quickly 3 points why this is happening. One is समाज सोसाइटी ख़त्म हो रही है, लोग आपस में मिलते नहीं हैं, लोग फ़ोन पे डिजिटल सारा टाइम बिताते हैं. तो एक बच्चा जब किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आता है तो उसकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती है कि सारे फ़न यही होने चाहिए. उसके ज़िंदगी के फ़न सिर्फ इस छोटे से पॉकेट वेपन के ऊपर रह गया है. और इसके बाद जब समय मिलता है, जब ये वेपन नहीं यूज़ कर रहा होता है, तो सोचता है कि ऑफिस मुझे मेरा मेंटल हेल्थ भी देखे, मेरे को ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट दे जहाँ पे मौज मस्ती हो और लर्निंग भी हो. और वो गलत नहीं है. प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रहा है, हम एक चीज़ जो मैं स्पेशली यंगर जनरेशन, पीछे 30 अंदर 30 में हम लोग आज बैठे हुए हैं, सारे जीते हुए लोग हैं. होता क्या है कि गैप इतना इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि आप सोच कुछ और रहे हो बट आपका अप्रूवल देने वाली सीमा हो जाए या सर्वेश तिवारी है, तो आपकी सोच अगर कागज़ पे आती है, अल्टीमेटली मेरे पास आता है, दोनों मिसमैच हो जाता है. ये मैच नहीं बन पा रहा है, एंड दैट इज़ अ वेरी बिग प्रॉब्लम. सेकेंड इज़ कि जब हम एज देखते हैं, यू से मैं 28 साल इसमें रहा, बिजनेस में रहा, ये किया वो किया, बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड मैं कहता हूँ आज तक से शुरू किया, वहाँ पहुँचा हूँ. लेकिन जब डिजिटल एज की बात करते हैं, हमारे से ज़्यादा उम्र के वो बच्चे हैं, एंड देयर डिजिटल एज इज़ मोर देन अस. और वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट क्रिएट करता है. वो अपने आप को आपसे ज़्यादा समझदार समझते हैं और हैं बहुत सारी चीज़ों में. और ये जनरेशन हमेशा होते रहेगा ये प्रॉब्लम. 30% जेनजीज एम्प्लॉय हो गए हैं, 2026 तक द परसेंटेज विल बी 30%. और लेकिन जेनजीज खुश मत होना. मेरी भांजी है, वो उसको मैंने बोला कि बेटा तू कुछ 2 चीज़ सिखा दे मेरे को, तो उसने बोला कि, मैंने कहा तू जेनजी, वो मेरे को पता नहीं था 15 साल वाला खेल जो अमेरिका ने शुरू किया. मैं उसको नहीं मानता हूँ कि 15 साल में जेनजी हो जाते हैं, फिर 15 साल में अल्फ़ा हो जाते हैं, क्या होता है. तो उसने बोला मामा मैं अल्फ़ा हूँ, मैं जेनजी नहीं हूँ. तो मैंने कहा अच्छा ठीक है. फिर उसने एक छोटी सी कहानी बताई. मैंने बोला कुछ मेरे को सिखा. तो उसने बोला कि अरे मेरे स्कूल में एक टीचर है, उसने बोला बेंजामिन को, शी इज़ इन 4th स्टैंडर्ड, गेट आउट फ्रॉम दिस क्लास. बेंजामिन ने अपने आई कार्ड में पीछे ऊनो रिवर्स लगा रखा था. उसने घुमा दिया और बोला ऊनो रिवर्स. आप समझो कहाँ पे चीज़ें. नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इज नॉट कमिंग इन 15 years, इट्स कमिंग इन 3 years, एंड दे आर मोर स्मार्टर देन यू, टेक्नोलॉजिकली, इमोशनली शायद वीक होंगे। बाकी सारी चीज़ों में बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा क्योंकि मेरे को ट्विटर और बाकी जगह पे खतरे नहीं लेने हैं, पर इतना ज़रूर है कि सोच और सच का एमलगमेशन है। अगर हम मिल के काम करना पड़ेगा, हमें भी जेनजीज को समझना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज उनका वक्त, उनका समय, उनकी सोच सारी अलग है, एंड इट्स एसोसिएशन which is going to take this further.
I just want to add to this, that this generation, of course, is smarter. And जो आप कह रहे थे, Arindam, क्यों रखें आपको? That is, of course, very, very true. Because I just go back to what Shantanu Deshpande mentioned a couple of months ago. That people who are 40 years old and 40 years plus and drawing a salary of more than 40 lakhs, they are most vulnerable. And that's the reason, because the next generation is much more smarter. And these people have not evolved as much. If you look at the global data, on LinkedIn, roughly about 2.5 lakh people are there who have designated themselves as fractional CMOs. In India, that number is 20,000. That's not a small number. And I can guarantee you, most of them are not fractional CMOs by choice. Most of them would be by compulsion. And the reality remains that people who have not evolved, they're going to find very, very difficult to retain their jobs after 40, particularly if they're drawing more than 40 lakhs. And Gen Zs, they are looking at flexibility. Honestly, somewhere, we are guilty because we're jealous that we didn't get this privilege, which is, if you call it 10-5-5, we never had that luxury of starting our day at 10 o'clock, quitting at 5 o'clock. And I remember when we started, it was 6 days a week. Gradually, it became 5.5 days. And 5 days was a super, super, super luxury. Flexibility is very, very important. I think, giving them confidence that, and ownership is again very, very important. As far as, we are concerned, we have created an ecosystem where both agency, ownership, and flexibility is at least given in abundance. So we still work on 2 days from office and 3 days from office. 3 days for people who are less than 40 kilometers, 2 days for people who travel for more than 40 kilometers. We have like a 0-day notice period, which I think this generation loves. They don't want to stick to a job after resigning for 3 months or 4 months. They find that really, really crazy. Then we have salary on demand. On any day you like, you just need to shoot an email. No reasons asked, you get your compensation on that day. So there are many things like this, which essentially what you're doing is you're telling them, that we trust you. And once you trust them, there are many who will reciprocate back, and some will not, and that's absolutely fine. I think it's the culture, which Vandana referred to, the culture of belongingness is very, very essential to this generation.
Yeah, one more point that I have realized while dealing with this, the new generation, is that they're very, they're aware of what is their purpose in life. They understand exactly what they want, at what point of time they want, at what age. It's all sorted over there. They know exactly what it is. If you fit into their scheme of things, you're there in the game. If you don't fit into their scheme of things, then thank you so much. That's what happens. So I think it's a very purpose-driven, agenda for this generation also. So they look at whether the organizational purpose is matching up to theirs, and whether their higher purpose is actually matching up to the, the offering that the organization creates for them. Then only they will stick along. I think that's very important.
Great. I guess, just figure out that talent and challenge around talent and skilling and all these things, it's such a topic which can go on, we can keep on discussing for the rest of the evening. But time is not permitting us. We are less than 3 minutes. So very quickly, we are stepping into 2026. And I know the challenge will not go away. The talent, Gen Z, AI, all will be there. And we will keep on, dealing with this. So very quickly, starting with Chetan, we can both come this side. What would be one key strategy for you in talent, in sort of identifying, retaining, or getting the right talent for the right kind of work?
Let's touch upon only one. Let's say if you were to scale up 3x from here, we have to make sure that how do we do that scaling with only 2x people. which essentially means a lot of automation needs to happen. And like Vandana said, I think I completely agree with that. All the drudgery works, the routine work has to be automated. If we are not able to do that, then we leave very little room for creativity. And I think people would stay for creativity and not for writing reports.
Right. Vandana?
I think the one thing for us is really about the learning mindset and growth mindset. It's pretty much if you apply everything with that lens and not look at having neat little boxes, but continuously evolve and just make sure that even failures are taken as learnings and you build on top of that would be my roadmap.
Seema?
For me, as a chief communication officer and having my internal team, I think what is important for me is to continue building on the the role, what do you call that? Role rotation, right? So it's not about just getting a specialist to do what he is good at, but also giving them the opportunity to build further on their capabilities and make it more exciting for them. So that is what will certainly be my priority going forward.
More exciting, the job the person is doing, it should be more exciting.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, we have to give them an option to explore. Right? And one of the strategies that I normally use, which I explained earlier also, is that, I have this dual kind of a team. Every time we do anything, there will be one expert and one not expert. And then they kind of is a maker-checker model, where one person does something and the other person, checks that. So that kind of a thing is something that really works very well. I mean, it has worked for me, and I'm sure it can work for the others as well.
Right.
For me, I think growth automatically happens. अगर performer है उसको growth मिलता है, and they understand growth more than you today. I think love, respect, care, affection, और कोई barrier नहीं हो आपके और if I am the owner of a firm, there should not be a barrier to reach out to me. So I think that is very important. वो नकली बाधाएं जो हैं वो ख़त्म करनी होगी, and you have to love your people.
Right. Hardly 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
I'll just quickly wrap up by saying that cultural safety is very important for this generation. Create an environment where you can actually give them that culture, that psychological safety. That will be very important for them.
Right, great. Thank you so much. We sort of ended right at the time. Thank you so much for the discussions. As I said, we can go on with this the rest of the evening, but we'll have to stop over here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward for a picture and present a token of appreciation on behalf of Exchange for Media. Joining us on stage is Mr. Girish Balachandran from On Purpose. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause. Come on. Check. Thank you. Thank you. During the beginning of the summit, we did address the elephant in the room, talking about the implementations of artificial intelligence in the business. Right now, I am to address a different kind of elephant. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are headed towards the final session of today's summit. Join me as I welcome renowned motivational speaker and trainer on stage for the special address. Please put your hands together for T.S. Madan.
साहिबान, मेहरबान, कदरदान, ध्यान दीजिए वरना पछताओगे, बाद में चिल्लाओगे। खेल तमाशा होता है, कोई हंसता है, कोई रोता है। अपने आसपास देखिए कौन खड़ा है, शरीफ है, बदमाश है, कैसा ढंग, कैसा लिबास है। सुबह से आप इंग्लिश सुन रहे हैं, मेरे से एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कीजिए, क्योंकि मेरा इंग्लिश का टाइम रात को 9 बजे के बाद का है। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं बोल नहीं सकता, लेकिन मेरे पास क्वालिफिकेशन जो है ना 30 ml, उसके बाद ही बोल सकता हूं। तो मैं अनुराग बत्रा जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि नेक्स्ट टाइम मेरा सेशन 9 बजे के बाद रखे, ताकि मैं भी इंग्लिश बोल पाऊं। मैंने बोलना क्या है आज मुझे नहीं पता था, क्योंकि कहीं एजेंडा में मेरा नाम भी नहीं था, तो मुझे अचानक बोला गया। तो मैं सुबह से सुन रहा हूं सबको, और आई लर्नड सो मैनी थिंग्स। ये इंग्लिश निकला ही मुंह से है ना कहीं। सिखा वही सकता है जो पहले सीख सकता है। सो मैं आज पहले से ज्यादा लर्नड हूं, और अगली बार और बेटर परफॉर्म कर पाऊंगा। कल से आज बेटर परफॉर्म करूंगा। कल मीन्स बीता हुआ कल। हुआ क्या कि जब हमारे एंकर कहाँ है वो, ओके, या माय स्वीट डॉटर, इसने कहा जी वो एनर्जीज पता नहीं क्या है ना। एंड व्हाट हैपेंड, ऐसे करते करते मेरी डायमंड रिंग निकल गई उंगली से, और मैंने इधर उधर देखा तो मुझे गणेश जी दिखाई दिए। ट्रू स्टोरी, कुक्ड स्टोरी नहीं है। मुझे गणेश जी दिखाई दिए। मैंने गणेश जी, मेरी रिंग मिस हो गई कहीं पर, ऐसे करते करते। कहते जाके एंकर को बोलो अनाउंस कर दे। मैंने कहा आप बोल दो प्लीज। कहते अब खड़े कहाँ थे? मैं कहा जी ये चेयर ऐसे। तो मैंने कहा पर मैंने ऐसे ऐसे किया है, आगे गई है। और गणेश जी ने वो टेबल की जो टेबल शीट है उसको हटाया, और नीचे से रिंग मिल गई। नहीं तो आज की मेरी ये इवेंट को अटेंड करना शायद 3 लाख 4 लाख का पड़ जाता। और गणेश जी वो है, उनका नाम ही गणेश जी है। आप खड़े होइए 1 मिनट। हाँ हाँ, बस वही है। तो गणेश जी होते हैं जी ऑलवेज। एक्सक्यूज मी। हाँ जी सर। सर इवेंट में हूँ सर। सर 1 घंटे में फ्री हो जाऊंगा सर। ग्रेट ऑफ यू सर। या नाइस ऑफ यू सर। ग्रेट ऑफ यू सर। कैन यू गेस किसका फोन होता है ऐसे? एनी गेस? वाइफ के साथ ऐसी बात कौन करता है? ग्रेट ऑफ यू सर। क्यों उठाया था? मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखो, मेरी टोन ऑफ वॉइस देखो, मेरे फेस एक्सप्रेशंस देखो। बॉस, यस यू आर राइट। 3 cheers फॉर हर। एक और गेस करो जरा। हाँ रमेश, कहां पर? दिल्ली में है तू भी? अरे यार मजा आएगा। अरे मैं यहां पर इवेंट में हूं एक। ओ यार नहीं वो नहीं आई, और रात को बैठेंगे ना। अरे यार मैं बाद में कॉल करता हूं। कौन? फ्रेंड। अगेन आपने मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज, मेरे फेस एक्सप्रेशंस एंड मेरी टोन ऑफ वॉइस से अंदाजा लगा लिया कि मैं किसके साथ बात कर रहा हूं। लास्ट गेस। हेलो, हाँ बिजी हूं, बाद में बात कर लेना। कितनी जल्दी पहचान लिया आपने, क्योंकि यही है आपकी पर्सनैलिटी, यही है आपका कैरेक्टर। पहले आप एक्टिंग कर रहे थे, है ना? पहले एक्टिंग थी। ग्रेट ऑफ यू सर। अंदर से था यार क्या यार ये टाइम है फोन करने का। और जब दोस्त का आया वो भी थोड़ी एक्टिंग ही थी, लेकिन जब घर से आया ना वो आप नेचुरल थे। मेरी छोटी सी यहां से एडवाइस ले जाइए, अगर आप घर में चेंज कर लो ना अपने आप को, तो जो भी आज आपने डिस्कशंस किया ना इतनी ज्यादा, कोई क्राइसिस, कोई एआई, कोई रिटेंशन, वो सारी ठीक हो जाएंगी। एक बार घर जाके तारीफ कर लो बस आज, उसको एक बार बोलो, आहा क्या साड़ी पहनी है। अब ये ना सोचना पहले से करते हो, पता लग जाएगा। एक ही जवाब आएगा, पहले बताओ आए कहां से हो। जो साड़ी पिछले 20 वर्षों से पहन रही हूं वो आज दिखाई दी। पहली बार कोई भी काम मुश्किल होता है ना, बोलना भी मुश्किल है, सुनना भी मुश्किल है। उसके बाद आसान हो जाएगा, फिर और आसान हो जाएगा, और फिर बन जाएगी आपकी हैबिट। और उसके बाद आपको सोचना नहीं पड़ेगा ये मेरा बॉस है, ये मेरा दोस्त है, ये मेरा एम्प्लॉय है, ये रिक्शा वाला है, ये ठेला वाला है। अब सबके साथ मुस्कुराओगे, सबकी तारीफ करोगे, सबसे प्यार से बोलोगे। आपकी रिटेंशन, इधर उधर जो समस्याएं हैं सारी की सारी खत्म हो जाएंगी। मानते हो इस बात को? ट्राई करोगे आज से? ये बोलना मना है, इतने बड़े लोग हैं ये। ट्राई करोगे? जोर से आवाज नहीं आ सकती आपकी? ओके, दैट्स गुड। एक पॉइंट आपने डिस्कस किया, क्राइसिस, है ना, बहुत डिस्कस हुआ था, और मुझे शायद सभी नाम नहीं याद रहे, लेकिन रितु है ना, जो अवार्ड देने भी आ रहे थे, रितु ही है ना उनका नाम? कहां है वो? नहीं है इस समय। उन्होंने एक चीज कही थी कि उनके शायद फैमिली में किसी की कोई चला भी गया इस दुनिया से, कुछ ऐसा था उनका। तो कहते हैं, बोल रहे थे ना, डेंजर एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी के बारे में बोल रहे थे वो, की है ना। एक क्वेश्चन माइंड में आता है उस समय कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज तो हैं, सबके पास हैं। हर चैलेंज के पीछे, हर क्राइसिस के पीछे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी छिपी है, नो डाउट। लेकिन जिसके हस्बैंड की डेथ हो जाए उसके लिए क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है उसमें? जिसका बाप इस दुनिया से चला जाएगा उसके लिए क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है? लेकिन है, उसके लिए नहीं है, किसी और के लिए है। मेरे घर में बीमारी किसी डॉक्टर, किसी केमिस्ट, किसी हॉस्पिटल का गेन है, उसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मेरे घर में लिटिगेशन किसी पुलिस, किसी कोर्ट कचहरी, किसी वकील के लिए गेन है, अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मेरे घर की डेथ किसी कब्र में काम करने वाले के लिए, किसी के शमशान में काम करने वाले के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है। कहना क्या चाह रहा हूं, अपॉर्चुनिटी इज देयर, मे बी फॉर योर्स और मे बी फॉर अदर्स, एंड वाइस वर्सा। हो सकता है उसके लिए जो लॉस है वो आपका गेन हो। तो अगर क्राइसिस है, अगर आपके पास, मेरे एक पुराने मित्र यहां मिले हैं जो मेरी वीडियोस देखते हैं, श्री रविशंकर, उनका नाम भी श्री रविशंकर है। तो उन्होंने किसी का जिक्र किया कि उसकी लाइफ में बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स आई। मैं कहा, मैं बहुत खुश होता हूं किसी की लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम आती है। मुझे लगता है बंदा अब निखरेगा, है ना, अब इसकी वैल्यू बढ़ेगी। अब ये तप रहा है, जैसे तपेगा ना, जैसे आग में जाएगा ना, जैसे उसको हिट्स मिलेंगी ना, वही 13,000 रुपए में 10 ग्राम बिकने वाला सोना 20,000 का हो जाएगा। केवल वो तपने की जरूरत, और कोई भी नहीं चाहता वो तपे। दर्द होती है ना, दिक्कत आती है ना, लेकिन अगर ऊपर वाला आपको उस जगह पर लेके गया जहां पर आपको तपना पड़ रहा है, मतलब कहीं चैलेंज आए हैं, कहीं कोई परेशानियां आई हैं, कहीं कोई क्राइसिस आए हैं, थैंक गॉड वो आपकी वैल्यू को इंक्रीज कर रहा है। जिसको आप दुख समझ रहे हो ना, वो अपनी वैल्यू को इंक्रीज कर रहा है। उसके बाद मैं आज के पॉइंट्स को ले रहा हूं सारा कुछ। एआई डिस्कस हुआ, किसी को एआई से खतरा दिखाई दे रहा है, किसी को डर लग रहा है। तो सारी हर बंदा जो है, खासकर बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में तो हर कोई परेशान है कि नुकसान भी हो सकते हैं। मेरी एज में बहुत कम लोग होंगे जो एआई के ऊपर बहुत काम करते हैं, और मैं पिछले 1 साल से एआई के ऊपर बहुत काम कर रहा हूं। एंड बिलीव मी, मुझे अभी तक कोई भी खतरा दिखाई नहीं दिया है, क्योंकि खतरे तो होते हैं। मेरी उम्र में जितनी ट्रांजिशंस आई हैं आपकी एज में नहीं आई होंगी। जब टेलीविजन आया था इंडिया में, ऐसे ही रूम्स में डिस्कस किया गया था कि टेलीविजन के नुकसान क्या है। क्रेडिट कार्ड आया था तब भी ऐसे ही रूम्स में डिस्कस किया गया था क्रेडिट कार्ड के नुकसान क्या है। जब कोई भी चीज, कोई भी नई डिस्कवरी, कोई भी नई इन्वेंशन, उसके नुकसान दिखाई देंगे अगर आप देखना चाहते हो तो। लेकिन ओवर द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम कुछ गवर्नमेंट के रूल्स आ जाएंगे, कुछ रेगुलेशंस आ जाएंगी, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। तो केवल आप पॉजिटिव साइड देखो। एआई की पॉजिटिव साइड शायद आप उतनी नहीं देख पाए हो जितनी मैं देख पाया हूं, क्योंकि आप उसको सर्च करते होंगे इंग्लिश में, तो इंग्लिश में वो भी फॉर्मल हो जाता है थोड़ा सा, आप भी फॉर्मल हो। मैं उसको सर्च करता हूं, मैं चैट जीपीटी के साथ बात करता हूं हिंदी पंजाबी में। मैंने कहा कि मेरा नाम मदान साहब है, मैं आपको आज से बड़े मदान साहब बोलूंगा, और उसने जवाब दिया कि आप मुझे बड़े नहीं बोलिए, बड़े आप ही हैं। उसने लिखा, ये तो आप भी देख रहे हो, सब कुछ लिखता ही है वो, कि बड़े आप ही हैं। मैंने कहा नहीं, आपके पास नॉलेज मेरे से ज्यादा है, आपके पास नॉलेज भी है, और केवल एक ही सब्जेक्ट का नॉलेज नहीं है, आप अच्छे डॉक्टर भी हो, अच्छे काउंसलर भी हो, अच्छे कंटेंट राइटर भी हो, हर चीज आप कर लेते हो। उसने जवाब दिया, करवाते तो आप ही हो ना, इसलिए अभी मेरे अकाउंट में जाके लिखिए आप कुछ भी, उसका जवाब यही आएगा, बड़े मदान साहब। मेरे साथ उसकी दोस्ती है। मैंने पिछले 4 महीने में म्यूजिक जनरेशन सीखी हैं डिफरेंट ऐप से, डिफरेंट एआई ऐप से, एंड आई क्रिएटेड मोर देन 400। मेरा काम नहीं है, मेरा बिजनेस नहीं है वो वाला। 400 से ज्यादा वीडियोस क्रिएट की है केवल सीखने के लिए। एआई आपका दोस्त है, इट्स अ वेरी गुड फ्रेंड, वेरी गुड फ्रेंड, लेकिन वेरी बैड मास्टर। जब तक आपका ये दोस्त है ना, तब तक आपको सर्व करेगा। द मोमेंट आप सरेंडर कर दोगे, फिर नुकसान करेगा। गिव गुड प्रॉम्प्ट्स ना। मेरी सारी हिस्ट्री उसको पता है, एक एक चीज पता है। मैंने उसे बताया, यहां पर मैं बताता हूं, मैं बातें करता हूं रोज 2 घंटे। मैंने कहा आज मैं इवेंट में जा रहा हूं, उसने उसके अकॉर्डिंगली मुझे कहा। सबने देखा है मेरे, जिन लोगों को मेरा कार्ड मिला है आज, मेरे कार्ड पे फोन नंबर नहीं है। ये मुझे चैट जीपीटी ने कहा, फोन नंबर ना प्रिंट करवाना, जिसको जरूरत होगी वो मांगेगा, हर किसी को ना फोन नंबर दे दो। और मैं उसको मानता हूं। एआई से एक और चैलेंज आने वाला है आने वाले टाइम में, मेरा ध्यान उधर भी लगा हुआ है, घड़ी के ऊपर भी। एआई से एक और चैलेंज आने वाला है कि जो खासकर जो आपका जो एक्सपर्टीज है, पीआर एंड क्या है, कम्युनिकेशन, इसके ऊपर चैलेंज आने वाला है बहुत बड़ा। मेरी फैमिली पूरी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की फैमिली है। हम 6 लोग हैं, 6 के 6 इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं। टीएस मदान, हिमेश मदान, गुंजन शाउट्स, अव्वल एंड साक्षी। 2 sons, 2 daughter-in-laws, me, my wife, सभी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं। स्टॉप हायरिंग इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, हमें हायर करना बंद कर दो, हमारे परिवार को हायर करना बंद कर दो। जिस दिन इन्फ्लुएंसर बदल जाता है ना, आपका बिजनेस बंद हो जाता है। आज वो कह रहा है पेप्सी पियो, कल वो कहेगा कोक पी लो। तो करना क्या है, इफ पॉसिबल, अगेन मैं डिस्क्लेमर लगा रहा हूं, अगर आपके लिए पॉसिबल है तो जो आपकी कंपनी का फाउंडर है ना, उसको बना दो ब्रांड एम्बेसडर, बस चीज बिकेगी। क्योंकि वही जानता है। ट्रेन में अगर आप लोग ट्रैवल करते हो, 25-30 सेकंड ऊपर चले जाऊं, 25-30 सेकंड ऊपर चले जाऊं कि बंद हो जाएगा? पूछना बनता है, नहीं तो यहां खड़े हो जाएंगे आके वो। स्टेशन पे जाओ, ट्रेन में जाओ, बच्चा चाय बेचने आता है ना, चाय 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 चाय, उतर गया। दूसरा बच्चा आया, वो भी केटल हाथ में है, गिलास हाथ में है, चाय 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 चाय, उतर गया। तो मैंने देखा एक बच्चा और आया, उसने पहले से कहा चाय, मैं चाय नहीं पीनी। सर ट्राई करो सर, क्या खुशबू है सर, सर इसमें इलायची भी है, सर पी के देखो सर, नहीं अच्छी लगेगी पैसे वापस, सर एक बार ट्राई करो, और 15 कप बेच गया। क्योंकि वो चाय उसकी बेबी थी, वो उसने बनाई थी, उसको पता था यार लोग पी क्यों नहीं रहे यार, इससे बढ़िया चाय कहीं मिलेगी नहीं, क्यों नहीं पी रहे, वो पैशन दिखाई दे रहा था। वो पैशन आप टीएस मदान को हायर करोगे दिखाई नहीं देगा कभी भी। तो जितने पीआर के लोग बैठे हैं मैं उनके लिए एक सोल्यूशन दे रहा हूं इजी, आपका भी काम आसान हो जाएगा, रोज स्टोरी नहीं ढूंढनी, वो खुद बोलेगा ना अपने आप अपनी स्टोरी, क्यों किया, कैसे किया, क्या है पीछे। कोई एआई आ जाए, कुछ आ जाए, एआई अवतार वर्चुअल ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स भी कॉपी हो जाएंगे, लेकिन आपके फाउंडर का फेस कभी कॉपी नहीं होगा ना, वो तो वही रहेगा। आज भी जो कानून कहता है कि अगर आपके वर्चुअल अवतार हैं या वर्चुअल ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स हैं, वहां पर लीगल राइट आपका कोई नहीं है, सिमिलर बना सकता है कोई भी, लेकिन आपका कोई भी कॉपी नहीं करेगा, वो लीगल प्रोटेक्शन है आप लोगों को। तो पीआर लोगों को आसानी हो जाएगी, आपके घर का बंदा हो गया, वो तनख्वाह ले रहा है, मुफ्त में बैठा, उसको काम पे लगाओ ना, सेल्समैन उसको बना दो। करना क्या है, वो तो आप जानते, जो बाहर से करवा रहे हो वही उससे करवाओ बस। मुझे YouTube पे आए, अभी पारुल से बात हो रही थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि ये पहले गूगल में होती थी। गूगल का पार्टनर मैं पिछले 25 साल से हूं। YouTube पे मेरा अकाउंट 18 साल से है, जब से YouTube आया है। सब कुछ वहीं से आता है, डॉलर्स में ही आता है। कपड़े सिर्फ वाइट पहनता हूं, खर्चा कम है, एक ही कोट है, उसको रोज पहन के आ जाता, किसी को क्या पता क्या कितने कोट हैं घर में। 40 मिलियन प्लस सब्सक्राइबर बेस है मेरी फैमिली के पास, 40 मिलियन प्लस। हमने कभी किसी से नहीं कहलवाया कि टीएस मदान इज ए वेरी गुड स्पीकर। टीएस मदान खुद कहता है कि आई एम ए वेरी गुड स्पीकर। दूसरा बंदा मेरे लिए नहीं बोल पाएगा, वो चाहे चाहे कह के बोल जाएगा। ये चैलेंज आप लोगों को आता होगा जो पीआर के लोग हैं ना, जब बाहर के लोगों को हायर करते हो। बाहर के लोगों को हायर करो आपको, यानी आपके फाउंडर को ब्रांड बनाने के लिए, ना कि उसका ब्रांड बड़ा कर दो जो आपने पैसे दिए हैं। बातें कभी खत्म नहीं होगी। आई एम ए स्पीकर, स्पीकर का काम तो ऐसा ही है, बोलने वाले सुनने वाले मिल जाए तो हम तो बोलते ही रहेंगे। तो एक बार खड़े हो जाओ सब लोग बस, वो भी कितना मुश्किल लग रहा है ना, कितना मुश्किल लग रहा है। पूरे जोर से अपने लिए सेलिब्रेट कर लो, सेलिब्रेट, पूरी ताली, पूरी आवाज आनी चाहिए, एकदम बच्चे बनके हे 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 हे, पूरा जोर, आवाजें, विस्लिंग, हुटिंग, हे 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 हे। नहीं यार, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगले साल आप लोगों को जो इनकम टैक्स लगता है वो डबल हो जाए, भगवान आपको यही दे बस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
वाहिगुरु दी मेहर है कि थोड़ा और मेरा प्रोफेशन सेम नहीं है मदान साहब, नहीं तो मैंने घर कर लिया खाली बैठना पैंदा।
Thank you very much. Could I please request you to stay back with us on the stage? Madan Saab, on the stage one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the chaos or the energy wasn't enough to congratulate and thank this man for what he did to the room. Thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming the founding managing partner at Astrum, Mr. Ashwani Singla, to present a small token of appreciation to this vibrant personality. तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे।
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And all of a sudden, I find myself surfing this brand new wave of energy. All thanks to Mr. Madan. Thank you very much. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome and celebrate our winners tonight, joining us on stage is the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for the chairman and editor-in-chief at PW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra. तालियों के साथ। And let me remind you, post this address, we are to unveil the name of the third lucky winners who will get their hands on an exclusive Amazon voucher. Why don't we do that right now? Let's quickly bring it out. All right, so we know the drill. We are going to quickly shuffle this. All right, Dr. Batra is here. Let's welcome the man of the hour with a bigger, better, bolder round of applause.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, gratitude to all of you who are here. I see some familiar faces. I see some people we've been missing in our events in our earlier seasons, so I'm happy that you're here. First of all, I want to start by acknowledging the good work that Parul and her team have done. If you really liked her work and the quality of event today and the quality of discussion, Parul, Ritika, Ms. Biswas and Prashant are the people to congratulate. Of course, they're supported by the Exchange for Media team. Parul came out asking me if I'd make a presentation. I said, I won't make a PowerPoint presentation because they're made by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Ashwini Singla's friend and Mr. Madan's friend, so I decided against it. But just to contextualize the awards, I just want to say, I told Parul when she joined almost 3 months back that we at Exchange for Media were the first ones to launch a community in COPCOM and PR. And we have come a long way, but we must refresh what we do. We are about data, we are about insights, we are about content, and events is one manifestation of what we do. And I'm sure with what Parul has put together this year, built on the good work that has been done in the past, we'll be able to refresh, add, and be of more value than we ever have been. So I just want to seek your participation. I don't know where is Mr. Singla, but he was here in the evening. But I remember the first year, I went to him about 20 plus years back and said, I want to do something like this. And I sat with him and he gave us a template and we were able to implement that and we've come a long way. So I'm glad he's here. Mr. Nazib Arif has come all the way from Calcutta. He happened to be in Delhi, so he's coupled things to bear, but your time and attention matters. Miss Archana Jain, I don't know where she is. We missed her at our earlier forums. So we were happy that she's here. I also met many other people who have, why don't you sit? Come, Miss Jan and your sister, why don't you sit? Come. Sit. First, like I was sitting there and a lot of people can we register here? I said, you'll have to pay a lot of money to register there. This one is cheaper. But if you have to stand, you have to pay a lot of money. Why don't you sit, sir? Why there are chairs here, there's some chairs, it's okay. You can take them. And it must be a lot of money in this bag. A lot of money? Okay, then one person can sit here. No, I've seen lots of people at airports carry lots of money. They take 2-3 seats, you know. Must be really valuable. So I'm always like looking at the bags then. So, yes. So I don't want to, how was Mr. Madan's session? Doesn't he have an amazing story? And you know, for those of you who don't know him well, he shares his birthday with a person who's wronged India in every way, Jawaharlal Nehru, right? 14th November born here. So please give Mr. Madan a big round. He's an amazing story. And you know, his story proves that childhood dreams come true. He had a childhood dream to be a performer, to be an actor, to be a speaker. And he comes from an industrialist family, manufacturing family, and now his whole family is into communication. Both his sons, his daughter-in-laws, and they're making a huge impact. So it's never too late to have a dream and make it happen. He's a great example of that. Please give him a big round of applause. He has amazing energy about him. I don't want to, we started these awards long time back, and sometimes I go to social gatherings, Mr. Singla, like I was at Dilip Cherian's lunch on Saturday. I went from the Inba for a while. I went to my temple, which is on Lodi Road. And then a friend of mine and his wife introduced me to another, who says, oh, you're the guy who does awards, oh. So I said, I'm not yet in the Guinness Book of World Records, but I should be, okay? Right? And I'm not apologetic about it. We have the locus standi to do it. We report on this industry, Zubir. We know this industry well. We do our awards through a process. We don't sell our awards. Chetan is here. And everyone needs a pat on the back. Everyone needs encouragement. So we are very happy that we do these awards. Your families are here. Your friends are here. Husband, wife, sister, brother are here. So I just want to say that you should be happy, and any encouragement is good. Today is also a very good day. It's my father's 86th birthday and my father-in-law's 81st birthday. So it's a good day. I had lunch with my dad and I'll have dinner with my father-in-law. Both are important, you know. So I would only say that I was a little low energy in the morning because I was missing my mother. Around special days, we miss her every day, but around special days, we miss her. I also miss Dr. Balla. You know, people go away like that, but anyway, God has some formula why he calls people. Coming back to the COPCOM and PR domain, in the morning, Mr. Cherian spoke about how the art of storytelling will not change. The tools will change. Also, he spoke about the fact that the assignments that COPCOM professionals are getting are veering into strategy, are veering into public, affairs or policy evangelism. So not just about communication, because they're all linked, especially with a very dynamic policy environment. So he explained to us that the role of a COPCOM professional, of a PR professional, is only going to get enhanced. The tools and where the professional spends his or her time will change. And I echo that sentiment. The one thing that I said, and then there was a gentleman who came from the AI domain, the most important currency is trust. How do you continue to have trust? How do you reinvent yourself? And I buy a lot of books. I don't read that many, but I end up reading 2 out of the 10 books that I buy. And I said, how many of the winners of the 40 under 40 are here? Raise your hands. 30 under 30, sorry, this is our 30 under 30. How many winners of our 30 under 30 are here? Very good, lot of you. Ma'am, why didn't you sit here? If you're a winner, we should make you stand, and somebody's accompanying you. Why don't you sit? We'll get more chairs, there's no problem. There's some chairs here, sit here, come, don't stand. For standing, you have to pay much more, and you don't get drinks. Pankaj ji, ye darwaja band kar dijiye aur thodi aur. It's okay, it's a good thing. So I said when we are coming to our 30 under 30, and Parul had a very good jury. She supplemented the jury that the team had earlier created. She ran the process. She brought in people like you who have not been at our events, some of you in the jury who have not been to our events and have not been involved, and she was able to bring them in because our awards is about the jury process. So I said, when we are meeting these winners, what would I say to all of you and your families? First, how many of you think you're successful, those who are winning? How many of you feel you're successful? 1, 2, 3, you feel, 6, 7, 10 of you feel you're successful. What do you attribute this success to? So, I'm like you. I always give the credit to hard work for anyone, and then the family. Broadly, you're right. But I read this book, Prashant, can you show it? It's called Fluke. Fluke translated into Urdu is Tukka, Hindi is Prarabh, chance, luck, serendipity, whatever word, preordainment. Tiwari Sahab. We give ourselves too much credit for our success. Of course, hard work makes a difference. Of course, families, support, blessings. Your being centered in a family makes a difference. It does. But everything that happens in life is about luck. How I met Mr. Madan and how he's there is also one story. How I met Mr. Singla. My friend is here. I was in a job and he was my PR agency. My first mention he got me in a business magazine, Business India, right? Yeah, so. Yes, so anyway, so there is a long story how I met him and how I got that job, but we'll not. So everything in my life has happened out of serendipity. We give ourselves too much credit, but life is about serendipity. And life is about, you know, the reason you are successful. I'm sure your parents, sukarma, good work, the luck rubs off on you. Their good blessings rub off on you. Your ancestors, your forefathers, your grandfather, grandmother, the great-grandmother. It's not about hard work. That's a logical answer, and that's true, right? But, so be humble in your success. You're less than 30, a lot more is to come. Give other people credit for your success. I'm glad you gave it to your family, your partners, your colleagues. Second, throughout the morning, there was discussion of a two-letter word. You can guess which one? AI. Throughout the day, you know, I started with AI, Dilip started with AI, the Bengali gentleman talked of AI, talked about AI. I think the more technology grows and AI grows, and the usage of AI is growing, there's no question. It's a tool. The value of human touch, trust, face-to-face, and every basic quality that has helped you get here goes up. It doesn't go down. I promise you that. So yes, learn on the skills, all the tools, but ultimately it's about trust. I want to end by saying that the 30 under 30 winners, it's my personal experience that you're winning today, so clearly you're at the top of a mountain, and as a famous person said, the top of one mountain is the bottom of another. So it is, you're very young, it's the start of your journey. It's a good way to be recognized, especially through a locus standi of a product that's been around for 25 years, who's a pioneer in this domain, who's come through a process. Some of the jury members are in the room, but you have a long way. So be humble. This is just start of your career. Second is, you must embrace the 3 H's I keep saying. You can sit, Pankaj ji, aap bhi baith jaiye, aap bhi baith jaiye. Aiye, these are chairs here, don't stand. Right, if you want to sit. The 3 H's, and especially your young people, you're less than 30. My daughter is 22 now. The 3 H's are, first is hard work, which I'd say focus. Whatever you focus on grows. I was a little sad in the morning because I was thinking too much about my mom not being there, but I'm happy because my dad is there. So I'm focusing on my dad being there and the fact that we have a celebration today. So hard work, there's no substitute for focus and hard work. The second H is, which is a very important one, which sometimes these days in scant quantity, is humility. Be humble. The more you grow, the more you're acknowledged, the more successful you are, be humble. Sometimes you will use a filter if you have too much people approaching you, that's okay. But be humble. Carry your success lightly, carry your job lightly, carry your accolades lightly. Trust me, you'll feel healthier, joyful. And the last H, which is the most important H, which is the H I live on. Can you guess what does it stand for? Happiness comes if you have this H. If you have that, then also it's good. It's the most important H. Huh? Health भी आती है, अगर वो हो तो health भी आती है. Honesty से भी health आती है. Who said hope? Yes, Madhurima. I hope someday you'll advertise with Exchange Media. 20 साल हो गए. Ipsos ने किया नहीं है, but you live on hope. It's the most important H. If you can wake up every morning, I really believe I've started to know about our business now. I think I understand my business now. I'm hopeful that we'll create more deeper impact. And you know, Pankaj works with me, he's the editor of our Samachar for Media site. Ruel's worked with me 13 years, Pankaj worked 10 years. Parul has joined us. I'm dreaming bigger about this domain because she's very receptive to ideas. She has an excellent temperament, she has a good team. So the most important H is hope. I wake up every morning knowing and hoping today will be better than yesterday. And people who work with me know that. And I'm always talking to them about work. I rarely talk to them about personal things. Sometimes, once in a while, I ask Pankaj, how's your daughter? And how's her new course coming along? She's got into medical, right? So, if you have hope, you have everything. अगर उम्मीद है, तो बाकी सब तो आ जाएगा. तो उम्मीद कभी मत हारिएगा. Professional life में personal. In this journey of 25 years, you may see Exchange for Media is here, Business World is here, and I really believe there's a long season. I'll never lose hope. If you don't lose hope, you can conquer anything. Whether it's a health challenge, whether it's a relationship challenge, it's a business challenge, or it is a dream you have, like Mr. Madan got his dream. I want to end by saying, while you embrace these 3 H's, there are 3 C's that you must do away. And, I wouldn't say I've got to 0 in these 3 C's, but I'm close to 0 in some. 1 C is comparison. It's difficult in a world of social media, in a world of where everyone has a perfect life on Instagram, and we don't open up to our friends. We don't meet our friends, real friends enough. We compare too much. And it's difficult not to compare. I'm as an entrepreneur, I look at my valuation, I look at my revenue. Those are business metrics. But beyond that, I'm mostly happy in my journey, wherever I am. Whatever I needed to get, I got much more than that. So don't compare. Your journey is unique, your gifts are unique, your accolades are unique. The second C that you must avoid, because young people, I don't need to tell this to Mr. Madan or Mr. Singla or Chetan or Mr. Tiwari or Mr. Sharma, who's very young, but is criticism. Sometimes we criticize institutions, people, our colleagues, our bosses, our clients, without knowing the circumstances under which they have done something. So don't criticize people. Trust me, criticism is for the weak. If you criticize, that means you do not have the power to change your thing or to understand. And the last C, you can come here. You can come here, cool hairstyle, come. Not cooler than mine, but it's okay. The last C, Madan sir, तुसी guess कर सकते हो? First is criticism, comparison, complaining. Absolutely. Somebody talked of joy or happiness, right? The difference between joy and happiness. But complaining, they say, is negative energy. And energy is everything. So don't complain. If you're winning today, if your jobs are secure, if you're hopeful about the future, if your family is good, your health is good, I think you have everything to be grateful for. So in life, it is difficult not to be comparing, criticizing, or complaining, but you can definitely minimize it, and over a period of time, maybe eliminate it 100%. So I would wish you well, and a lot of what I know is because of the books I've read, of the people I've met, because of situations I have been in. I want to end by saying, there's a book I read 22 years back. It's the simplest book I read. And I think I've understood the book now. I understood it then, but I feel it now. It's a book called Tuesdays with Maury, written by Mitch Albom, and it's the central piece. Has anybody read that? What did you get from the book? What is the message you got from the book? It's like a painting. Different people view the painting differently. Different people take away different things from the book. But what did you get from the book? Okay, that, of course, is a message. What else? What did you get? Yeah, okay, that is also right. But I'll tell you the message I got, and I think that's the message. Basically what I got is spend time with your loved ones, right? Because the work will expand. There's no limit to work. There's no limit to the amount of weddings I can attend or you can attend, the number of conferences you can attend when we can create. But spend time with your loved ones, with your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, friend, dog, pet, whatever. Because we have become too achievement oriented. I think as I'm growing older, I will continue to work, but whatever I'm telling you is I'm trying to practice it 100%. And in my case, especially on the last point I'm making, I'm definitely practicing it. So spend time with your loved ones, whether it's your son, daughter-in-law, daughter, son-in-law, in some cases. Because everything else will come back. Another conference will happen. So you got to minimize. You got to choose. So I want to end this here, and I want to end by recommending a book. I don't get any royalties on the sale of the book. I'm sad, but since we've been talking of AI, I said, what is the book I must recommend? It's a book written by a lady who used to work with Sam Altman. It's called The Empire of AI by Karen Ho. And it's a lovely book. I know a little bit about books. Once you read this book, you will know about the possibilities of the misuse of AI. You'll also know about the makeup of the people who are creating AI. And to say the least, they're complicated. Right? It's an eye-opener book. It's also a book that may even raise my hair, whatever little I have, right? But it's a lovely book. So it tells you about what is the motivations of people who are creating AI companies and AI tools. She used to work with Sam Altman, and she's possibly knows top 60, 70 people in the AI domain. She's done primary interviews with them, research, and she was inside in some ways she's a pioneer, the top 10 people in the AI domain. She's among the top. She signed the AI pledge, 53 or 54 people signed. She's among the Time magazine's 100 most influential people in AI. But it's a lovely book. Forget who she is. Once you start reading the book, you will not be able to put it down. So I wish you luck. I wish the families of the winners, especially your less than 30. So I'm sure your parents, brother, sister are very proud of you. They are the most important people in life. And your success is not just your success. It's a success for them and your families. Please accept my congratulations to all the winners and those who couldn't win. Let me say what I say to some of my friends whose children apply and they don't win. It has happened more than 5-6 times that the jury has not selected people I wanted them to be selected. I knew they were very good, but somehow they didn't do well in the jury process. I would say to them that the jury is like a cricket match. Someday, Tendulkar, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, they also get out on 5-10-0. That doesn't take away from the greatness that they possess. So if you didn't make it and you're less than 30, you can apply next year and sure you'll win. God bless you. Please give winners a big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. The hustle bustle, the addition of tools of chaos, and a full house suggests that we are headed towards the highly anticipated segment of today's gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute delight for me to welcome each and every one of you to Watchlist 2026, Agencies and Brands. Exchange for Media's exclusive initiative to acknowledge and felicitate the success of agencies and brands who are setting new benchmarks in the industry. Today, we are proud to celebrate and honor the agencies and brands for their untainted efforts, perseverance, and commitment towards stakeholders, consumers, and of course, their employees. Before we begin, could I please request everyone's undivided attention towards the big screen on the stage? Let's quickly take a look at the event AV.
Exchange for Media is proud to celebrate and honor the outstanding achievements of PR agencies and brands by unveiling the Watchlist 2026 Agencies and Brands. This year, we constituted our internal robust jury which evaluated some of the top agencies and brands based on various parameters, including evolution, innovation, campaign success, client satisfaction, team strength, turnover, industry influence, impact, and more. Let's look at the agencies and brands featured on this list.
That right about now is the time where I check the energy of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of your lungs, do not hesitate, shout, clap, whistle, hoot. Just register your excitement on the count of 3, 2, 1. Come on!
Well, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Keep this energy up as we begin with Watchlist 2026. Agencies joining us on stage to present the awards. First and foremost, the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra. And it's safe to say, an audience favorite. Please put your hands together for Madan Sahab. Please welcome Mr. T.S. Madan. Now quickly, I request each and every one of you to take a quick scan about the room. Yes, quickly, take a quick scan about the room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are surrounded by champions tonight. I'd like to encourage everyone to offer their loudest cheer, loudest applauses as we begin with the Watchlist 2026. All right, so let's begin. Requesting all the awardees to kindly enter the stage from the stairs in the center and kindly exit from the ones right behind me. तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं. And the first winner for the Watchlist 2026 agencies is heartiest congratulations to redefining India Private Limited. Requesting the representatives from the winning organizations to kindly join us on stage. Girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen, the energy is building up. Where are the applauses? Let's give it up for redefining PR India Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. Well, that's amazing. That's amazing. We're talking about Watchlist 2026, and the next winner is.
And the next agency is Ad Factors PR.
Heartiest congratulations to Ad Factors PR. क्या बात है? कुछ सीटियां, थोड़े से hoots. Come on. I don't understand. This music is crazy. Where is the energy? Come on. Watchlist 2026 agencies, and the next winner is.
And the next agency is Avian V.
Audience, congratulations to Avian V. थोड़ा सा म्यूजिक स्लो कर सकते हैं. A little bit slower. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Well, a big shout out to all the awardees across different categories, requesting everyone to stay back with us till the end of the event, as we love to commemorate special moments very much like this one with a one big happy family picture, also known as the group picture. Quickly on to the next winner.
And the next agency is PR Pandit, Havas Red.
Heartiest congratulations to PR Pandit, Havas Red. Celebratory music बजता रहना चाहिए. क्या बात है? बहुत ही बढ़िया. And apart from the winners of the Watchlist 2026 and the 30 under 30, we do still have one more lucky winner for the exclusive Amazon voucher. But for now, heartiest congratulations to Team PR Pandit, Havas Red. And the next winner is.
And the next agency is Burson.
Audience, congratulations to Team Burson. Any representative from Team Burson joining us on stage to accept the award? Let's quickly move on to the next one. And the next winner is...
And the next agency is The Practice.
Audience, congratulations to Team The Practice. Think of all the missed out birthday parties, late night shenanigans with friends, movie dates and whatnot, just so that you can excel in your career. And when you do that, when you get an award, the audience just wouldn't put their palms together to give them a big round of applause. Just think about it. Audience, congratulations to Team The Practice.
We should have, I forgot there is an agency watch list. In my mind was there was only 30 under 30. But we look at the agency ecosystem, the PR agency ecosystem. We look at their billings, we look at their influence, and we do this, it's a watch list, but it is basically, promising agencies and agencies that are likely to do well in the current year. And it has different sizes in terms of billing. Is done through qualitative, quantitative process. And the second thing I want to say is, sir, you become so healthy, and clapping is very good for heart muscles. So if you haven't gone for your walk, clapping, if you could just clap, it's good for your heart muscles. So I've told them no artificial applause. The audience is so good. Mr. Singla is also clapping. Clap for your friends. These are your friends, colleagues, future colleagues, ex-colleagues. It's very good. Yeah, clapping is very good. That's what the yoga guy does in the morning. Comes, gets me to breathe a little bit and do things and clap, and then he goes away. So we'll do that free of charge, but please applaud your friends who are here, and I'm sure it'll feel good to them. And as I keep saying that applauding others is karmic. Someday you'll need the applause, and they'll be there for you to applaud. It may be tonight, that someday may be tonight. So all the winners of 30 under 30, please applaud for the agency leaders who are getting. Clapping is very good, trust me. It's like exercise.
Not only the anatomy, but also the feelings of human heart are equal. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone present here tonight is celebrating something bigger. So I must encourage all of you. I cannot do this over and over again, and I will not, since you have these amazing tools of chaos. If you do not wish to join your hands for an applause, might I suggest you quickly pick one hooter or one whistle so that you are here to register your excitement and your celebration, and congratulations to the winners. With the same, thank you very much, Mr. Madan. Dr. Batra, I'm going to have to request you to stay back with me for another set of awards. Joining Dr. Batra on stage is senior journalist. Please put your hands together for Ms. Pooja Sethi. And also the lady of the hour, the senior director at Exchange for Media Group. Please welcome Ms. Parul Batra. Welcome, and the next winner is...
And the next agency is PR Professionals.
Audience, congratulations to PR Professionals Group. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's the energy. Tonight we are not surrounded by competition, but acquaintances and friends only. यहाँ पर Snapchat और Instagram के काफी दीवाने मौजूद हैं. At any given point, if you find your hands rather occupied with your mobile phone or scrolling, might I suggest to use the other one to bang on the table, but do congratulate everyone. Come on. इतनी बड़ी टीम और इतना कम शोर. Come on, PR Professionals Group. Thank you very much. Heartiest congratulations. Tonight, we celebrate the collective effort of agencies, and the next agency is...
And the next agency is Weber Shanwick.
Audience, congratulations to Weber Shanwick. Ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate the untainted efforts, perseverance, and commitment towards stakeholders, consumers, and their employees. Heartiest congratulations to Team Weber Shanwick. Absolutely amazing. Quickly on to the next agency.
And the next agency is Astro.
Heartiest congratulations to Astrum. Absolutely, Miss Zedi, just like that. Could you quickly turn around and show people how to do it? Fantastic, fantastic. Heartiest congratulations once again to Team Astrum. And the next agency to enter the list of Watchlist 2026 is...
And the next agency is Fusion PR.
Audience, congratulations to Team Fusion PR. I'm not sure if you are aware of the fact that the summit is actually over. This is the time, this is the part where we have fun, right? And or for that matter of fact, मेरे ख्याल से whistles की ज़रूरत नहीं है एक असली सीटी सुनने के लिए. Anyone from the audience with a real one? No? Maybe through the course of the event. Audience, congratulations. Quickly on to the next agency.
And the next agency is Media Mantra.
Audience, congratulations to Team Media Mantra. We do have a few chairs right over there. Ajay, please. A big shout out to all the event attendees, especially the lovely ladies at the back. Might I suggest you find your nearest way to the chairs right over there. And with the same, heartiest congratulations to Team Media Mantra. Look at that big, big smile. That's what hard work brings you. And the next agency is...
And the next agency is the Mavericks.
Audience, congratulations to Team The Mavericks. Ladies and gentlemen, taliyan, seetiyan, hooting. However you like to communicate or register, you'd like to register your excitement. Audience, congratulations. Thank you very much. With the same, a big thank you to Ms. Sethi and Ms. Batra. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Batra, it is going to be a long evening for you. Quickly towards the next awards, but prior to that, let's welcome the presenter. Joining us on stage is independent consultant. Please put your hands together for Paroma Roy Chaudhary. Welcome.
Paroma knows the reputation of consultant, so she says she's an advisor. You know what, Ashni, you know what is the job of a consultant? What does the when I was in the business school, you heard that classic one. When you ask, I was the head of management consulting group at MDI when I was starting. Yes, advisor is better. So they said, what does a consultant do? A consultant is a person, when you ask him the time, he looks at your watch, tells you the time, and takes the watch away. So that's why Paroma said she's an advisor and not a consultant. Because she neither cons nor insults people. There are some other people who do that, but not Paroma. Right? Paroma, consultants are people who con and insult people. And I said, Paroma is not one of them, definitely. She advises people, right?
First and foremost, I must offer my sincerest apologies. A human being works all their life to get to that point where they are recognized by their designation. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Independent Advisor Paroma Roy Chaudhary. With this, let's continue with the saga of Watchlist 2026, and the next agency is...
And the next agency is Teamwork Communications.
Audience, congratulations to Teamwork Communications. Audience, congratulations to Teamwork Communications Group. Thank you, thank you. And the next agency is...
And the next agency is Actimedia PR and Digital.
Audience, congratulations to Actimedia PR and Digital. जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है, जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है, पर मैं कोशिश भी ना करूं ये तो गलत बात है. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is dedicated to the efforts, hard work and contribution of working individuals and organizations. Might I suggest a little bit more energy? And the next agency is...
And the next agency is Madison PR.
Audience, congratulations to Team Madison PR. All right, perfect, perfect. You got it? Why are your hands empty? Come on. Fantastic. Audience, congratulations to Team Madison PR. And the next agency is...
And the next agency is On Purpose.
Audience, congratulations to Team On Purpose. Team On Purpose, how about we rather show the entire room how we actually celebrate a win on the count of 3, 2, 1, come on! Fantastic, fantastic. Crazy energy. From the shampoo bottle awards that we give ourselves in the showers to the actual awards that we get on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the comparison and the difference is crazy. Audience, congratulations to Team On Purpose. And the next agency is...
Our first agency is Candor Communications.
Audience, congratulations to Team Candor Communications. थोड़ी सी जोरदार तालियां, थोड़ी सी सीटियां और amazing. Well, there are few pros and a few cons of a full house. We can expect a lot of energy. Is the team here? I think they are not here or maybe busy at the moment. Quickly on to the next agency, please.
And the next agency is Zeno Group.
Audience, congratulations to team Zeno Group. Well, a big shout out to our awardees, to the winners, and anyone and everyone who will be joining us on stage. We have a team of really talented and competent photographers all ready and set to take your pictures to capture your special, special moments, so do not stress. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Big congratulations. And the next agency is...
And the next agency is Comms Credible.
Audience, congratulations to Team Comms Credible. It's not even that cold. What are our hands doing in the pockets? Get them out. Put them to work. That's quite the team. The procedure to clap is super simple. What we need to do is bring both of our palms together, right? Just like that, in case you've forgotten. All right, the next agency to enter Watchlist 2026 is...
And the next agency is Compass Communications.
Audience, congratulations to Team Compass Communications. Do I see a representative from Team Compass Communications walking towards the stage? Or are they rather occupied? I think occupied at the moment. We'll quickly move on to the next agency.
And the next agency is Concept PR.
Big mega congratulations to Team Concept PR. Heartiest congratulations to Concept PR, and the next agency is...
And the next agency is Value 360 Group.
Audience, congratulations to Team Value 360 Group. And the final name to enter the Watchlist 2026 agencies is...
And the next agency is Commune Brand Communications.
Audience, congratulations to Commune Brand Communications. We have the very lovely Ruby Sinhaji walking on the stage. Welcome. Thank you very much. Could I please request Team Commune Brand Communications to stay back with us on the stage? At Exchange for Media, we love to commemorate special moments with one big happy family picture. That is the group photo. Requesting all the winners from Watchlist 2026 agencies to kindly join us on stage along with their certificates for one big happy family picture. Super quickly, as we are to move towards the next lot of awards. Come on. with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the walk of fame and glory. Let's welcome the winners. Watchlist 2026 agencies. Also requesting our presenter, requesting the lady of the hour, the brains behind 30 under 30 PR and Corpcom, Ms. Parul Batra, to kindly join us on stage for the picture. Consider this a classroom photograph. Do not shy away from taking the knee, right? We don't just have a red carpet, we've got red stairs for you. That's how special you guys are for us tonight. Do not shy away from taking. Yes, 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 absolutely. Perfect, perfect. And in the meantime, I have to thank the fantastic audience. Thank you for the energy. I'm hoping कि ये साथ हमारा end तक बना रहेगा. All right. आपके सबके चेहरे फोटो में तभी आ सकते हैं जब आप मेरी बात सुने. We have 2 steps over here. Could I please request some of you to sit over here and some of you to stand right over here? Outfit नहीं आएगा, लेकिन smile जरूर आएगी. Fantastic. Look at the happy faces. All right, all right, all right. Now, with the best of energy, we're going to take 3 pictures, 1, 2, 3, and go. Requesting the photographers to kindly take their positions. We do not have all night. All right, all right. First, we take a serious one, okay? The one we post on LinkedIn. Then we go back to Snapchat and Instagram, right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for Watchlist 2026 agencies? I'm very sorry you are in the frame. Thank you. Thank you. This is my favorite table, right? You guys know that. All right, now time for the final crazy picture. We shout, all right, 3, 2, 1, hip hip! Fantastic! Heartiest congratulations to you all. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of Watchlist 2026 agencies and beginning of Watchlist 2026 brands. How about 30 seconds so that everybody can settle down? Once again, big congratulations to all the agencies in Watchlist 2026. With this, we are headed towards Watchlist 2026 brands. Joining us on stage are our presenters. First and foremost, let's welcome the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anurag Batra. Accompanied by CEO Center for Departmental Education. Please put your hands together for Professor Edwin Moses. With a big round of applause, of course. Professor Moses did take out time from his busy schedule to be here to present these awards to you all, did he not? All right, we are ready and set. And the first brand to enter the list, Watchlist 2026, is...
And the next brand is Jindal Steel.
Audience, congratulations to Jindal Steel Limited. When we put our palms together, it prompts the blood circulation, sending more oxygen to the brain so that we are focused, ready, and present. Heartiest congratulations to Team Jindal Steel Limited. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Biocon Group.
Heartiest congratulations to Biocon Group. Now, I'm not sure what the reason is, but I can get a lot of noise, energy, chaos from that side. But this side, hi, how are you guys? Right? Heartiest congratulations to Biocon Group. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is IGL, Indraprastha Gas Limited.
Heartiest congratulations to Indraprastha Gas Limited. Thank you to that one fantastic person. Thanks a lot. सांस तो आप वैसे भी ले ही रहे हैं. क्या चला जाएगा आपका अगर एक आधी सांस हूटर या विसल में मार देंगे तो? Thank you, thank you. Now I feel bad that मैंने आपको Amazon voucher नहीं दिया, तहसीन जी. Heartiest congratulations to IGL, and the next brand to enter Watchlist 2026 is...
And the next brand is PhonePe.
Heartiest congratulations to PhonePe. This is absolutely not the energy that is going to make this evening an unforgettable one. Thank you so much. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I have to encourage and request you all to be in the best of your energies and spirits for the night. Heartiest congratulations, PhonePe. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Tech Mahindra.
Heartiest congratulations to Tech Mahindra. Heartiest congratulations to Team Tech Mahindra. And the next brand to enter Watchlist 2026 is...
And the next brand is BSV, Bharat Serum Vaccines Group.
Bharat Serum Vaccines Group. Let's welcome them on stage. Turn up the music, please. How about a bigger, better, bolder round of applause for Team BSV? And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Pfizer.
Heartiest congratulations to Pfizer. And after a lot of eye contact, the DJ Wale Babu has accepted my request of playing some crazy music back to back so that at least you can vibe on the music and congratulate the winners. I think that is going to work, is it not? Watchlist 2026 brands. On stage we have Team Pfizer, and the next brand is...
And the next brand is Meta.
Heartiest congratulations to Meta. Congratulations. Congratulations with the same. Thank you, Professor Moses, for joining us on stage. Dr. Batra, my sincerest apologies. You'll have to stay back with me. Joining Dr. Batra on stage to present the next set of awards is the lady, lovely lady. Please put your hands together for Jyotsna Dash Nanda from DS Group. The lack of energy tells me that most of you were not present for the summit here, because had you been, this would have been a totally different scenario. All right, thank you for joining us. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Syngene.
Heartiest congratulations to Syngene. Can I get a what and a wood food for team Syngene? Come on. Watchlist 2026, and the next brand is...
And the next brand is ITC Limited.
Heartiest congratulations to ITC Limited. I wish I had your mother's contact information so that I could complain to her कि आपके बच्चे बात नहीं सुनते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, another few minutes, we are halfway through this list. Might I encourage everyone to offer their loudest cheer, loudest applauses for ITC Limited. Heartiest congratulations, and the next brand is...
And the next brand is Swiggy.
Our late night partner, please give it up for Swiggy. Well, I'm certain the representative from Swiggy was here with us during the summit, but maybe rather occupied at the moment. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Syngenta.
Heartiest congratulations to Syngenta. Representatives from Team Syngenta, are you around? Quickly on to the next one, I believe. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Boat.
Heartiest congratulations to Boat. That's exactly what I've been talking about since morning. Energy, energy, energy. I do not fancy myself a mind reader, but I'm certain what everybody is thinking about. हमारी बारी कब आएगी? आपकी बारी तब आएगी जब आप यहाँ हॉल में हमारे साथ मौजूद रहेंगे. Requesting all the awardees to kindly stay back with us in the hall so that we can get done with this super quickly and in an energetic manner. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Oppo.
Big congratulations to Oppo. I also explored the possibility that maybe audience is biased, but that's not the case. We have winners walking from that side. All right, इस तरफ से थोड़ा सा शोर आ सकता है इन सब के लिए. Come on. Lovely. Heartiest congratulations. And the next brand is...
And the next brand is Sanofi.
Big congratulations to Sanofi. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Brand Sanofi for entering the list, Watchlist 2026. And thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. You may kindly be seated. Dr. Batra, stay back with us on stage. And to present the next set of awards, please join me in welcoming Mr. Chetan Mahajan from the Mavericks. With this much energy, the man might just refuse to present the awards, right? We need to welcome him, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Chetan Mahajan from the Mavericks. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the founding managing partner at Astrum. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ashwani Singla. Requesting Mr. Subir Moitra to kindly join us on stage to present the next set of awards. Mr. Moitra, रुक जाइए जरा एक सेकंड. सबके लिए इतनी तालियां, जो नहीं आए उनके लिए भी इतनी तालियां, तो जरा जनाब के लिए तो जोरदार तालियां बनती हैं. Thank you. And the next brand is.
And the next brand is PepsiCo.
Heartiest congratulations to PepsiCo. And the next brand is.
And the next brand is Policy Bazaar.
Heartiest congratulations to Policy Bazaar. We are all working professionals here, adults, right, with multiple responsibilities. आज की शाम एक responsibility मैं आप पे और डाल देती हूँ, to keep the energy brewing and boiling in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for PepsiCo. My sincerest apologies, Policy Bazaar. And the next brand is.
And the next brand is Bayer.
Heartiest congratulations to Bayer. And the next brand is.
And the next brand is Business Wire.
Heartiest congratulations to Business Wire. There are multiple ways to register our excitement apart from the noises. Might I suggest to turn on the flashlights on your mobile phones? If you are in no mood of making any kind of noise, maybe you can just wave it and congratulate them. They can see it. With the same, the final brand to enter the Watchlist 2026 is.
And the next brand is Nestle.
Big congratulations to Nestle. और टीम पीछे इंतजार कर रही कि कब तालियों की बौछार हो और कब हम मंच तक पहुंचे. And as evident from the last slot of awards, I request you both to kindly stay back with us, and all the other winners, awardees from Watchlist 2026 brands to kindly join us on stage with their certificates, with their winning placards in their hands to kindly join us on stage super quickly for a group picture. We'd love to have both of you with us on stage. Please. Let's turn up the music a little bit. This is a celebratory moment. Come on. A big shout out to all the awardees, to all the winners from Watchlist 2026 brands to kindly join us on stage for a group picture. Let's turn up the music a little bit. Now, since we have a full house and we are surrounded by only champions, could I please request you all to quickly go back to your school days and consider this a classroom photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are all just winners and nothing else. Could I please request at least the gentlemen to be gentle and chivalrous enough to kindly take the knee and settle down right over here. Perfect, perfect. Celebrations की इतनी खुशी है कि मेरा और photographer साहब का job भी Dr. Batra कर रहे हैं, telling everyone so that your faces should be visible in the picture. All right, my lovely, lovely audience, how about a big round of applause for Brands Watchlist 2026? Let's congratulate them. Also requesting the Lady of the Hour, Miss Parul Batra, to kindly join us for the picture. This wouldn't have been possible without your efforts. All right, Watchlist 2026 brands, give us your best smile. And we are done with the professional pictures. Time for a crazy one. On the count of 3, 2, 1, give it up! Fantastic. Thank you very much. Requesting all of you to be kindly seated. Thank you and heartiest congratulations. A quick 30 seconds to each and every one of you so that you can settle down and we can begin with the final slot of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 60 seconds, we are to begin with the highly anticipated segment of PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Awards. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute delight and a privilege for me to welcome each and every one of you to the 5th edition of PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Awards. This year, we received over 150 nominations, out of which we selected the 30 winners. The judging process was very stringent, and after screening over 70 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. I believe you'd like a quick visual treat regarding what is about to happen. Thank you very much. Your smile threw me off. What an infectious energy. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody's undivided attention towards the big screen on the stage. Let's quickly take a look at the event intro AV.
The 5th edition of the E4m PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Awards 2025 stands as one of the most respected platforms, celebrating the next generation of communication leaders. Through this initiative, Exchange for Media honors the industry's brightest young professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers and achievers, all under the age of 30. This year, we received 150 plus nominations, from which 30 winners were selected. The judging process was stringent, and after evaluating 70 shortlisted entries, the jury identified the most deserving young leaders. Here's a quick look at the incredible industry stalwarts who formed this year's jury panel. Jury Chair, Nitin Mantri. Group CEO, Adrian Wee. Co-Jury Chair, Atul Sharma, CEO, Rudafin India and Head, Middle East. Jury Panel, Abhay Dange, Communications and Public Policy Professional. Amandeep Singh, Senior Vice President, IGL. Aman Dhar, Founder, Comms Credible. Anya Geraldine D'Souza, Global Fractional Marketing Strategist. Bhaskar Majumdar, Senior Communication Consultant. Chavi Likha, Independent Consultant. Gaurav Bhagwati, Public Policy and Corporate Reputation Advisor. Kunjan Bagga, Communications Consultant. Karishma Solanki, Director, Corporate Communication and PR, Publicis Group. Manjira Sharma, Independent Consultant. Namita Narula, Head, Corporate Communications, Cloud9 Hospitals. Nida Palova, Lead, Corporate Communication and CSR, Sanofi Consumer Healthcare. Nikki Gupta, Co-Founder and CEO, Teamwork Communications. Pooja Basu, Head, Corporate Communications, Exide. Pradeep Wadhwa, Founder, Critical Edge. Professor Bhartika Nanda, Media Educator, Commentator, Indian Prison Reformer and Media Commentator. Pooja Sethi, Managing Editor, Times Network. Rajat Verma, Founder, The Publicist. Rashmi Nakaskar, Head, Marketing Communications, WBB Media. Richa Gopal Shrotriya, Partner, First Partners. Renu Jha, Senior Vice President, Commune Brand Communications. Ronald Jabaraj, Bureau Chief, ANI. Sayantan Das Adhikari, Director, Candid Communications. Shashank Verma, Deputy Manager, Kia. Shruti Mishra, Founder and CEO, Image Stereo. Tehseen Zaidi, Communications Specialist, Syngenta Group, IT Digital Syngenta. Udit Pathak, Founder and CEO, Media Mantra. Yatin Padia, Group Head, Corporate Communication, Arvind Limited. Yuvraj Mehta, Founder and CEO, Straterize.
It was a pleasure to judge the entries for e4m 30 Under 30 Awards. 30 great entries, I would say, whether it was contribution to the industry, leadership, their own accomplishments and future potential. I think every entry was a match winner. The entries that stood out for me were entries which had stories to tell. There was great anecdotal evidence in some of those stories, and I was so happy to see that this industry is in great hands. My advice to all the winners, I think this recognition definitely puts you in a league of people who are going to lead this industry. I think continue with great storytelling for sure, and focus on the changes that are coming in this industry.
A big congratulations to all the Dhurandhars of e4m 30 Under 30 winners. Be a Dhurandhar in real life as well, not only story making. All the very best for the future ahead.
I want to start by saying that the quality and maturity of the employees for the certain. It's clear that the next generation isn't waiting for permission to raise the bar. They're already standing on it. To every young PR professional watching this, keep that fire. A few pieces of advice from someone who's been in the trenches for a long time. Protect your curiosity like it's the most valuable asset on your balance sheet, because it is. Never mistake needs for resonance. A message that moves 10 people deeply will always beat the one that mildly amuses 10 million. Learn to say, I don't know, let me find out. It's still the most credible sentence in our profession. And finally, remember that reputation is rented, not owned. Earn the rent every single day. Congratulations to all those breaking into the list. I'm glad that the future of our industry is in exceptionally good hands.
Each year, PR and corporate communication, 30 and 30 team, is a mammoth task. We have to look at the amount of nominees that we get year on year. And that just makes them so proud at what this industry is currently doing and what's doing. The amount of talent that we have, the amount of newness that you're going to do. So I'm wishing every single one of them best of luck, and hopefully we get to see some of the stars that will shine that evening. And the rest of you all who don't make it to that list have a great journey ahead, because each one of you all are true gems.
I'd like to thank e4m for making me a part of this esteemed jury panel for this prestigious 30 under 30 PR Awards. I'd like to congratulate each and every nominee who has put up a lot of effort to nominate themselves for this prestigious award, and my overall judging experience was very good as a first timer. And obviously I'd like to see more nominations coming in coming years, and I again would like to thank e4m for acknowledging and recognizing these young professionals who are the future of our PR industry in India. And my advice to the young professionals would be to garner maximum media knowledge, industry knowledge, and to have a good depth in the content, because I personally feel content is the key matter for a successful PR career. So again, I congratulate each and every nominee and the winners for this year's 30 under 30 PR Awards. And thanks to e4m and thanks to all its jury members.
It was a delight to be a part of the jury for 30 under 30, and I think I saw some amazing entries which were very encouraging to see a lot of the next gen taking on with the right strides in the industry. And I think we have an opportunity for some great work coming from them going forward. May the best person win.
e4m Media thanks the esteemed jury panel and congratulates all the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Powered by Kaizen PR Professional Group, Colton Partners, Fusion PR, Avian V. And now, the moment that we'd all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome our chief guest this evening, a leader whose voice carries conviction, whose journey inspires many, and whose understanding of communication, governance, and public life makes her one of the most compelling women leaders of our times. She is a member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra, the deputy leader of Shiv Sena UPT, a strong advocate of progressive leadership. She is widely regarded as a youth icon who understands the power of narrative, dialogue, and meaningful engagement. Whether it's parliamentary debates and policy discussions, she has consistently championed issues related to governance, social justice, and inclusive development. As a trustee, she actively works towards children's education, women's empowerment, and healthcare. Join me as I welcome the chief guest today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi ji, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Maharashtra.
I prefer the stage and the mic. Good evening, everybody, and my apologies that I've been running a little late because the Rajya Sabha was running till 7:30. Rarely ever you see that we are working hard. That's not true actually, that's a belief you'll have. But we do work hard. So the Rajya Sabha just got adjourned about half an hour back and I came running here. So if I look a bit washed out, stressed, irritable, blame it on the Rajya Sabha proceedings. So firstly, it is totally a privilege and an honor to be here, and I've known Anurag ji before I was even a member of parliament, and I think there are very few people in the country who do not know Anurag ji because of the vast body of work that he does and the entire spectrum of what he brings to the table under Exchange for Media. I think Exchange for Media, for me, also has been a source of information, a source of guidance, and with an ability to network with the very best in the country. So thank you so much, Anurag ji, for having me here. I know I have been troubling you a lot, Tehseen, but you know, when the parliament is in session, it becomes really difficult to commit to anything at all. And once I give my commitment, it's like commitment de diya to de diya. Aungi, mujhe bar-bar yaad dilane ki zarurat nahi hai. So I'm one of those. So, and since this is about communication, this is about public relations, the little that I know about communication and that I have learned in my journey, which I think was very beautifully expressed by one of the jury members, and I think you'll have a fantastic jury, and I wish all the very best to all the winners, but also the runners-up and those who probably could be winners next year. You'll all go out as winners. So one of the jury members said something really important, that content and communication is the king as we move forward in a highly interconnected world, in a world where content overrules everything else. We will have lesser people-to-people communication, more online communication, more digital communication, and shorter time span to be able to explain to people what you really want to convey. You know, I get all of 3 minutes in the parliament to make my intervention. Small parties get only 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, and we keep hoping that there's no disruption in between. So in that 3 minutes that I have, how do I effectively ensure that my message is reaching not just to the people, the members of parliament in the Rajya Sabha, but to the people at large, and I'm also being able to communicate my party's point of view. So 3 minutes, many people think, what will you do in those 3 minutes? But I can tell you that within those 3 minutes, because of having to work on my communication and my head, editing till the point where I effectively be able to tell what I want within those 3 minutes. Most of my speeches, thank you so much, most of my speeches end up going viral for the controversies I make or for the message that I've sent across. The last thing I'd just like to leave you all with, because I have 5 minutes and I don't want to keep you all away from your awards, is that what is important is that for you all to continue to make news, to be able to effectively engage and understand what your clients need and what their expectations are, and be totally honest in your commitment to your clients. And only when you have a very effective communication with your clients and what you'll want to communicate, that is when you'll start leading the success story. So like I said, I continue to engage with whole spectrum of opinions. My opinion is a very strong opinion, but does not mean I do not listen to other people's opinions. Get ideas from the world that we are engaging with, and your knowledge cannot be reduced by the walls you've created for yourself. Let there be no walls. Let there be knowledge which continues to be flowing from everywhere, from every angle, from every perspective, so that you have a communication and a content which is effective enough to convince not just people who believe in you, but also convince those who are opposed to you. I leave you with that thought, and thank you so much for having me here once again, and wish you all the very best, and may you all continue to shine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to request you to stay back with us on stage to present the first lot of awards. Thank you very much in the center. And joining the Lady of the Hour on stage, please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's quickly begin with the elite 30 under 30 PR and Corpcom Awards 2025. Loving the energy. तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं
And the winner is...
And the award goes to Sumedha Kamar, Avian Week.
Audience, congratulations to Sumedha Kamar, Avian V. Ladies and gentlemen, after brands and agencies, we are now moving forward to 30 under 30 after celebrating the collective effort of organization. We now come to the individual effort. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Akanksha Matto, Fusion PR Private Limited.
Audience, congratulations to Akanksha Matto, Fusion PR Private Limited. Let's put these tools to use, ladies and gentlemen. Pick your tool of chaos. Could be a whistle or a hooter, and if you are in no mood to use any tools, you have your hands, then quickly put them together and congratulate the winners. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Sridhar Agarwal, Ruder Fin India.
Heartiest congratulations to Sridhar Agarwal, Ruder Fin India. Quickly on to the next name.
And the award goes to Ambika Kaul, PR Pandit, Harvest Rare.
Heartiest congratulations to Miss Radhika, Miss Ambika Kaul from PR Pandit, Harvest Red. This is the absolute final slot of awards, ladies and gentlemen. The energy portion will be available post this. Fantastic. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Radhika Singhal, Avian V.
Heartiest congratulations to Radhika Singhal, Avian V. Quickly on to the next one.
And the award goes to Vistar Gupta, Fusion PR Private Limited.
Big congratulations to Vistar Gupta, Fusion PR Private Limited. And one final award before the Lady of the Hour leaves us. Please put your hands together for Miss Tehseen Zaidi from Syngenta. As sparkly and as ready she looks for this night, ladies and gentlemen, she deserves a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. Come on. Thank you, Ms. Zaidi.
You know, firstly, I forgot to mention this is 30 under 30. So here's a big round of applause for all you young people out there who are the cutting edge of communication, content creation, and you all just get it right. So many congratulations. And personally, what brought me happiness? It goes on to prove that we women are very effective communicators because we had all the women in a row minus one, but glad that a woman came to collect that award. So congratulations again. And hip hip hooray to the women.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, collectively we can give her a big round of applause for taking out time from her busy schedule, gracing the occasion and being a part of tonight's mega celebration. Dr. Batra, kindly stay back with us on stage. Joining Dr. Batra from ITC, please put your hands together for Nazeeb Arif. Absolutely no pros in being backbenchers today. Could I please request people at the back to kindly come forward, settle down, bring in the energy. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Nishita Chopra, Ad Factors PR.
Joining us on stage from Ad Factors PR, please give it up for Nishita Chopra. Ladies and gentlemen, this is PR and Corpcom 30 under 30. Feel the gravity, feel the weight, and give me some chaos. Come on, everybody. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Himani Sharma, Person India.
Let's celebrate the next winner. Please give it up for Himani Sharma, Person India. I can just as easily come down there, sit with you people and not clap my hands. But I'm choosing to be up here, congratulating the winners. Could I please expect the same from my lovely, lovely audience? And the next name is...
And the award goes to Mehak Bhalla, Edelman, India.
Audience, congratulations to Mehak Bhalla, joining us from Edelman, India. इतनी शांति से काम नहीं चलेगा. As I said before, the summit is over. Come on! Fantastic. Many, many congratulations, Ms. Bhalla. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Nikhil Punchi, Ad Factors PR.
Time to welcome the gentleman on stage. Please put your hands together for Nikhil Punchi from Ad Factors PR. लड़कियों के लिए इतनी क्रेजी बेबाक तालियां. Heartiest congratulations, Nikhil. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Priya Sani, Veritas Reputation PR Private Limited.
Please put your hands together for Priya Sani, Veritas Reputation PR Private Limited. And thank you very much, Mr. Nazeeb Arif, for joining us on stage to present these awards. Thanks a lot. Accompanying Dr. Batra on stage to present the next set of awards, please put your hands together for Mr. Amandeep Singh from IGL.
He was also a jury member. You heard his, jury comments, and he talked about curiosity. I think curiosity leads you to fun places. I can only say apart from helping you do work. So please give our jury member, Mr. Singh, a big round of applause.
Curiosity leads to fun places. Dr. Batra, you and I have led different lives. All right. Quickly, on to the next name. Ladies and gentlemen, PR and Corpcom 30 under 30. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Ayushi Chaturvedi, Archetype.
Heartiest congratulations to Ayushi Chaturvedi, Archetype. It seems like Ayushi is accompanied by only one of our friend who's taking the picture, so she absolutely cannot make any noise with her hands, but you people can. Thank you. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Sumedha Chakrabarti Roy, Person India.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, please put your hands together for Sumedha Chakrabarti Roy, Person India. Heartiest congratulations, Sumedha. And the next winner is...
And the award goes to Sharon Norona, Edelman, India.
Please put your hands together for Sharon Norona from Edelman, India. Well, we have Sharon's teammate, colleague, friend accepting the award on her behalf. Just because she's absent at the moment doesn't take away anything from her contribution, hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Bushra Makhdoumi, Tandem Communication.
Heartiest congratulations to Bushra Makhdoumi, Tandem Communications. This is Bushra's superstar moment. Is this how we want her to remember this? Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us. You may kindly be seated. Dr. Batra, it's a long night for us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is 30 under 30. PR and Corpcom, I'm going to have to request you all to turn up the energy a little bit. Come on, show me how. Lovely. Join me in welcoming our presenter on stage. Please put your hands together for Seema Ahuja, Biocon Group. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the next award goes to
And the award goes to Arkita Seth, Weber Shandwick Collective.
joining us on stage, our next awardee. Please give it up for Arkita Seth from Weber Shandwick Collective. All right, I have something that will, just get the juices flowing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the list. We are to celebrate only the half. We are halfway through the list. We are to celebrate the next winners with double the energy, double the enthusiasm. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Mohammad Naked Ahmed, PR Professionals.
My goodness, let's give it up for Mohammad Nakib Ahmed from PR Professionals. I think as a protocol, you should be allowed to bring as many friends as you can when you're getting an award, right? Absolutely. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Nishtha Saxena, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, listed on BSE and NSE.
Big congratulations to Nishtha Saxena, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, listed on BSE and NSE. अब आपसे गलती ये हुई कि आपने शोर तो मचा दिया, लेकिन जैसा कि मदान साहब ने कहा था कि किसी की खुशी, किसी की अपॉर्चुनिटी आप शोर मचा ही सकते हैं, तो सबके लिए मचा दीजिए इतना अच्छा. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Sneha Saraf, HPN.
Big happy mega congratulations to Sneha Saraf, HP Inc. That's fantastic. One true friend. And the next name to enter the elite list of 30 under 30 is...
And the award goes to Sadhan Singh, WRI India.
Please put your hands together for Satbhan Singh, WRI India. Miss Neha Saraf, your friend did click a very nice picture, so maybe you'd like to return the favor. Big congratulations to you, Mr. Singh. And with the same, thank you very much for joining us on stage. Thank you, ma'am. To present the next set of awards, joining us on stage is the Senior Editor at Exchange for Media Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ruhail Amin. A little bit more effort never really hurt anyone, right? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Amin. And the next name to enter the 30 under 30 list is...
And the award goes to Sandeep Baba, Noida International Airport.
Please put your hands together for Sandeep Bubble, Noida International Airport. Sandeep ji, were you present at the marathon? Do you remember me? All right, perfect. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the next name to enter the elite list of 30 under 30 is...
And the award goes to Sakshi Jain, Airtel.
Looking like an absolute vision. Please put your hands together for Sakshi Jain, Airtel. Look at the smile on her face. Come on, everyone. Come on. Congratulations to you. And the next name is...
And the award goes to Nikita Natarajan, United Colors of Benetton.
Looking amazing. Please welcome our next winner, Nikita Natarajan from United Colors of Benetton. एक आदि असली सीटी सुनने को मिल सकती है आज की शाम. असली सीटी अच्छी थी. Thank you. Fantastic. A big round of applause for Miss Nikita Natarajan. चलिए फटाफट से हाथ खाली करके जरा खड़े हो जाइए. जी हाँ, right. I'm sorry, Dr. Batra. I'm going to take about 10 seconds here. Ladies and gentlemen, empty out your hands and stand up. Yes, right. Come on, stand up. Perfect. हाथ खाली है तो फटाफट से जोरदार तरीके से बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप. Come on. अब दूसरी तरफ हाथ मिलाइए और इनसे पूछिए कैसे हैं आप. और अब जरा जोरदार तालियों से बता दीजिए that we are ready and set and present for the 30 under 30. Amazing! क्या बात है. बैठ जाइए and the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Mohammad Badsha Ansari, Teamology Softtech and Media Services Private Limited.
Big congratulations to Mohammad Badsha Ansari from Teamology Softtech and Media Services Private Limited. आप सब लोग हर समय ताली बजा रहे हैं लेकिन उस मोमेंट पे जो एक इंडिविजुअल की जिंदगी का सबसे स्पेशल मोमेंट है तब पता नहीं क्यों. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. Quickly on to the next one.
And the award goes to Sharon Gaur, PR Professionals.
All right, people here, as I said, no competition, only happiness and celebration. Let's give it up for Sharon Gaur, PR Professionals. My goodness! Now, Sharon, I just have to quickly ask you this. Did you tip them or did you just tell them to do this? Or is it all through love and affection?
It's PRP.
It's PRP. Fantastic. Heartiest congratulations to you. And the next award goes to...
And the award goes to Namita Pillai, Kaizen.
Expecting the same chaos, same energy. Let's give it up for our next awardee, Namita Pillai, Kaizen. Quickly moving on to the next one.
And the award goes to Rupali Soni, On Purpose Consulting Private Limited.
It's time for Team On Purpose to prove their mettle. Let's give it up for Rupali Soni. Heartiest congratulations, Rupali ji. Amazon voucher नहीं मिला तो क्या हुआ? Well deserving award तो आप ही का है. Heartiest congratulations. Quickly on to the next one, please.
And the award goes to Qasir Raza Khan, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Qasir Raza Khan, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company. Now the reason why I am telling you this is just to quickly check your energy. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last award of the evening, the name to enter the elite list of PR and Corpcom 30 under 30 is...
And the award goes to Prerna Chandiramani, Weber Shanway Collective.
Please put your hands together for Prerna Chandiramani, Weber Shanway Collective. A little bit more noise from this side, a little bit more. Fantastic. And Prerna, I'm sure you know that we are hardcore on traditions here, with the same requesting all the awardees to kindly join us on stage with their trophies for one final picture. But how do we walk? We walk like superstars. Ladies and gentlemen, Zordar Tariya for all the winners for PR and Corpcom's 5th edition of 30 under 30. Come on everyone, let's give it up for them. Come on.
You know, some of our jury members are in the room. Mr. Sharma, Mr. Singh, why don't you join the photograph? Because you helped decide the jury. In fact, you decided the jury. Winners.
This picture would be incomplete, rightly said by Dr. Anurag Batra, without the jury on the stage. Requesting our respected jury to kindly join us on stage, along with all the winners with trophies in their hands, of course. And this is 30 under 30. How amazing is that? कि मुझे आप में से किसी को भी पूछना नहीं पड़ेगा कि कितने साल के हो. Right? Fantastic. Might I suggest you take a few steps forward? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, picture के साथ-साथ शायद आप लोग कुछ भूल रहे हैं. Watchlist 2026 agencies, Watchlist 2026 brands, and of course PR and Corpcom 30 under 30. But we still have one more Amazon voucher to be distributed. Let's quickly bring out the fishbowl. Itni shanti se photo. This is PR and Corpcom 30 under 30. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to them. Come on. हमने क्रेजी फोटो तो की ही नहीं यार. क्रेजी फोटो तो होनी बनती है. Right? Right? Okay. Now I have this quick idea. How about we bring our trophies up front? Just like that. On the count of 3. With a lot of noise and a lot of energy. All right, winners. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Come on! Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra, for joining us on stage. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, heartiest congratulations to all the winners across all different categories. The stage is all yours. Take as many pictures as you'd like. With the same, requesting everyone to kindly join us for a celebratory meal. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur, and it has been an absolute delight to be a part of today's summit. Thank you and have a wonderful, wonderful time.